2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings. A. 44.07 to 44.12 lumber, all articles inclusive and the related subheadings. B. 25.23 cement, specified articles and related subheadings. C. 72.00 to 72.09, 73.00 to 73.08, 73.12 to 73.18, 76.00 to 76.10, 76.16 galvanized and related subheadings. D. 73.06 to 73.14, 72.14 and 72.08 steel, all articles and related subheadings. E. 44.11 to 44.18, 44.20 to 44.21 plywood, all articles. F. 96.19 sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. 2. For a period of 2 years commencing with the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariff headings. A. 8502.39 complete system. B. 8541.40 solar panels. C. 8504.40 charge controllers and inverters. D. 8536.7 MC4 connectors. E. 7610.9090 solar panel mounts. F. 8536.5 cable isolator switches. G. 8537.10 combiner boxes. H. 8544.6010 direct current DC, alternative current AC cables. I. 8507.80, 8507.60 deep cycle batteries. J. 8536.90 battery clamps. K. 9032.8900 control devices, other DC AC components. L. 8537.1000 combiners. M. 8536.9000 junction boxes. N. 8536.5000 isolators. O. 8536.3000 protected devices, communications devices. P. 8471.9000 data loggers. Q. 9032.8900 control components. R. 8517.6900 communication cabling Ethernet switches. 3. For a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, a supply of the installation service for photovoltaic systems. B. In the case of Schedule 3, as an exempt import. 1. For a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, the purchase or lease of an aircraft for local and regional travel. 2. The import of vehicles, building and construction materials, machinery, plant and equipment by approved contractors, subcontractors and consultants for the Caribbean Regional Air Transport Connectivity Project. 3. Vehicles, building and construction materials, machinery, plant and equipment by approved contractors, subcontractors and consultants for the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project, including medical equipment and supplies. Member Cassidy's office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank you for allowing me this occasion on such an important motion to lend my voice and support the affirmative resolution to remove, so to speak, or alter the value-added tax on selected materials in the construction, aviation, and other goods. But Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, allow me just a minute to thank the residents of Tuapito for coming out to construct a concrete road measuring 350 feet long, 15 feet wide by 15 inches thick, almost pouring 100 cubic yards of concrete, reinforced concrete, last Sunday. Mr. Speaker, I think it is necessary to thank them, because that road would have cost government pretty close to over $350,000 to $400,000. But we purchased the material, fiber concrete from Renault. We purchased the fabric mesh reinforcement, and the people came out from 5 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon with somebody cooking food, and the road was completed in 9 hours with almost 25 persons working. Mr. Speaker, I want to, in that regard, to big up Cherius, Small Axe, Kedu, Cutley, Sabina for cooking the food, also Alvin, Badao, Cyborg, John, William, Nikki, Trevor, Benson, Deva, Nana, Leslie, Lincoln. I also wish to thank Alberta for coming out to encourage, and of course my friend the poet and Primus, who is differently able. They were all there. This was not an SLP or UWP initiative. It was the community of Tuapito that came out to work. One of the greatest robbery, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to social development, one of the greatest robbery of all time, it is the robbery of the spirit of Kudmens and Lucia.
Yep.
And it was replaced with the spirit of the reliance on others to do every and anything. Kudme has the power to do a lot much more.
Yeah.
And this was rekindled in the community of Tuapito. Long live the community of Tuapito.
The spirit of Kudme.
Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the substantive motion that is before us at this time, the removal of VAT on selected materials. Mr. Speaker, my brief contribution must be understood from a philosophical standpoint that we are a government that believes in the principle of equity and social justice. Mr. Speaker, I need to explain that if St. Lucia today was a cake being shared, that this government would approach the sharing with the understanding that everyone, tout le monde, red, yellow, black, or white, receive a slice of that cake. Moi, je dis ça créole. Si cette liste aujourd'hui, c'était un bonbon qui a séparé gouvernement ça là, t'es qu'à y faire en manière pour assurer tout le monde, jaune et rouge, noir et blanc, oui, souvent son bonbon ça là. But the sad part, Mr. Speaker, is that following slavery and colonial mischief, which had no conscience, that this cake has been shared and a few has a large slice. In fact, they are almost everything. There are a larger number of persons who believe that they have the biggest piece, but of course they lost. But most of us and most of our people are struggling for the crumbs left on the table, and there are even some who are under the table trying to get their hands on top. Mr. Speaker, we are part of a world economic system that encourages consumption by poor people. We the people are always struggling. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that the fact that we are struggling, some people believe that we ought not to take time to celebrate. And this morning, Mr. Speaker, we all celebrated the presence of the Carnival Queen, our Calypsonians, and those persons who have participated in the activities that is led by the minister responsible for the creative industries. Mr. Speaker, while I support that we as struggling people must put our priorities right, I have no problem, and I support that people must take time to enjoy life. So I have no problem with those who are celebrating at this time, singing about their woes and problems in calypsos, or in the various soca's or musical genre, or those who are parading on the street, celebrating in their own way what life has to offer. But Mr. Speaker, I want to anchor my brief support for this initiative in that the system, the economic system, encourages consumption. Et moi vle di sa en créole pour tout le monde tan. Nous ni un système économique en whole la te à côté gens pauvres ka encourage système nan ka encourage gens pauvres pour dépenser l'argent yo à de manière. So Mr. Speaker, there are two areas of consumption that is very, very pronounced in the life of ordinary people. And I dare say that is in mortgages, in securing our homes, and healthcare. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our country poverty survey shows that the most vulnerable area, the strongest index or area that strikes poverty is in what our homes look like. In fact, after looking at so many indicators, I remember Mr. St. Catherine says if you want to identify a poor person is to look at their home. It's either in plywood or plywood and concrete, and there is an absence of certain assets in the home. And then you could look at other areas. One of illness, they cannot afford to take care of themselves. So mortgages is a serious area of consumption. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? And of course you would understand how I will get to the point that this government is doing something very historical and important. Mr. Speaker, if 40% or the two lowest quintile of our population is involved in consuming, or they have a housing program that is the poorest on the island, it shows that they are struggling to provide shelter for themselves. And they cannot do it comfortably. And therefore there's something happening. What is happening to our people? What is happening to the population of vulnerable people? And that brings into focus the issue of transient poverty, how people get out and get back into poverty. Mr. Speaker, the issue of mortgages and healthcare. So, Mr. Speaker, you go to the bank and you get a mortgage, 45 years. And just as you're about to finish your mortgage, illness visit your home. And now you must come up with monies that you do not have to address the issue of cancer, to address with the issues of the prostates, to deal with the issues of some problems that you cannot afford, and you now need to get additional monies. After 75 years of your mortgage, the bank still comes and seize your home or put you under pressure. Mr. Speaker, our population over the years have been struggling with this issue. So the issue of mortgages and health care are real issues confronting our population. And we have not been able to overcome this problem. Mr. Speaker, I have said it before and I'll say it again. If those persons who believe in the data from the World Bank or from the IMF, look at the GDP of St. Lucia, you would have seen over 40 years, the trend is that the wealth of the country is growing. We are doing well GDP-wise. But also, we have not been doing well as it relates to our poverty level. It has been between 24 to 25% of our population over so many years. We have reduced our indigence, thank God, chronic poverty, but poverty has remained the same. So, Mr. Speaker, you would observe that persons try to cope with the issue of poverty through illegal means. And when persons try to do that's what happens. All sorts of other problems is associated when you try to solve your problems through illegal means. The underground economy, death and destruction comes our way. So what is this government doing? We are not just looking at today. The attitude of our government, the attitude of this Prime Minister, the discussion, the long nights discussing issues as to what we should deal with has to do with where do we see ourselves going, because we did not invent the system that is currently governing this world. A banking system with mortgages, a healthcare system that is dominated by pharmaceutical societies, and of course a democratic process that involves partisan and of course the division of our people. So of course, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister has recognized the cost of providing shelter is so important to our people, so critical as to where we consume, that in addition to the provision being made under the National Housing Program. And of course, I believe this is one of the most innovative and one of the most impactful interventions in the history of my consciousness of governance in St. Lucia, where over $10 million is being invested in providing support to households. Mr. Speaker, the system is so unfair. Even before I speak on this $10 million, if you are poor and you go to the bank for a mortgage, they say to you, you are more at risk. So the poorer you are, the higher the interest rates. The richer you are, the lower the interest rate. So at 15%, the bank will ask a poor person to pay for a mortgage. But if you have been doing well and you belong to the middle and upper class in the first quintile, you're likely to get 5%. In other words, you are almost punished for being poor. If the $10 million that has been invested for social housing program by this Prime Minister were to be provided to poor people in mortgages, they would not be able to afford the interest rates. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has decided, moving forward, that he would remove VAT on construction materials. Remove VAT. Mr. Speaker, the profit margin, average profit margin on a construction project is about 12 to 15%. VAT on materials is approximately 12.5%. The percentage of material to labor on a construction project is about 50%. So when the Prime Minister removed 12.5% of VAT on construction materials, he is thereby reducing the overall cost of construction, especially to poor people, because the materials highlighted in the schedule are those consumed by the ordinary St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, some persons may look at this and say, that's nothing. and the opposition may look at it and may want to argue it in so many different ways. But Mr. Speaker, the actions here is not in the reduction in VAT, but in tracing the Prime Minister's heart. Where is he going? This is what you have to look at. You need to trace the Prime Minister's heart in his action. Because if this Prime Minister can today reduce VAT by that amount, while he is speaking about the levy for supporting health, the two areas trace where this government is going. Mr. Speaker, I think this evening it's important for us to understand where we are going. We are not the inventions of all of the systems, the banking system. There are some things we need to conform to as a civilization. But it takes love and wisdom to understand that we can make certain changes in certain areas. And the changes that is being advocated here in this motion to remove VAT on selected materials is one that is backed up by serious discussion. In all of the discussion, apart from construction materials, Mr. Speaker, an area that was zero or brought to zero was also that of sanitary napkins. And some persons may laugh at that. What is this that the Prime Minister is removing VAT on sanitary napkins? Mr. Speaker, on a monthly basis, people with children, boys and girls, have to give their children money to go to school. It is not equitable to give boys and girls the same amount of money when you know for a month the daughter who is going to secondary school must go through a situation that the son is not going through. And this does not only happen in poor families, also it happens in poor families as well as wealthy families. And when your people come to you and speak to you and tell you the issues they are confronted with, and you ask them, what can you do? Of course, there are some people, when it is a period of time that they also challenge in providing themselves with some basic services. I welcome this. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I am about to provide, my wife has decided to assist me in providing packages for young ladies in the constituency of Castries Southeast that will also include some of those products. And that will make it happen when you have removed VAT from it. Very, very important. So, Mr. Speaker, with healthcare being addressed, the Prime Minister providing millions of dollars towards social housing program, where people are receiving housing products, housing materials, and at this time removing VAT on selected construction materials. Mr. Speaker, you do not need to only look at these actions, but to ask yourself where exactly, and you of course can see where we are heading to. With universal health care and a strengthened social housing program, we would be contributing to the two most significant areas of consumption of poor people. The one that takes us back down anytime we start to raise our heads. So, Mr. Speaker, these two areas, ek mwen sa di, de kote moun ka depanse plis la han. Si tou Japov, se le yo ka pochwe ko yo e kay, ek si tou le malade kansen se bagay sa la vina sou yo. Ek même si wap preske peye bank lan pou wakay yon ni, le maladi vina sou de le, sa ka peche ou fini peye la, ek ou ka viye deye. Ek se pou sa, povte ka kontinelman, ou ete même manye ek ou nou pasa, janbe pak sa la. Che Premier Ministre lan, se pa tout bagay sa moun ka di, me che gouvernement sa la, sa nou ni alide nou, kote nou vle ale Ek sa nou vle fè pou pep peyi sa la, sa nou a komanse fè, se yon ki ni yon chay eskwa, yon ki ni bon posibilite, ek yon ki sa transforme, ek porte bon transformasyon, bay set lisyen tout. The other area, finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to share on this, where this is concerned, that we are not using a proximate test to administer the support of these interventions. Because a proximate test means that the Ministry of Equity must decide who gets plywood. And they may get some right or they may get some wrong. This is universal. It means that everybody who is poor can access plywood at that price. But the opposition, and I've listened to the former Minister of Finance, and I will forever disagree with him on this, that why don't you leave it as it is or increase VAT on construction materials, get the money and target who needs. Mr. Speaker, every time I hear this, I've laughed within myself. Yes, that we should not, he said that we should not reduce VAT, we should target who needs it. We should not we should not subsidize flour because the rich people also buying flour. You understand? This is his perspective on these things. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must know that just the cost to target who needs flour is so much more expensive than the amount you're making available. Just to target exactly who needs the plywood will be so more expensive. You almost need to create a targeting department with a new PS, with officers. And by the time you establish that department and loan monies to do it, you discover that you are paying millions of dollars just to serve $300,000 worth of persons. The universal approach to social intervention is the one that guarantees that those who need it most will get it. And this government is on the right path, because what we are seeing right now, the people who are transient to poverty, those who are going back into poverty, are not those at the lower quintile. COVID has taken poverty issues into the third quintile. So we have the 20% of our population, okay. The second 20% are there, but just below that 40% are persons by the time they retire from government and they get their pension allowance and they start to be visited by illnesses, start to go down below the poverty line. This is the vulnerability that we face. So a lot of us, and when I say us, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying us by way of just to include myself in the conversation. We are not a wealthy country. And while some of us may be more endowed or our bank accounts look healthier than our neighbors, the vulnerability exists. And it is only when the stroke and the illness or the bank moves on us, only then they will call our Prime Minister and say, Prime Minister, I have served this country so well, can you please intervene? And then the Prime Minister need to have mercy or grace and intervene. No. The Prime Minister is taking interventions and is moving this country in a direction that provides hope for a vulnerable population. That is notwithstanding the economic system that we subscribe to, notwithstanding what the banks are doing. And I hope one day, Mr. Speaker, that the banks start to deal with mortgages the same way courts dealing with the hire and purchase. Once you pay 75%, they cannot take it away from you. But until then, we have to understand that we must take steps within a government to make life easier for our people, to allow those who are using their sweat equity, those persons who are using their effort to provide themselves with a home and shelter for their children, whether it is within 25 years of their lifetime, so that they can get time to move into a better place, that is allowed by the Prime Minister making this thing, making provision for it to happen. So of course, like I said, Mr. Speaker, ideally would have loved that this cake of St. Lucia to be sliced at this time, but that has happened before. What we are doing is to arrange the policies of government that it is equitable for those who are vulnerable. It is equitable and fair for those persons who did not have the chance and opportunities that some of us had. And we all can enjoy a better future. So I hope the member from Strozel, when he do speak on this, provide support for an initiative like this, if he's invited to or if he does. But whoever speaks on it on the other side, provide support for this initiative, because there's a time in our development when he's the only one? The other one on Facebook, okay, that everybody comes together and support our dear Prime Minister. I wish to thank the Prime Minister coming from the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment, and the Minister of Housing for providing the social housing program. And I hope with this initiative, of course, far more persons will be benefiting from this housing program, and St. Lucians look forward to this support and the approval of this motion for St. Lucians. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Strozel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, it slipped me in my first presentation to congratulate District 7, which is actually the district that Strozel and Labrie forms part of, for coming second in all of the districts on the island in the CPA exams. I thought the minister, I realized the Minister of Education is out, so on behalf of the constituents of Strozel Saltibus, I want to congratulate all the schools in our district, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in his presentation suggests that the opposition will be looking for all kind of reasons not to support this resolution, this motion, Mr. Speaker. But I'm flabbergasted, because why would anyone, Mr. Speaker, not support a resolution that provides relief, Mr. Speaker? Why would anybody not support a resolution providing relief, Mr. Speaker? If anything, Mr. Speaker, I would admonish the Prime Minister for taking so long to provide that kind of relief, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, particularly when we take into consideration, the high cost of living and the price of fuel at the pumps, Mr. Speaker. So 2 years, Mr. Speaker, definitely a bit too long in providing that kind of relief, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister quoted Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and he did indicate that one of the first priorities of human beings was food, which is very true, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I speak to the 2-year gap, because of the high cost of living, you find a lot of people with little resources. Most of their resources went into purchasing of food, and the galvanized that was leaking and the plywood that was rotting, they did not have the kind of surplus to do that. So it may be a little too late, but I'm sure many people will still take advantage of what is being provided. So, Mr. Speaker, to say that the opposition will not support, I take opposition to that, Mr. Speaker. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to raise two matters that the Prime Minister raised. He said that his government has been the best government for businesses on the island, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind the Honorable Prime Minister, which I have done before, that a former Minister of Commerce was responsible for removing VAT at the docks for manufacturers, something which the manufacturers had been clamoring for a very long time. and remove the prepayment of VAT at the docks for manufacturers to have them to pay it at a later date, which I believe was quite substantive as it relates to the needs of the manufacturers. I also want to remind the Prime Minister that a former Minister of Commerce was responsible for the amendment to the Finance Act, where we know for so many years only two entities were enjoying various incentives, which was tourism and agricultural departments enjoying, the incentives, and we opened that up to include several small businesses, which I'm very happy that the government is continuing with all of its MSME programs and everything like that to continue. So we continue what is good. So we must indicate, what's good, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to also recognize, it was very glaring to me, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and then on the 1st day of August 2025, the purchase lease of an aircraft for local and regional travel. And I'm sure the Prime Minister, just coming from the CARICOM meeting, I'm sure one of the things that would have been on the table was the encouragement of people to invest in sea transportation, which is one of the areas that is lacking in the region, a ferry or some fast-moving ferry to move from island to island. And I thought that this was something that we should encourage for people to invest in, to encourage that it will help with our movement of agricultural products right from the islands, from Trinidad all the way up and down. So I think this is one area we must push to provide incentives for investors to go in. So I think it should be one of the areas that should be included in that exemption, and even for a longer period, because it would take some sort of investment, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister also made mention that the opposition would make fun of F96.19, sanitary towels, pads, tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any material. Mr. Speaker, Hansard will reflect that when we first came to this House to lay the paper regarding the levy, I stood and I asked a question to the Honorable Prime Minister, and I indicated that one of the areas that I wanted clarification on was whether that 2.5 would apply to sanitary napkins for our women. Because I recognize, the critical issues that would be surrounding many of the females, because I had the struggles, all of us had the struggles in our various communities with regards to some of the hardships, particularly women face in providing basic necessities. So to say that the opposition would make fun of that, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree, because I'm happy that the question that I put forward on that day, and it has been brought into the VAT exempt, because from my understanding, anything on the VAT exempt will not attract the 2.5% levy, which we'll be discussing, later on, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to indicate that all of St. Lucia will welcome the exemptions that have been provided. It will also provide me as a parliamentary rep with a little more latitude to stretch the little monies that's coming from the Ministry of Housing. The TICAC, that I know the first thing my colleagues from Beaufort North will tell me is, but you are not giving us anything, we give you something. But it will help, Mr. Speaker, in stretching the resources. So, and I'm hoping you add another similar amount to what I'm getting on that. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you.
Member of Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I felt the compunction to add my voice not only to approve and to support this historic resolution, but in the main, Mr. Speaker, to deal with an issue of misinformation which seemingly have pervaded our society to such an extent that it goes down the annals of belief. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear the member from Swazel confess in this august chamber. They say confession is good for the soul. And when he can stand on his feet here and speak about a contribution to his constituency being made through the Ministry of Housing, sanctioned by the Honorable Prime Minister, he must understand that today St. Lucia enjoys a Prime Minister that is unlike the one that occupied that chair before. Unlike, and you should ask yourself, why is it your leader never found it necessary to at least take a page from the book of the member of Focastris East and give the opposition one bag of cement? And it has been coined, Mr. Speaker, in such an embracing tone, and my colleague from Denry North would say, pa memo saksima ki pete a constituency. That is the hardship that was deliberately created by the leader of the opposition, who was then Prime Minister, for 5 years. And Mr. Speaker, he had the audacity, the gall, the gumption to go on social media and say, as though he's still Prime Minister, he will be repairing an HRDC in his constituency with a CDP allocation. Can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? And he even stated the amount, 100,000. Let me quote him, I will use 100,000 out of my CDP allocation. Mr. Speaker, it irks me. You did not find it necessary to at least take 100,000 over 5 years to share between 6 opposition members. But today, in one financial year, you can tout that you will allocate 100,000 out of your CDP allocation. Mr. Speaker, governance comes with continuity, and that is what persons don't understand. If you look at the shape of the table around which we sit, it is circular, it is round, and it speaks to the old phenomenon, what goes around comes around. Today, and imagine, Mr. Speaker, he had the audacity to expound on it and to say they don't want to give it to me because they want to undermine me in my constituency. And oh, how my heart ached when I heard these words. I could never forget, during the election I went to Castries South. I saw a certain character, either big or small, daddy or mommy, I'm not sure which one, erecting lights in a constituency of which he was not the rep. I went to Denry North.
Member of Castries Central,
yes,
there is a resolution before you.
Yes, I'm speaking to the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see the connection.
Mr. Speaker, I am basically attempting to show how we have stretched things so far that the Minister of Finance can now make resources available to the opposition, a feat which was never existent during the reign.
That has nothing to do with the resolution before us, member.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition wrote on his Facebook page an open letter to the Prime Minister. And in that letter, Mr. Speaker, he indicated quite lucidly that the Prime Minister did not understand the importance of construction. You remember that? He indicated that the Prime Minister does not understand the importance of construction. A man who took the package of material that you need for construction, remove VAT on steel, remove VAT on lumber, remove VAT on plywood, remove VAT on cement, remove VAT on blocks. You, as leader of the opposition, you are intimating that he does not know the importance of construction. So what was that move for, Mr. Speaker? What was that move for? Why the removal of VAT on those building materials if one does not know that construction activity will bolster economic activity and thereby bring economic growth about, Mr. Speaker? You know, and he claims that on one hand, Mr. Speaker, that, and I was glad to have heard the member for Swazel say, why don't they support what is good? And that's the hypocrisy I don't like. That is the hypocrisy I don't like. Because I am sure if his dear leader, if the leader of the opposition had graced us with his presence in this August chamber today, I have my doubts as to whether those words would be emanating from the mouth of the member from Swazel. I don't like the hypocrisy. It was on their paid radio program, Mr. Speaker, that they claimed they were not supporting this move because people don't eat plywood. It was on their paid radio program that they said people will have to eat plywood soup. I didn't say it. They said it. Plywood soup. People don't eat plywood. You know, and they have a little short one, Mr. Speaker. First time you're hearing that. It is that kind of hypocrisy. So they come here on the one hand and with flashing mirrors, as our leader would always say, the Honorable Prime Minister, pretend they support for the world to see, and then go in their holes, Mr. Speaker, and lambast the government for a move they know would redound to the benefit of the average poor citizen of this country. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. That's what it is. And they come here, why you think you're not about something good? You know, why you think you're not about something good? Mr. Speaker, you know, those are the kind of things you hear. That is the kind of garbage, Mr. Speaker, that people spew on the altar of political loyalty, Mr. Speaker. But we must learn as a people. We must learn as a people never to take benefits conferred upon the citizens of this country, whether by one party or the other, and play political football with it. We must learn not to do that. And if there is anything you all have done that would benefit St. Lucians, I will applaud you all, but you all did absolutely nothing. You see, like this is zero rated. Ipan VAT, c'est ça so fait zero. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are three approaches the government could have taken with respect to building materials. Government may have sought not to interfere with the prices. Government may have sought to increase the prices to generate more revenue, or government may have sought to bring relief. Government chose the option that would be beneficial to everybody, and you heard them spinning the news asking which poor person will build a house. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, the bandy one? Which poor person will build a house? The bandy one. You know, which poor person will build a house? And somebody calls and you get a response like, yeah, the rich will take advantage over the opportunity to build houses to rent. I mean, what kind of wayward thinking is this, Mr. Speaker? How How do we empower our people when we keep our thinking in that kind of cocoon, Mr. Speaker? How can we grow our people? You bring relief. You are giving them an opportunity to build a house cheaper. And they are saying, no, I don't support it because the rich people will build out. Who will build the houses for the rich people? You see, even in your short-sightedness, you don't realize that there is a labor component to construction. You don't even realize that. Your myopia gives you jaundice. Eyes bright yellow. You know, even let us argue for argument's sake that rich people capitalize on the benevolence of the government, Mr. Speaker. Can the benevolence of the government alone construct a house? You need laborers, you need carpenters, you need masons, you need tradesmen, you need electricians, plumbers. But you know, they go and they spin the news on spin news. You know, and the bandy one, yeah, you know, people will eat plywood soup. You know, that kind of plywood soup. Yeah. You know, Mr. Speaker, honestly, earlier on, I was speaking to some of my colleagues, and even within the tenets of democracy, sometimes a little autocracy needs to, because you see, you hear so much nonsense, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes you tell yourself, look, I want to devoid myself of my hairy ability. Because some of you infuriate me to such an extent I can do without hearing anything at all. I mean a sense of reasoning that will not even find embrace by the market. You know, and somebody's actually typing it, sending it on a computer, and one with a little more intelligence would read it and laugh, ho, 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 because St. Lucians will eat plywood soup, Mr. Speaker. You know, and all the former administration has become accustomed to, Mr. Speaker, is making life more difficult for the Malawians of this country, Mr. Speaker. And the track record is testament of that fact. They stopped knife, they stopped step, they stopped the distress fund. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? As if to further financially imprison our poor people, they remove the subsidy on rice, flour, and sugar. You know? So as if Malawians in this country, Mr. Speaker, were the enemies of the last administration. The enemies. And every decision they took, Mr. Speaker, were financially draconian decisions that basically militated against a comfortable life by those persons in the lower echelons of our financial strata, Mr. Speaker. You know, and telling me the government brings relief, and rather than embrace the relief, we have everything negative to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the National Housing Assistance Program, which is being rolled out pretty soon, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister called me and said to me, Mr. Minister, let us give a little more to the people by awaiting the implementation of the VAT so they can get a little more for the money, Mr. Speaker. So when you would have been able to help 20 families or assist 20 households, Mr. Speaker, you can stretch it to 12.5% more. You can now do 25. That is the thinking of the government, Mr. Speaker. That is the thinking of the government. That is the thinking of the government. We can now help more people with the same resources. You know? And then you all in your myopia, led by a man whose mental faculty is empty, will follow whatever he says believe in him, and with hypocrisy at your side now, we'll say he's good, because what? He's absent from the house today. Say it when he's there, Mr. Speaker. I need you to say it when he's there, Mr. Speaker. I want you to say it when he's there. So, Mr. Speaker, this government led by Philip Joseph Pierre, who emanated from Castries Southeast, Machin. Castries East, sorry. Castries East. They always say, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're aware of the well-known phenomenon, wise people come from the East. And this is a man who has shown compassion. And I'm not saying this because I am in his cabinet. I am saying it because it is the truth. Look at the kind of programs he has rolled out. Look at his grandchildren, the MSME, helping small businesses, the youth economy, the housing assistance program, increasing to the poor people, all sorts of things, basically to help the underprivileged. And then I remember him saying in cabinet one time, gentlemen, we can no longer proceed with this distress fund not in place, because it was meant for who? For the poor. It was meant for the poor, and it is aptly referred to as a distress fund. And it is time, in times like this, Mr. Speaker, when the inclemency of our weather assails us, there are people who don't know if my small domicile can withstand the pressures of the inclemency of the weather. And so they look outside and they say, Lord, please stop the rain. But we have a compassionate government, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to report that the distress fund that was taken out by the now leader of the opposition has been replaced by Philip Joseph Pierre to ensure Malawians have access to funds if and when the situation arises. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying this. When I listen to some of those people, Mr. Speaker, I listen to some of them. I listen to them chastise and castigate the government. They castigate the government because the government conferred a benefit on the poorer people of this country, Mr. Speaker. You ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, whether those people are suffering with either the discoloration of their brains or their eyes, Mr. Speaker. Because I suspect jaundice does not confine itself to eyes alone. It is in the brain as well. Because you cannot be thinking rationally. You cannot be thinking objectively. You cannot be thinking in the interest of the poor people when you are telling me that you don't support a benefit to the poor people of this country. You know what, Mr. Speaker? Only one place in the world that a benefit to poor people would not be appreciated, only in St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr.
The member for Babino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. But could you give me leave at this time, Mr. Speaker, for me to express condolences to Senator, President of the Senate, and the Montut family in Foaso on the passing of one of the family members, father of a gentleman who was not too long ago murdered in the community. So it's double jeopardy, double sadness for the family, the people of Foaso and in Babunu. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my fellow minister with responsibility for tourism and creative industries in congratulating our young persons who have done excellently especially in the shows that have gone ahead of the main carnival celebration, where we have our kings and queens who grace us with their presence this morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing them to be with us today. And I want to thank the students from the Birmingham University who have made St. Lucia a very safe haven for them to engage in their practices and preparation for higher education. I thank them for their presence this morning. I also want to, well, our king in Babono was dethroned. Calypso King was dethroned, but it's always the best that wins, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Calypso King. However, I want to congratulate the Court Babono Steel Orchestra for maintaining the reign as champion for the panorama. And I will not allow any other parliamentarian to harass me, Mr. Speaker. I need protection. That when we try to give other constituencies a little glory, they try to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes it's your neighbor that do you these things.
Babono, do you deny that you get safe haven there?
Did I deny?
Do you deny that you get safe haven in the adjoining constituency for the steel band?
No. What we said, there was an agreement, there was an MOU signed. No. Those who inherited the constituency have not read the MOU. Mr. Speaker, I speak in this house because the people in Babono elected me to represent them, and I thank them for that opportunity. And I will not be dragged into the discussion when some members opposite have raised the fact that I speak loudly in the house but not out there. And on the passport issue, I hope, Mr. Speaker, they are hearing the good news coming out of the Immigration Department. And I will continue to speak loud in this house, Mr. Speaker, so that I give my constituency and the people of St. Lucia very good representation. I want to congratulate the primary schools in Babono at the CPEA exam, where every single school, there are 6 primary schools in Babono, every single school scored above the mean in this exam. And that is a record, that's history for Babono. And I also want to congratulate Mr. Terence Erasmus Finelo, who retired as principal last month, where he served the Babono Secondary School from inception for 24 years, Mr. Speaker. That is what you call service. Mr. Speaker, back to the motion at hand. And the motion at hand, Mr. Speaker, speaks to just a few critical points. Promise made, promise kept. And if you look at the Prime Minister's budget address of 2023-24 on page 67, the Prime Minister speaks and he promised to give the St. Lucian people 0 rated on lumber, cement, galvanized, steel, plywood, and he has delivered even more than what he promised the people. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet colleagues, Cabinet of Ministers, added sanitary towels, pads, and tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any material. Mr. Speaker, when I stand in this house and I say that the Prime Minister, I have a Prime Minister who is gender sensitive. I have a Prime Minister who leads a cabinet that is gender sensitive. that is another testimony that we have a government that is gender sensitive, where they added this very essential item for zero rated item in this bill, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I say this because I speak from experience. In 2007, when we had Hurricane Ivan in Grenada, at the time I was heading a regional international organization. And when I tried to make contact with the victims of the hurricane in Grenada, and we asked them, we had to go via Trinidad to enter into Grenada. And we asked them what, even though we could bring, if we could bring a box of items, what are some of the things that they would want? And Mr. Speaker, it was at that time, it hit me home as a woman and understanding the plights of women, that they said bring in candles, matches, and they added sanitary napkins to that list. And there I realized how important that item is on any shopping list for a woman at whatever age level that they have to use it. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, I think even men may want to use that item too. So we are actually futuristic in thinking. Mr. Speaker, this bill will bring relief, as has been articulated earlier by my colleagues, to every single person in St. Lucia who wants to access these materials. And I say relief in the sense that as parliamentary rep, we experience what happens on a daily basis when our constituents have to access lumber, cement, galvanized steel, plywood, and as the Prime Minister eloquently articulated, the sanitary napkin story, that some people are delaying these activities to build, to construct roads, to fix drains, because they tell you the little dollar cannot stretch that far, Mr. Speaker. And when they heard the Prime Minister promise that there will be a zero-rated application to these materials, they have held back purchase. They are waiting. And even my fellow parliamentarians are also waiting, so that whatever we do in the constituency will be stretched. It will give the people a little more disposable income so that they can make ends meet. This is a government that puts people first. And when we say it, we don't only say it, but we put it in action, Mr. Speaker. Exercise nous ka dire, Mr. Speaker. Let nous parler à ce gouvernement qui concerne about moun malheureux, moun qui en besoin. Avec Premier ministre là, avec ses membres cabinet là, c'est ça yo ka kachile ap. Et Premier ministre là dit, membres cabinet yo wete on honnête du temps ka discuter point pour nous garder qui manière nous kay faire bagay plus meilleur, bay c'est moun qui plus en besoin à cette liste. Et ça c'est un gouvernement qui concerné et qui ka mettre moun premier, nous ka mettre moun avant les autres bagay. Mr. Speaker, I tell my people in my constituency that we have one Prime Minister. We say PM, but we are MPs, meaning members of Parliament. So you can switch the letter around, PM or MP. So when we are MPs, we are members of Parliament, but when we have to manage our constituency, Mr. Speaker, we are Prime Ministers in our constituencies, because we have to deal with every situation in the constituency. We have to deal with health, we have to deal with tourism, we have to deal with agriculture, we have to deal with infrastructure, We have to deal with youth and sports. We have to deal with housing and local government. We have to deal with equity. We have to deal with our own external, internal affairs. We have to deal with our finances. We have to deal with employment, water, electricity, roads, everything your constituents need, you as member of parliament has to deal. And that's why you say you're prime minister of your constituency. So when we hear this bill, Mr. Speaker, speaks to bringing relief to the people in our constituency, it is bringing great satisfaction to our members of parliament, because we have to face the reality on the ground. Mr. Speaker, when I visit the community of Babono and I go into these areas, and you know the terrain in Babono is not an easy terrain, the mountains, the hills, the valleys and the slopes, and you see some of the houses in which people live, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, will bring great relief to these people so that they can improve on their houses. They can add toilets to their homes. They can repair some of the rotten plywoods that they have. They can add a little bit of concrete to their homes. And this is what this bill is set out there, to stretch the dollar so that more persons can have improved quality of homes, better roads to their homes, and improve the infrastructure in the community. Mr. Speaker, I speak again because when I hear we talk about contractors in our community, persons only think of contractors in terms of construction, and construction meaning using lumber, cement, galvanized steel, plywood. But this will add support to the women contractors after they have taken the little contract and they pay the laborers to do the work. Sometimes they have nothing left for themselves because they are not masons, they are not carpenters, they are not electricians, they are not plumbers. So you find the women, they have to struggle to get a little dollar out of a little contract. And I'm saying if the material, they will pay less for the material, that will be a savings for them, Mr. Speaker. And I have done the mathematics. Women are among the greatest economists because they know how to manage the money in the home, and they will be able to stretch that so that they can put food on the table for the children, especially the single mothers who are struggling with the children. School is reopening in a while, and they will come and they want books, they want uniform, they want everything. And Mr. Speaker, every dollar that is left in the hands of the people will make a difference to the quality of life. And on that note, I support this bill 100%, and I will ensure that the people in my constituency, the people in St. Lucia in general, will benefit from this bill. And I'm very proud that the Prime Minister has kept his word, because many times they say, they bluff. They say that they will do this, they say they will do that, and they're not saying it. But this Prime Minister keeps to his word. And after he has written it in the book, he delivers, and he even put a little top up on it, because he didn't have sanitary napkins and towel in his budget. And look, it's appearing here. And the women in St. Lucia will celebrate that because they will benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, Masado, Mokota, Bill Sala Premier Minister, mette ici en house la hodia. Exason bill qui kay mene bon soulagement by Saint-Lucien. Principalement Saint-Lucien qui plie en bousin. Et qu'un pile femme qui a servi sanitary napkin, you need to acheter ça tous les mois. Là yo ka wè moi yo, Mr. Speaker, moi yo ka kuye. Right? Là yo ka wè moi yo ni pour servir sanitary napkin nan. Et ça ka tous les mois mon quoi, puis bagay ça ka monter. Avec yo ni pour acheter ça. Et ça c'est un bagay qui est important. So Mr. Speaker, moi ka supporter bill ça là. Et moi ka mande c'est moun nan qui ni c'est Jean business là qui n'est pour implémenter bill sala pas faire malice. Ouais qui yo bay se moun bagay la priya ivoa. Et gouvernement kay gade mettez moun en place pour ouais qui yo suivre loi sala kon gouvernement mette. And Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the business places to keep to the regulations so that the people get the benefit of that bill. And we are looking forward to the implementation of this bill, and let us continue to put the people first, put more money at the disposal of the people, and let us improve the quality of life for all St. Lucians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dennery South.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here in support of the value-added tax amendment bill that is being presented and debated in this honorable house today. But Mr. Speaker, I take leave to express my condolences to the family of Quimes, who is a constituent of mine, who was murdered mere 2 hours after our carnival celebrations in Dennery South. I also express my condolences to the families of the other 2 victims, Mr. Speaker, who were murdered on that day. I also want to extend to the family of, I can't remember the name, Mr. Speaker, but it's a fire victim who her house was, house got burnt Friday last week, Mr. Speaker, and everything she had in there was burnt, including some US dollars, and it was heartbreaking when I visited the victim on Sunday last week, Mr. Speaker, to understand the situation that she faced just an hour after she left her home that morning for work. I also want to my heart also goes out, Mr. Speaker, to our farmers, our fishers, our agro-processors, Mr. Speaker, who got seriously impacted by the recent storm, and that has caused a major setback, Mr. Speaker, in what I call the regular income from the agricultural sector. But I want to assure them, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister that I know, this government and cabinet that I'm part of, I'm certainly sure in the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to decide what sort of support we can give to our farmers to get them back into full agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that speaks to climate change. We are within what we call a hurricane belt, and our farmers and other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, have to face this dilemma on a regular basis. But Mr. Speaker, this bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, is a very important one, Mr. Speaker. And especially for my constituency, Mr. Speaker, having been exposed to the Atlantic side of the ocean, Mr. Speaker, have been impacted in many, many occasions from natural disasters, especially when those disasters are caused by strong winds, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, on a Wednesday and other days when I'm in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there is always a demand for assistance with building material like galvanized, cement, steel, and many other building materials, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes it's very difficult to be able to meet the demands by the constituents. But what this bill has done, Mr. Speaker, it has provided relief to our people. And just imagine a person who wants to spend $100, let's say to buy 10 bags of cement, Mr. Speaker. In the past, Mr. Speaker, he will have to spend $112.50, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of the 2nd of August, this person would have to spend less $12.50 on that $100, Mr. Speaker. So pour tout $100 ou dépenser, là, il vient pour acheter steel, ou vient pour acheter ciment, ou vient pour acheter plywood, pour chaque $100 ou dépenser, ou can spend $12.50 less. So, Mr. Speaker, going further in terms of somebody who may have taken a loan of $10,000 to repair his roof, to repair his building, Mr. Speaker. That $10,000, Mr. Speaker, this person will be able to save $1,250, Mr. Speaker. For $20,000 expenditure, Mr. Speaker, this person will spend $2,500. So pour moun qui veut dépenser $10,000 côté avant et pour dépenser $10,000 ça là et dépenser en l'autre $1,250, $10,000 ça va cause lui pour sauver $1,250, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is of tremendous benefits to our people, and I'm certainly sure the St. Lucians that I know will take full advantage of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make mention that this bold action will lead to one, a cost reduction to homeowners of 12.5% on the purchase price of selected materials. It will help stimulate construction activity within the economy. It will provide an opportunity for local suppliers to increase sales and expand. It will also help provide more employment within the construction sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, homeowners can take advantage and carry out repairs and maintenance of their properties at a cheaper rate. Also, Mr. Speaker, it will decrease the cost of construction for first-time homeowners. It will provide an opportunity for persons with limited budgets to at least stretch the budget and attain more buying power. And it is anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that such an initiative will provide a multiplier effect on the economy. Mr. Speaker, I want and I know our people and a number of persons now, Mr. Speaker, when you go around the constituency, you see the broken windows, you see the roofs with, galvanized with holes, Mr. Speaker. You see the plywood rotting, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know they will take advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to do the housing repairs and create a living environment, Mr. Speaker, that will be a lot more comfortable than had been in the past, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to all St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, to take advantage of this opportunity. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my support to the motion before us in this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Miko North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to belabor the points that have already been made by the members who spoke before me, but I think equally it is important that as a parliamentary rep for Miko North, that I add my voice in support to this particular motion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I listened to most members speak about how this is going to affect, positively impact their constituents. And I know the Prime Minister made it very clear. He said that there are some people, Mr. Speaker, who would, I don't know if it's by choice or sometimes it's that tick syndrome where you just do something but you don't know how you do it. Sometimes we just say we're not going to support it because it's a motion from the St. Lucia Labour Party. And that's why every time I stand, I speak, I ask that if something is good, we need to stand up and support it and say it's good. I was not there to hear the member for Chozel, but even without hearing what his position was, I think, Mr. Speaker, I can say with a certain level of confidence that I knew that he supported this motion as well, as it will have. He asked me whether I'm a guy there, but we've become good friends and I know what he supports and what he doesn't, and I saw how comfortable he was earlier, so I know that he really supported he supported what passed. But Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative, you get to appreciate what it is that people go through, because people trust you. They come and they tell you what their stories are, and they invite you in their homes when ordinarily they would not invite anybody else there because of the condition of their homes. And they bring you inside and tell you, boss, later Sam when Pukaviv, you see what I have to put up with. And that motion, Mr. Speaker, doesn't automatically solve the problem, and you say it's not like you can just go and get the materials for free. But what it does, Mr. Speaker, it really allows, it gives you an opportunity. Those people, especially those people who are really struggling, they have an opportunity now, Mr. Speaker. What the $100 was giving you before can now be stretched, and you can get a lot more for when with the removal of the VAT on the lumber and the cement. And when we think of it, a lot of the people who use or who require, I think the member for Denry North said it well, he captured it well. You pass and you see the windows, the doors, and some people really want to do different. They really want to see something different happen. But it's a situation where they cannot. And as I said, this alone does not solve it, but it gives you a greater opportunity. And I'm sure that the constituents, my people of Miku North, would welcome this particular motion and what is happening in this house today. And I don't know how other persons would feel, but I can speak for those people who I represent, those people who come to my office on a day-to-day basis, and I can tell you that they would really welcome, and not just them, Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary representative, I think the Prime Minister, there's under the housing program, there's an allocation that a small allocation that you're given to help your constituents. And now, it used to give me, I used to have a lot of nightmares and headaches as to, boy, how do you go about disbursing this allocation? And sometimes there's a situation where somebody requires 2 extra sheets of plywood. And it's just a situation where if I was able to help 45 people, I'm now in a position where my 80,000 or my 100,000 for housing allocation, I'm able to now assist 87 people. And these are 7 families who are going to be positively impacted. These are 7 children who, when the wind is blowing, they don't have to worry about getting faded because the wind is hitting them directly. And as little as it is going to help. And that's why I welcome and I support this bill in its entirety. And Mr. Speaker, this is, when you cannot look at this motion in isolation. You have to look at that in a time like July, when we have so many other social elements that are going to complement that. You have, I'm sure that before school reopens, we are going to have quite a few people who are going to be engaged in a national cleanup program. Money in their pocket, that sheet of plywood that they're looking for, they're in a position where they're able to buy it. That is going to be complemented with a back-to-school program. We're going to be assisting children with a back-to-school. So it is not just, we cannot just look at that in isolation or in a vacuum and say, okay, that is being complemented in a time like now, between July and August. You have so many other activities on the social spectrum that are going to be able to help cushion the blows that we felt from the inflation and other things. So, as I said, when you look at, Mr. Speaker, when earlier this afternoon, when the Prime Minister was speaking, I got a little picture of the Prime Minister saying no VAT, no whatever, and I posted it on my status. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, within minutes of me posting, somebody gave a joke. I know it was a joke. A man said, send me a voice note and tell me, boy, you happy with that lumber and thing because now you can build our soil jabal. Albeit, he said it in a joking manner, but it just shows that people appreciate the gestures that are being made by this government. But on a more sensitive side, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are women listening to, and I'm happy to see the amount of interest that this particular motion has generated. People have sent me messages, quite a few women, Mr. Speaker. I was downstairs with the Prime Minister and I showed him some of the messages that I got. And you would think somebody would try to trivialize the removal of VAT on something like sanitary napkins. Someone might try and trivialize this. Oh, that's just, and Mr. Speaker, I did not even understand or fully appreciate, maybe because I'm not in the business of buying sanitary napkins. I did not fully appreciate what it is. Yeah, my. But Mr. Speaker, I really did not appreciate the magnitude of that small gesture. And it's today when I posted my status and I saw so many women send me messages saying, thank you for removing the VAT. Then I realized, but I did not know that, and we're talking about working class women, police officers, teachers, people who are working, and they say that sanitary napkins, or we want to call them period products, have gotten to the point where the Prime Minister was right when he said that there are people who have to take a decision as to whether or not they're going to let the pad stay a little longer than it's supposed to be able to stretch it, as to and whether or not they're in a position to send their children to school. And I don't think that in today's era, Mr. Speaker, that is a decision that any woman should be confronted with. And I think that this is a very progressive step. And even moving forward, I think a few weeks ago I was in Canada and a debate was to make period products available in bathrooms, similar to when you go to the bathroom you can get tissue, to make it available to women. And I thought that was very progressive thinking, and I think that is a direction that we now as a small island developing state should aim to get. I mean, we're not going to get there overnight, but that is the first step. So I welcome such an initiative, and I applaud the Prime Minister and the government for seeing it necessary to be able to bring relief to these people. And I said, most of the people who really cannot afford that are vulnerable people, Mr. Speaker. And having to put up with all the other issues of life, Mr. Speaker, I think, as I said, no woman, no girl, no female should be faced with having to make a decision as to whether I buy bread in the morning or whether I can afford pads. So I welcome that, and I say I look forward to it. And I know that all the women from Mikonof, and I know I can't speak for all the women from St. Lucia, but all those women who are in my circle and those who send me messages, Mr. Speaker, they also welcome. I can echo their sentiments and say that they welcome such a gesture. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I commend the Prime Minister for bringing forward this motion and for the other members for supporting this motion. And I know that it will go a long way. It's going to ensure that people have a little more money in their pocket. Their dollar can go a little further. And as I said, I'm always inundated, Mr. Speaker, with requests. Every day, every single day, my staff sends me messages about somebody brings an open bill, but someone just volunteer, sister said, just buy a dirty sheet plywood. Not about 3 weeks ago. And I'm just thinking of it, 3 weeks ago, I would have spent somewhere, or I would have written to SSDF to assist me with housing for a particular gentleman in my constituency who needed to just build a toilet. And it would have cost me maybe in the range, the materials would have come maybe to the tune of $5,000 or $6,000, thereabout. And I'm sure SSDF would have more money in their coffers, even under their own housing assistance program, because that material list would go down by about 12.5%, which would mean they would take a $6,000 bill would mean you take somewhere in the range of maybe $600 and something off it, and that can go to assisting somebody. So I'm happy that right now our dollar we get more materials. They would say more buck for a dollar, but we get more materials for our dollar now. You have more spending power as it relates to purchasing of materials. And I know that there are quite a few people in the constituency who actually postpone, and they have been waiting. So they postpone making their purchase because they really want to do something, and they figure, okay, here's what I'm going to get a brick. So as much as somebody may try to trivialize it and say that people don't eat plywood, or those people who really need the plywood, where they actually getting the money to buy it, I know that there are people in my constituency who need the plywood, and they're actually waiting on August 2nd to see. And it's going to cause, it's a domino effect. You're going to see, there's a situation, we anticipate that we're going to see a little more movement as it relates to construction workers. Somebody might be more inclined now, to put a little piece on their house because they feel, okay, now I have an opportunity. So I think these bricks really work well for the most important people or the most vulnerable people in the country. So I welcome this, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to lend my voice in support to this motion. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I have the unsurpassed glory of associating myself intimately with this very important motion. I think my colleagues who spoke before me have accentuated the importance of that significant intervention. Mr. Speaker, just to provide a ready compass in which to set my course for my brief intervention, I want to return to the motion. It said, be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, which amends Schedule 1 and 3 of the Act to include zero-rated goods, and of course, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods which are itemized in the resolution and comprises a range of construction materials including lumber, cement, galvanized steel, and plywood. 2, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st of August 2025, a supply of goods which are itemized in the resolution and supports the government's policy to promote the renewable energy sector. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has announced a waiver of the value-added tax on selected building materials that I just alluded to. And the waiver of the value-added tax is to be applied to very important items: lumber, plywood, steel, cement, and galvanized. These concessions are to apply for a 2-year period, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as the member for Dennery South said, it will result in a 12.5% reduction so that we can encourage persons who currently do not participate in the construction activity to participate. And having again accentuated those benefits to the people of the country, Mr. Speaker, I am asking proud to expedite title to the people of Pom, Black Bay, and Auger so that they can commence the construction within that period, because they are in the orbit of proud with a certain degree of alacrity. And if we expedite giving those people title to the land, we will experience a housing and a construction boom in our constituency. And so I think the relevant authorities are hearing me, and I believe it is incumbent upon us to ensure that this happens. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect I want to, of course, accentuate is that of the renewable sector, to provide a waiver of value-added tax on a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power. St. Lucia has been engaged in developing its energy transition strategy, which involves shifting towards renewable energy and reducing fossil fuel energy sources. The renewable energy sources identified include solar PV, wind, and geothermal. This resolution will provide a waiver of VAT on items required for harnessing solar power and support St. Lucia's energy transition strategy. The effective date for the waiver of the VAT is from the 2nd of August 2023 to 1st August 2025. Mr. Speaker, we need to diversify our energy supply options so that we reduce the overall cost of energy in this country and attract more manufacturing so that at least the manufacturing sector could provide more jobs for the people of this country, especially our women. And if you check globally, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that more women are involved in the manufacturing sector. Again, putting a dent on the unemployment situation that exists in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, like the member for Mikunov said, at this particular point in time, it is not just looking at lumber, steel, and plywood and cement in isolation to all the other interventions by this government. The payment of English and math, facilitation fees, STEP program, NICE program, all sorts of programs, the youth economy, the small business sector, all conspiring to create economic activity and for us to expedite the recovery of this economy in this very difficult period. Mr. Speaker, government has subsidized cooking gas and other fuel in this country to ensure that we keep prices at a reasonable level, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this in itself is not an isolated intervention, but an intervention that will complement others to ensure that this Minister for Finance preside over the orderly recovery of the economy of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my colleagues have made the point in terms of the benefits, and there's no need for me to venture along such lines. And so I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make that brief intervention, and I now yield the floor.
Minister for Finance. Minister, it's okay? You sure? Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for their contribution, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy of the responses from the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, particularly the women of this country who are extremely delighted, Mr. Speaker. And it is these small things, Mr. Speaker, that mean a lot to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And you see, Mr. Speaker, whilst the leader of the opposition is liming somewhere in the world, instead of staying here and representing the people of Miku South, who've elected him, Mr. Speaker, after he was defeated in Sufre, he is somewhere in the world on Facebook, he and his hacks criticizing the actions of the government in removing VAT on period items. And all people in to understand that, Mr. Speaker, instead of staying here and defending his cause, instead of staying here and representing the members of the United Workers' Party, instead of staying here and representing the people of Miku South, he's left his hacks to go on Facebook and shamelessly, under the cover of no name, attack people personally, attack people who are just making their contribution just to frighten people from not speaking up for what is right, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell them, writing on Facebook, attacking people personally, peddling lies and misinformation will not stop the people of St. Lucia from seeing the truth and supporting this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may recall, during the last session, when I was in opposition, I made a prediction. I said, you can win an election with lies, but you cannot run a country with lies. You may remember I said so. I said so all the time. You can win an election with lies, but you cannot run a country with lies. They lied and they won the election. They lied and they run the country. Now they lost the election and they're still lying. The lying is just part of the DNA of the opposition. They cannot help themselves. And even though somebody is the staunch defender, once the person goes offline, once they believe the person goes offline, they attack the person, Mr. Speaker.
Bradley, look out.
That's true. Mr. Speaker, you can take offense. I'm sorry if you take offense. If the cap doesn't fit, you don't wear it. But the point I'm making is, remember for yourself, don't you follow this Facebook postings? I know people who were called because they said favorable about the government. They were called and they were chastised. I know people who are called privately and chastised because they go in the public domain and say something profitable about the government. But Mr. Speaker, I've said to them, they can attack me from now till tomorrow, till daylight, till sunset. What they cannot do is make the people of Castries East ever turn against me for representation, Mr. Speaker. And now they have a new trend. Some people who live in Babono and in Kareli and up north, they call a station, I'm from Castries East. I am from Castries East. And the Prime Minister, I will not see him. There's a road that we have fixed. And this and that. And what Pierre doing? Yeah. You know where they live in Kareli? Yes. You know, Mr. They're living up north. They're living in Grosile, but they're calling, I'm from Castries East. Mr. Speaker, they ever work. Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm so proud of this in Castries East. I love them dearly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no matter who they run against me, some of them have hair, some of them have none, some of them. Mr. Speaker, they come in and they're not giving up, you know. They refuse to give up. They refuse. So now the new thing is that you call from anywhere in the island and say, I'm calling from Marchand. You know, I vote for Pierre in Marchand and Pierre doing nothing. Come down and say that. So, Mr. Speaker, the more they attack me, the stronger I get. The more convicted that I feel about the policies of this government, Mr. Speaker. And that is one of the examples, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the examples, Mr. Speaker. Because these men and women, Mr. Speaker, we share one thing in common. We want to see the advancement of the people of St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, these resolutions we've passed this morning is the manifestation of that, Mr. Speaker. We've helped the business people in that we've removed the interest on the VAT. We've helped regional people, we've zero-rated, we've taken out VAT on aircraft. And Mr. Speaker, I'll ask you for an amendment so that we can remove the VAT for sea travel. As you made a very good, you see, I tell you, you're not supposed to be there, you know. Because, you know, sometimes you have very good ideas. You know, that's a very good idea, which I've taken. But, you know, you're in the bad company. And I've told you that so many times before. As a member for Castries North, he agrees. You're in bad company. So,
Minister of Finance, it's your intention to amend the resolution?
I'd like to. Can I?
You wish to do it now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can. If you,
well, I would,
if you're so graceful.
You can do it because on Standing Order 31(3), you can make any amendment to a resolution between the time I propose the question, between the time I put the question and the time I propose it. I have already put the question, not yet proposed it. So you can make the amendment now, but it has to be seconded by somebody.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thanks for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. I am so guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, B on page 3.
Of an aircraft and watercraft.
Mr. Speaker? B, and it says the lease of the purchase or lease of an aircraft and watercraft.
And watercraft.
And watercraft for local and regional travel.
Or watercraft.
And or for local and regional travel, yes, sir.
No,
and
or aircraft. Or watercraft. Or watercraft.
An aircraft, Mr. Speaker?
Or watercraft.
Or. That's the
Amendment you wish to make?
For a period of 2 years, commencing from 2nd day of August 2023 and the 1st day of August 2025, the purchase or lease of an aircraft or watercraft. Or watercraft.
So you want to add the words
Or watercraft, yeah.
after aircraft.
After aircraft, yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get a second of that motion? Member for
Speaker, I second the amendment which has been made by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Now for the question that B be amended to read, in the case of Schedule 3 as an exempt import for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, the purchase or lease of an aircraft or watercraft and for local and regional travel. And now for the question, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. Then the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please continue, Minister of Finance.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Member. And Mr. Speaker, that is where this government is coming from. We don't agree all the time with the member for Choiseul on certain issues of policy. He has his opinion, we have ours. But when he makes a good point, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we are all about. We understand that. So we support it, Mr. Speaker. What is it?
That's a value added tax, remember? The penalties of.
But I face it not the next time.
No. That's the amendment here to give you the power to do it.
But I did it for. It's the same thing I did for.
To give you the authority for the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, this resolution, Mr. Speaker, it also dealt with a pressing need in the regional market now, the need for air and sea travel. So what we're saying is, if there are a group of investors who want to go in the business of air charter, of chartered airlines, they now can get a relief in that we remove VAT on aircraft, Mr. Speaker. And if they want to go in the business of watercraft, moving goods or people, then they get relief, Mr. Speaker. So this legislation is encompassing. And plus the fact we've dealt with St. Jude for this resolution, and we've dealt with the World Bank and the resurfacing of the airport, Mr. Speaker. So by this simple resolution, Mr. Speaker, we have been able in one sitting to change lives for the many people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, just by this sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what government is all about, Mr. Speaker. And what would have been better if the opposition would have discussed these issues with us, if the opposition would have encouraged the people of St. Lucia to take the benefits of this resolution to improve their quality of life, Mr. Speaker. That would have been better, but no, Mr. Speaker. The hatred, the envy, Mr. Speaker, the misinformation, particularly the hatred that pervades the opposition towards the members of this government, Mr. Speaker. They cannot they cannot for one moment support anything that is done by this government. Not for one. I remember we were in opposition to Mr. Speaker, and we came in this honorable house. And I remember when the member for Choiseul was Minister of Commerce, he came to the Parliament with a bill to give incentives to small businesses, Mr. Speaker. And we stood in the Parliament and we supported that piece of legislation because we thought it was good for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. There are several things during COVID, Mr. Speaker, and they like to speak about COVID. And I remember the member for Castries South making a point that fundamentally he disagrees with what is happening. But because of the circumstances, that he will support the measures taken around about COVID. But you know what they do, Mr. Speaker? Instead of saying that the opposition supported it, Mr. Speaker, you know what they said? I said I'll give everybody $1,500. And I've asked them, and Mr. Speaker, these guys lie so blatant. I've asked them, play the tape that said I said so. Nobody can bring that tape. No one can bring the tape where I said that I'll give everybody $1,500. But they peddle it. And in typical Gobel style, if you say a lie long enough, people are going to believe you. That's what they get involved in, Mr. Speaker. Attacking people, private people, in their own lives. People can't go on holiday. People can't go on holiday unless they attack them. People can't take their own earnings and go on holiday. People can't buy. I was vilified because I own a BMW. I mean, that is where we've reached. That is where we've reached in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's where, because the idea is, I'm not entitled. I'm not entitled. I'm not to be the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. I'm not entitled. That's a question. And many of that opposition, Mr. Speaker, to these resolutions is because, and I make no bones about it, it's because of self-hate. Some people do not like themselves to the extent that they don't have the confidence in themselves to attain the heights of their capabilities and their abilities, Mr. Speaker. So instead of that, they prefer to attack. Mr. Speaker, there's not been one policy of this government for the last 2 years that the opposition has criticized in a constructive way. Not one. Not one, Mr. Speaker. Anything we do, instead of dealing with the issues, and you will see it in the 2.5 levy that we're going to be discussing in a while. Anything we do, there's in the VAT Act, all the good things that the member for Castries Central has spoken, the member for Labrie has spoken about, the member for Babel, all the good things in that act. They found nothing about it that's good. But instead, you attack the press secretary. Diversion. You attack the press secretary. You know why? You attack her, Mr. Speaker? Because you believe that she is promoting the government's policies of the removal of VAT on building materials and on women products, some of them, Mr. Speaker. So you attack her. You know why? To put her off, to send her off, Mr. Speaker, because you don't want the women of St. Lucia to know that this government has done something for the women of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So that is the tactic. Diversion, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, they can write on Facebook till their fingers hurt them. But the finger that will matter is when the people put their finger in the ink on election day. That's the finger. The one on ink, the ink on election day. That's the finger, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the members. I thank the public. For the way they have been supporting this government, Mr. Speaker. I really thank them. Because if you listen, and that is why what they're trying to stir, the discontent that they're trying to stir, the blaming us for crime, that's what it tries to. It is not going anywhere because the public of St. Lucia understand. And I thank them for that. They understand, Mr. Speaker. They understand that we are living in difficult times. They understand that the war, and I heard some people speaking the other day, and very simple people, and they were saying, they were speaking about the cluster bombs that the Ukraine government, the Americans gave the Ukraine government. And they were saying, very simple language, Mekwe la jesala, tika fini, mais pas fini, il a fini plus mauvais. You see how they understand, Mr. Speaker? You see how they understand? They understand, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we in the government, Mr. Speaker, we are very, very satisfied with the responses of the people of St. Lucia. We are satisfied with the way the business sector has begun to expand. The way the business sector, employment is increasing, and soon from now, Mr. Speaker, you will hear, when the employment figures came out, the leader of the opposition, he attacked the figures. The leader of the opposition attacked the St. Lucia's economic growth. The leader of the opposition attacked the social and economic review. Even in the face of, and Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that we should reduce the price of fuel. He does not even know that fuel has come down over the last periods. It has come down to $16.50 now, Mr. Speaker. The same man who put $1.50 on fuel, you know. The same guy who said he had a lockbox to put the $1.50. Up to now, I cannot find the key for the lockbox. Up to now, where is the $1.50? And we pretend to forget these things. You need to take the levy money and put it in a separate account. Where is the lockbox? And that is why they want to silence me. Where is the lockbox? You promised the people of St. Lucia that you take $1.50 on every gallon of gas and put in a lockbox. Where is that lockbox, Mr. Speaker? These are the facts. Answer that question. My question. Wait only. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I rest my case, and I thank members.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, which amends Schedule 1 and Schedule 3 of the Act to include A, in the case of Schedule 1, as zero-rated goods, 1, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings. A, 44.07 to 44.12, lumber, all articles inclusive and the related subheadings. B, 25.23, cement, specified articles and related subheadings. C, 72.00 to 72.09, 73.00 to 73.08, 73.12 to 73.18, 76.00 to 76.10, 76.16, galvanized and related subheadings. D, 73.06 to 73.14, 72.14 and 72.08, steel, all articles and related subheadings. E, 44.11 to 44.18, 44.20 to 44.21, plywood, all articles. F, 96.19, sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any materials. 2. For a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariff headings. A. 8502.39 complete system. B. 8541.40 solar panels. C. 8504.40 charge controllers and inverters. D. 8536.70 MC4 connectors. E. 7610.9090 solar panel mounts. F. 8536.5 cable isolator switches. G. 8537.1 combiner boxes. H. 8544.06010 direct current DC alternative current AC cables. I. 8507.80 to 8507.6 deep cycle batteries. J. 8536.90 battery clamps. K. 9032.8900 control devices, other DC AC components. L. 8537.1000 combiners. M. 8536.9000 junction boxes. N. 8536.5000 isolators. O. 8536.3000 protected devices, communication devices. P. 8471.9000 data loggers. Q. 9032.8900 control components. R. 8517.6900 communication cabling Ethernet switches. 3. For a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, a supply of the installation service for photovoltaic systems. B. In the case of Schedule 3, as an exempt import, 1. For a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, the purchase or lease of an aircraft or watercraft for local and regional travel. 2. The import of vehicles, building and construction materials, machinery, plant and equipment by approved contractors, subcontractors, and consultants for the Caribbean Regional Air Transport Connectivity Project. 3. Vehicles, building and construction materials, machinery, plant and equipment by approved contractors, subcontractors, and consultants for the St. Jude Hospital Reconstruction Project, including medical equipment and supplies. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment.
Value Added Tax Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of sign order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this honorable House.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a simple amendment to the value added tax, Mr. Speaker, to allow the Minister of Finance to waive or to alter a penalty under the Act, Mr. Speaker. The law, the original Act, does not give the Minister of Finance the power to waive a penalty. can waive the interest, but not the penalty, Mr. Speaker. So we are moving, we want to waive the penalties, Mr. Speaker, so we have to amend the act to waive the penalties. We can waive, I said, we can alter the rate of interest, Mr. Speaker, on the unpaid tax. You can alter the rate of interest, but we cannot do anything with penalties. So the amendment is to allow us to do the same for penalties. Very simple, Mr. Speaker, and I call on ask members to support us.
Honourable members, the question is that the value-added tax amendment bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 46.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the value-added tax amendment bill went through committee stage without amendments. Prime Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the value-added tax amendment bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023.
Prime Minister.
I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Health and Citizen Security Levy.
Health and Citizen Security Levy.
Prime Minister.
I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, history has a strange way of repeating itself. Mr. Speaker, when in my budget address of the 2015-16 25th of April.
Mr. Prime Minister, just for the record, would you just state for the record that you're presenting the second reading of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Health and Citizen Security Levy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when on the 25th of April 2023, I stated, and Mr. Speaker, this is the transparency of our government, Mr. Speaker. We didn't hide behind any curtain. We didn't try to mama guy. We didn't try to do things in the clandestine matter. We said clearly on my budget, page 65, we said, starting from 1st July, we shall impose a health and security levy of 2.5% on goods and services, except on food items, medicines, selected building materials, medical equipment, and security equipment, Mr. Speaker. This levy will be implemented to have a minimal inflationary impact and avoid any additional administrative burden and costs to businesses. And I said further, and I quote Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. This levy will not be imposed on any food items, Mr. Speaker. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the cost of food should not change because of the levy unless prices increase overseas. I am urging the private sector to work with the government to ensure that this measure is not used as a basis for increasing the price of food. Mr. Speaker, we expect, Mr. Speaker, that as freight charges come down, food prices and the price of other imported items will also decrease. That was a statement I made, Mr. Speaker, in my budget address on that day. At that time, Mr. Speaker, I explained, as I explained it, we went into conversation and discussion with the Customs Department, with the Ministry of Commerce, spoke to the business people in the country, because we were legislating a policy that would impact everyone, Mr. Speaker. Lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, in the hypocrisy of the opposition, they pretended as if what we are doing was something coming out of Mars, as if we are creating economic heresy, that we are the most wicked people in the whole world, Mr. Speaker. No one, Mr. Speaker, again, history has a way of repeating itself, and lies have a way of finding their owners, Mr. Speaker. Little did we know that on the 41st August 2011, Mr. Speaker, the United Workers' Party had passed a security tax bill. The same United Workers' Party, the same leader of the opposition in the same party, had passed a similar bill in October 2011, which this Labour Party removed when we implemented VAT. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, and for the record, Mr. Speaker, before they say I lie, it's right there, Security Tax Act, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Castries North, he was there, and he justified it at the time for good reason. No, he justified it for good reason, Mr. Speaker. And when he gets up to speak, he'll say why he justified it and why he justified the one we're doing now. Because, Mr. Speaker, you must, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to deal with that piece of, that thing that's written on that paper there, Mr. Speaker. But you know, I have to. And somebody just emailed me, just WhatsApped me, and said to me, why am I trying to convince the United Workers' Party about the actions? They will never stop. But Mr. Speaker, I must do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a letter that came to me on the 20th June 2023. It's from a place called the Office of the Leader of the Opposition at Hiwanora House, ground floor, Point Seraphine, Castries, St. Lucia. And it's addressed to the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. And it says, Dear Prime Minister, and letter to Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre calling for suspension of the introduction of the new 2.5% tax. That letter was sent to me in June. I made a statement in April, you know, but only in June. Mr. You see that the hypocrisy? I made a statement in April in the budget. You came here. You came to Parliament, never, but in June 28th, you write me a letter, a statement I made in April. You want to make it a document house, Mr. Speaker? Do you all want a document house? Do you want members? You want it, sir? You want the document house? You have it already? No, he didn't do that. No. He. Mr. Speaker, as leader of the opposition and as the former Minister of Finance, I feel it incumbent upon me to warn you of the hazards which our country will face as a direct result of the proposed 2.5 levy that you and your government are intending to implement this week. I said that from April. Whilst there are many macroeconomic indicators, good word, that show we have made significant strides since the devastation wreaked upon our economy by COVID-19. Our current tax revenue has exceeded pre-COVID levels. Our GDP is only slightly below the high 2018, and our debt to GDP, as expected, has leveled off at 69%. Specifically, tourism and manufacturing have made significant recoveries, aided by the quick opening of our tourism sector during COVID. The quick opening of our tourism sector during COVID. Yeah, that's what the quick opening of our tourism sector during COVID. Yeah. With fast tracking construction. That's a man that stopped a hotel, range. Fast tracking construction. Fast tracking. You know where the fast tracking was? And the growth of PBOs, call centers, all collectively have contributed to St. Lucia achieving the fastest and strongest recovery in the Caribbean and one of the best performances in the world. That is a guy who refuses to admit that St. Lucia's decline after COVID was over 20% when COVID struck in 2020, but when he inherited the economy was a trajectory of growth. He refuses to admit that, but now he's saying that these policies, and of course, he wants to say he's the one who did them, of course. But he did them, but I'm Prime Minister. Whilst you seem to continue and always insulting people, while you seem to continue to misunderstand the critical role of construction, whilst you and the need to expand the physical and human capital to forge stronger growth. That is the guy who is criticizing the 12.5% VAT reduction. That is the guy. And he talks about construction. That is the government. That's the man who stopped computers to every child. Talking about human capacity, physical. That's the man who stopped computers to every child. That's the same guy. That's the same man who criticized TVET. That's the same man who criticized one university graduate per household. The same man. That's the man who criticized the payment of facilities fees to children to go to school. The same man. That's the man who believes Afro is useless. The same man. That is the man who, when you were in government, refused to give us any money to help our children to go to school. That's the same man who collected money from the government to help children to go to school. The same man. That is the same man who this government has made available more scholarships to children in this country in the last 2 years because of our policy of one university graduate per household. That's the same man speaking about human capacity to forge stronger growth. It is clear to me that development agencies like the World Bank and the IMF go to water. It is clear to me that development agencies, the guy calls the IMF and the World Bank a development agency. Mr. Leader of the Nation, they are called international financial institutions. That's what they're called. They're not called development agencies. They're not. Wrong. Wrong word. That and prudent fiscal management are the best strategies to increase government revenue. That's the man who borrowed $302 million in a year. Prudent. That's a man who gave direct awards to build roads at 6% per annum for 5 years to build roads. That's the man. That's the man who signed an agreement for $70 million with a company with an interest rate of 1% per day. That's the man talking about prudent financial management. That's the same person talking about prudent financial management. The same person. $70 million at 1% per day. That's the man. Mr. Speaker, you know, if that wasn't so serious, that'd be a joke, you know. Because I don't understand how somebody can write these things when they know their own track record. I don't understand that. Let's go further. And the IMF, that economic growth and prudent fiscal management are the best strategies to increase government revenue. That's the same guy, that's the same man who was saying to me, instead of managing an economy where we could have a surplus in current account, he was attacking the surpluses and telling me I should use it to reduce the price of gas. That's the same guy. The same person who doesn't understand that fiscal prudent management means that your expenses cannot be more than your revenue. And you have to be able at least to balance the economy, to have a small surplus for reinvestment. When we achieve the surplus, instead of he supporting the surplus, he was telling him to squander that surplus. The same man talking about prudent financial management. And he goes to the Speaker, without this, government cannot continue to invest in improving healthcare, education, security, housing, and strengthening household income. The same man who zeroed the police training votes. The same man speaking about security, as Mr. Speaker. History has shown with an export-led economy like ours, poorly targeted and ill-timed taxes such as this levy will negatively impact the competitiveness of our exports, tourism and manufacturing, and will inevitably result in a contraction of our economy. But Mr. Speaker, there is no levy on manufacturing and tourism. Mr. Speaker, how can somebody put in writing such lies? There is no levy, there is no health and security levy on manufacturing and tourism. That's a lie, that don't exist. One would have thought that you would have observed this when the Labour Party implemented the 50% VAT, resulting in 2012 in many businesses struggling, staff layoffs, and many having to close down entirely. The same gentleman who pretends that he is such a fond supporter of Sir John, the same gentleman who pretends that he's such a strong supporter of Sir John, when the Prime Minister Lucia stood here and said that VAT is a tax that we must implement. He said that, but he pretends. He's the same man who will not tell the public of St. Lucia that St. Lucia's VAT rate, even when St. Lucia implemented VAT at 15%, Mr. Speaker, we had the most exempt items and zero-rated items in the region. And up to now, Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest VAT in the region. But, Mr. Speaker, again, his own imagination, businesses are struggling. The survey from the Chamber of Commerce says that businesses have a new confidence, evidential value, more confidence in business, not us. We're not the ones who did the survey. But it says that businesses are improving. Never before, Mr. Speaker, have so many people want to enter business. The minister told you 500 people applied for small grants on the MSME program. The first time the government has injected over $10 million into micro and small businesses in this country. And this is the same man writing that businesses, things are so bad, staff layoffs, many having to close down. At the micro level, no, somebody can write that. At the micro level, the economy has still not recovered from the COVID shock, and that businesses and households are grappling with the after effects. Despite the loan moratoriums and other government interventions, everyone's balance sheets were severely impacted during 2021, and now with the added burden of supply chain constraints, inflation, increased energy costs, and higher interest rates, the challenges have been compounded. You think somebody can write these things? Exactly. Just words, and used loosely, wrongly, in poor sequence, just to lie. Businesses, companies and businesses might be encouraged to hold off from staff layoffs, and I dare say even consider expansion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that will waive penalties and interest on VAT. This is a government that has given a tax amnesty. This is a government that has waived interest and penalty on all taxes that businesses owe to improve their balance sheets, to reduce their liabilities, but the leader of the opposition says that we are affecting the balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, what kind of analysis is that, Mr. Speaker? What kind of analysis is that? Frighteningly. we are days away from implementation of this 2.5 levy, yet you have been unwilling, unable to advise the public as to how this will work. Again, Mr. Speaker, not true. But Mr. Speaker, I will say to the public how it will work, Mr. Speaker. It works like that. The 2.5% levy is going to be a tax charged at the ports. Okay? It's going to charge at the ports, Mr. Speaker, on the goods as detailed in Schedule 1, Mr. Speaker, of the Act. Now, it will be charged at the ports 2.5%. So there's going to be no additional administrative burden on businesses. It's going to be charged at the ports, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, further, any good, for the record, any good that was previously zero rated or exempt from VAT, there will be no health and security level on these goods. Let me say it again. Any goods that were zero rated or exempt from VAT, there will be no security level levy on these goods. Further, the goods that we exempted today, the building materials, the products that's for women, there will be no health and security levy on these goods. Further, all food products, Mr. Speaker, there will be no levy on food products. All medical supplies, all medicines, all medical equipment, there will be no levy on these items. So if the price of these items increase because of outside factors, it is not because of the levy. Further, Mr. Speaker, we have actually added goods on to the basket where there will be zero rated or exempt, Mr. Speaker. We have put some more goods, Mr. Speaker. We have put some more services. So, Mr. Speaker, the levy will not affect these items, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, further. The levy on goods, as I said, is going to be collected at the port, and the levy on services is going to be collected by the service provider in the same way as it's collected on the VAT. But none of the services who were exempt before, or none of the services who were zero rated, will be charged the levy. And there will be no health and security levy on tourism or on tourism products, on tourism services. There will be no health and security levy on these services, on these products. There will be no health and security levy on manufacturing. There will be no health and security levy on manufacturing equipment. There will be no health and security levy on supplies. There will be no health and security levy on agricultural products. There will be no health and security levy on fertilizers. There will be no health and security levy on food. There will be no health and security levy on baby products. There will be no health and security levy on medical supplies or medical equipment. Huh? Wait a minute, the services that the levy are going to be charged are all the services that VAT were previously charged on. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill, Mr. Speaker, you will read clearly that there will be no levy, and I told Mr. Speaker to the page 23 of the bill, there will be no levy on goods exempted under the value added tax or goods zero rated under the value added tax, Mr. Speaker. So all the goods that paid no levy, no VAT, they will not pay any levy. But Mr. Speaker, for services, the services that are not specified on the schedule 2, Mr. Speaker, there will be no levy, and a service that is exempted under the value added tax, there will be no levy, and a service that is zero rated, there will be no levy. Mr. Speaker, that is as clear and as polluted as daylight. But, Mr. Speaker, why do we need a health and security levy, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, so the rest of the letter where he is I urge you to reconsider this ill-conceived decision and embark instead on a winning strategy of growth and prudent fiscal management. That is a guy who presided over the biggest deficits in St. Lucia's economic history. Exactly before that, Mr. Speaker, that's the same man, you know, and that is the same man who, that under this government, we have experienced surpluses and yet taxes for these surpluses. The same man talking about managing the economy, Mr. Speaker. And listen. The opposition strongly objects to the typical Labour Party strategy, again, maypui, on lies, of taxing the St. Lucian public instead of coming up with innovative and workable solutions to own revenue. You want to say that? I mean, this guy. The same man who wanted to put tax on coals, on black pudding, on fishing, on cockfighting, on that's the same man, you know. That's the same man who want to put taxes on block making. That's a simple thing, you know. That is the same man, the same government that he led, want to put taxes on all these things, Mr. Speaker. Speaking about a levy that we put in on a limited amount of goods and services for health and security. But Mr. Speaker, why must we raise revenue for health and security? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you some of the things that this government has done. For one, security, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make a point. There are moves to create confusion in the St. Lucia Police Force. Mr. Speaker, I cannot take any action unless I am presented with a case. There was some time ago when a lady accused a government minister in public of behavior that she came on a public platform and proclaimed, of inappropriate behavior which she came to proclaim on a public platform. In the full glare of public media, the lady who was at the time a former member of parliament made an accusation against a government minister in public. It wasn't a matter, it wasn't a letter of accusations. It wasn't somebody who went in the back and made these accusations. It was done in public. That lady was deprived of a job that she was entitled to because she didn't support my party. She was deprived of a job, Mr. Speaker, that she was entitled to. She was deprived of a job because she came in public and accused somebody of inappropriate behavior. She said it in public. The leader of the opposition was well aware of these, not accusations, was well aware of these pronouncements. Not accusations, pronouncements, Mr. Speaker. He, together with all the ladies who were portraying themselves as being bastions of morality and bastions of this and that, were in the same party. Not one of them came out and said anything. Not one of them. The one if? Including the one in the rosary. Not one of them. They sat, and the Speaker, that is. Put some button in the thing there. Put some in there. That is, these are the same people who are in the party. Mr. Speaker, you know, and Lucian people must memorize these things, Mr. Speaker, because too many of these things are allowed to just escape. These are the same people who are in the party with that lady and that gentleman when these accusations were made. They said nothing. Absolutely nothing. They never had any press release, never had any statement. In fact, one of them said, "Oh, you don't know what I say in private." That was a cop-out. You don't know what I say in private. That was a cop-out. They said nothing, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward. I get a letter from the Police Welfare Association. A letter. The letter says that there are accusations against a particular gentleman. The letter says that these accusations have been going around for a long time. So long before my time. Long before my time it was there. The letter says that these accusations were reported to former commissioners of police. Both of them, or at least one of them, have said he knows nothing about it. At least one has said so. He knows nothing about it. Don't want to mention any names. Not my style to call names in this honorable house. But, Mr. Speaker, that letter was copied to me. Nobody has sought an audience with me to say to me, "Prime Minister, this is the lady who said that. These are the days, and that's what happened." Nobody. How can I call an inquiry on nobody? How is that possible? How can I do an investigation on nobody? Mr. Speaker. I mean, how exactly, thank you. How can I do it? So what do I do? One morning I get up and I say, I have an investigation. All those who want to have been able to come forward. I mean, how can I do that? Have an investigation on nobody. Nobody's coming forward. Why? They're afraid. Mr. Speaker, I was the one who went when I addressed policemen and I said to them that sexual harassment is wrong. I was the one.
Deputy Commissioner and Minister from the police force.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was the one who made a point, Mr. Speaker. I want to make this point, Mr. Speaker. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, and to make it worse, to see how this contortion of lies about me wants to surface, because the intention is not to damage. They're not interested in the accusation, because these people who making the accusation were so interested in sexual harassment when there was the pronouncement, not the accusation, the pronouncement by a prominent lady in their party that she was harassed. She was physically harassed and molested. They would have said something. They said nothing about it. So they like unknown people more than they like people in the party. Mr. Speaker, I want the public to hear that. And I want the policemen to hear that. And I want the ladies out there to hear that. To hear about that hypocrisy in that system, Mr. Speaker. That hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, I've made it clear. That there should be no sexual harassment anywhere in the workplace. I've made it clear. And my position is clear on that, Mr. Speaker. And I say it loud and clear. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in any good conscience investigate something where no case has been brought to me. I cannot, Mr. Speaker, and I will not, because I will be looking like a fool, because I will just be in the dark, Mr. Speaker. In the dark. Mr. Speaker, there are various actions that can be taken if a young lady feels violated, and I support these actions. I support them, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is, none of these accusations have been made to me. None have been made to the Commissioner of Police. The Police Commission is a woman, was a woman. None of these accusations have been made to her. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that the people who are peddling these rumors, unless they can verify it with a victim. Unless they can verify it with a victim. These rumors are malicious and they intend to create instability in the St. Lucia Police Force, Mr. Speaker. And I'm making the point that once there is a victim, once there is someone who can come forward and say, raise their hand and say, I'm the one, Mr. Speaker, the government will do what it has to do to find the truth. So, Mr. Speaker, so I want to urge members of the police force to remain focused. Remain focused, Mr. Speaker. And they attack me when I say my father was a policeman. You only believe they're attacking a man for saying what his father was? I mean, this is really something else, This is really something else, You attack a man for saying his father was a policeman. You attack him. I mean, these guys. And say it's because, what? I'm jealous? Mr. Speaker. Oh, thank you, Minister of Home Affairs. Then they say it was my godson. Mr. Speaker, you will not know where these people went with that, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, you'll tell somebody else. You will not know how deep these people went with that to discredit me, to damage St. Lucia's reputation. They've taken on a scorched earth policy, mash it up. No matter what you do, mash it up. Get these fellas out of power. How far they went with that. Said the man is my godson. I came in this honorable house and you didn't allow me to speak. I respect your judgment. You didn't allow me to make the man's birth certificate a document of the house. But I respect your judgment. I will not say you unfair to me. I'll never say that. Say the man, when I produced the man's birth certificate with his power and his name, my name was nowhere near. They backtrack and they say he's a close associate of mine. That's where these guys are, And they bring that in places that Unbelievable where they spread these lies. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, trying to damage the reputation of St. Lucia. They say these things in places you will not believe. So, Mr. Speaker, here is what we need a health and security levy for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have bought 33 vehicles for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. 33. We've bought 5 motorcycles, Mr. Speaker. We've bought 150 ballistic vests, costing $461,000, Mr. Speaker. We've bought 2 sets of firearms and ammunition. One set costing $154,000, another set costing $215,000. Firearms and ammunition. We've spent already $246,000 on the regional security system to help us in our security issues. We are now in the process of recruiting 80 new recruits. We are now constructing the Grosile Police Headquarters. We have started repairs which they presided for years, and they left the police in Grosile in that state for years. Near election time, they begin to do their normal bluff. Do this, do that. And I don't get. Yes. And I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm not getting involved in that. Because I will not get involved in private sector people doing their thing, Mr. Speaker. I've always said, and my friend quoted me one day, if the government if a businessman finds a government that they can take a, what do you call a blight? If they find a government that's a bois, they must exploit the bois. So if a businessman takes advantage on the government that will give them everything they want, they must take it. So I'm nothing against that, Mr. Speaker. When the time was coming for the Grosile police station, they begin all kind of shuffle, all kind of bob and weave, Mr. Speaker. But Laolin Koué, Koui, Joubawe, the election came too fast. So they had to keep the Grosile police in the place that were there. And my friend, the member for Grosile, he came to me, he said, Prime Minister, we cannot leave the people in that condition. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. So I went with him. And when I went to the Grosile police station, Mr. Speaker, it hurt my heart to see how my brothers and sisters, the conditions under they work, Mr. Speaker. And I complimented them and apologized to them. You were there on the record. You were there, Minister, for working in these conditions, Mr. Speaker. But lo and behold, when this leader of the opposition won the elections in 2016, he found a plan by NIPRO to rebuild the police headquarters in Grosile. From 2016, NIPRO had a plan. They even had drawings to build a police station in Grosile. And talk about liking the police. They refused to do it. You know why? Because they couldn't choose the contractors. So many things in this island did not happen because they couldn't choose the contractors. So they allowed the police in Grosile to languish. And Mr. Speaker, the police worked in pain, offering their services to the people of St. Lucia. And I must thank them for that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, they were quiet. And right now, I see police on social media saying the worst things about the government. Lying, accusing policemen on social media. Policemen dancing at parties, at political parties. with uniform. You saw, you were there? You were there? Were you there? Yes. You understand? You were there, you saw that, right? But Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you something. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that this leader of the opposition has caused, he and his former minister of, what he was? Justice or whatever it was, Mr. Speaker. They have deliberately caused certain actions to be taken in the police force because they assumed and they presumed that these police officers did not support the United Workers' Party. And that's a fact. So when they talk and write on Facebook, these are facts, Mr. Speaker, facts. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you a little secret. Very soon, many more facts will be out. So if you think that I start getting attacked on social media, just wait. You see after Carnival, after Vaval, you'll hear. You see after Vaval, you'll hear. So let them attack. But the attacks just start. Because after Vaval, when everything is settled and everybody has had enjoyed the carnival, many things will be revealed. So, Mr. Speaker, back to the police. So, we are doing the Vifort police station as we speak. That's going on now. Plus, Mr. Speaker, we are our brothers and sisters who work at Bordelais. And sometimes we want to pretend that St. Lucia began on the 26th of July 2021. We want to pretend that. So all the hardships and everything St. Lucia happened on 26th of July 2021, and things were dandy and nice, and Labour Party in power, so everything crashed, Mr. Speaker. Ask the brothers and sisters at Bordelais the condition when before July 2021. Ask them, Mr. Speaker. Since we've gone into government, Mr. Speaker, you know what we've done for them? We have begun improvements on the facility, the fencing. We have ordered bulletproof vests and ammunition for them. It should be any time now. We've paid for it. We've paid them their skills allowance because the prison has to be a place of rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker. The government refused to pay the correctional officers a skills allowance, and the minister can verify that when she's speaking. They refused to pay the skills allowance to the Bordelais, to the correctional officers. So the correctional officers could not do two jobs at a time. So you go into power, we've paid the skill allowances for them, we've paid it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've provided mattresses for the overcrowding at the Bordelais police station, at the Bordelais correctional institution. We've reopened the farm. So rehabilitation is continuing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell the brothers and sisters at the Bordelais Correctional Institution, Mr. Speaker, that as at the 2nd of August, they'll be allowed 100% waiver of import duty and excise tax on the purchase of a new motor vehicle. And Mr. Speaker, I know it's 20 to 6, some customs officers may be listening to me. The same thing applies for customs officers. And Mr. Speaker, it also applies for a certain category of staff at SLASPA, those who were involved, like the enforcement officers, those who are in the front line at SLASPA, they also will be getting a duty-free allowance for their cars, Mr. Speaker. So SLASPA, correctional officers, and customs officers, in addition to policemen and military things. But, Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear, that's the last one. That's the last one, Mr. Speaker. We've done it for a few years. And that's the last one, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, teachers should not get annoyed because we've increased the material allowance to teachers to $1,400 per year. We've increased it, Mr. Speaker, and that's going to be effective again from the 2nd of August, Mr. Speaker, from $800 to $1,400, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, everyone is going to benefit, Mr. Speaker, because we have given our pensioners another one-time increase of one-time payment of $600, Mr. Speaker, to our pensioners. And we've also taken a decision, Mr. Speaker, to give effect to the introduction of a cost of living adjustable pension payment, Mr. Speaker. So our pensioners will get an automatic adjustment on cost of living to us government pensioners to assist them with the pensions, Mr. Speaker. Our pensioners who have been asking for some support for a long time, Mr. Speaker. That is in addition to the increase given by the NIC for NIC pensioners. So, Mr. Speaker, this, while we have to collect, to get revenue from limited products in a health and security level, we have given back to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And further, Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten our promise for the fisher folk in this country. We have now increased the rebate to the fisher folk by $1. So now it is a $2.50 rebate on every gallon of fuel, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so as we are saying to the people of St. Lucia, give a little in terms of the 2.5% levy on a limited amount of goods. Give a little for health and security. We are giving back also. But, Mr. Speaker, what we hope and what we see the trend, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know if you've been following the trend on the international freight rates, Mr. Speaker, you will see that freight charges have decreased from China, but they have not yet decreased from Europe because of the war and the supply chain issues in Ukraine, in Europe, Mr. Speaker. But hopefully, freight charges should be reduced, Mr. Speaker, and when the freight charges reduce, the cost of imported goods should reduce, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully, the 2.5% levy will not have any negative effect on the price of goods in the shelf because of the reduction of freight, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, further, the 2.5% levy, if inflation seems to be stabilizing or at least decreasing, these are the trends, Mr. Speaker. If inflation continues on the downward spiral, the 2.5% levy should have no negative effects on the cost of goods and services, of water goods, if the trends continue. But again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that's going to be the case. I'm saying the trends, Mr. Speaker. But the goods under which we have the levy are very limited, Mr. Speaker. Very limited, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this, then, the health, we talk about health, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Health, I'm sure, will expand on the health services we are providing, Mr. Speaker. The Labour Party took positive steps towards universal health care when we removed the fees for hypertension and diabetes. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker. And now we are back, Mr. Speaker. And universal health care, the process continues. We have removed for maternal and child care, all these services will be free, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make a point, Mr. Speaker, is that the removal, the progress towards universal health care is not targeted at making any individual person or any group of persons worse off. They are targeted at improving the quality of health care by making it affordable, making it accessible, and a certain level of equality for all the population, Mr. Speaker. It is not our intention to leave anybody out. It's not our intention to put anybody worse off, Mr. Speaker. Our universal health care program is a process that started a long time ago, but was not continued by the United Workers' Party because there was a fallacy of, what do you call it, health insurance, Mr. Speaker. Up to today, all this talk about health insurance, and the Minister of Health can tell me if I'm not saying what's right. We have not seen one document on health insurance. All the talk, and when the report, thank you, when the reporter talk about white people, they insulted her. And you talk about the press and freedom. When a reporter asked about the white paper on health insurance, they insulted her. And another of them said, I speak to no ex-convict. Remember that? But Mr. History. And that's a problem. And I know as I'm speaking, somebody's listening and saying that Philip J.P. knows a history. Because I always tell them, anything they come out with, I can respond. But just don't worry. I just don't worry. Because they have so many skeletons in the cupboard that they should never even open that cupboard. When we spoke, when we asked for the white paper on health insurance, the reporter was insulted. So all the thing about insurance for health, and one of them, the one that's sitting down there, everybody will have a card. And when you take the card, you'll get this about service. Bluff. Lies. There's not been one document on health insurance, not one. All the time what you there, you just fiddling and lying and bluffing and taking $300 million and spend on St. Jude Hospital and come and complain about this and that. A hospital which your own study told you there was no need not to continue it. There was no need not to continue that. The hospital could be converted into a premier institution. You neglected that and you built a box. You spent over $180 million in the box, Mr. Speaker, and you left it without a roof. And when elections coming near, you take pictures of cladding, but again, God is a good God. As soon as the cladding gone, rainfall and everywhere leaking. Mr. Speaker, big picture, hospital in 6 months. These guys. Big picture, hospital in 6 months, state of the art demonstration. We want our state of the art hospital, it have no roof. We want our state of the art hospital, it have no partitions. We want the state of the art hospital, water coming in, the windows are good. We want a state of the art hospital, they don't have one conduit, they don't have one partition, 6 months. You think you can do people that? But Mr. Speaker, the people are more sensible. So when they attack us on Facebook and write their lies and their propaganda, the people see it different. And Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I have never been so happy about St. Jude's in my lifetime. Never. Never. And so, Mr. Speaker, the health and security levy will be used for the maintenance of St. Jude. Not only St. Jude, the OKU also, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Health, the state of the OKU hospital before July 26. And they begin to pretend as if these things just started now, Mr. Speaker. The state of OKU hospital before July 26, Mr. Speaker. The state of the hospital and the improvements that you have to make to that hospital and the improvements that we are making, that's what the health and security levy is going to be used for. That's what it's going to be used for. And I want to announce, Mr. Speaker, that the NIC has increased their subvention to the OKU hospital, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we had to pay a bill of $11 million to an entity from abroad, Mr. Speaker, all because we wanted to maintain the good name of the Lucia government. $11 million, and it's St. Lucian people who caused the transfer from Victoria Hospital to the OK Hospital. But he had to pay a loan of $11 million, which we are paying now. And you have the guts to come and speak about management of the economy, management of the country. Mr. Speaker, we have to move the health center in Castries. We have to move it to a new polyclinic at Victoria Hospital, a new polyclinic. So we're going to use part of the respiratory hospital that we used for COVID, Mr. Speaker, to put a new clinic for the people of Castries and the environment, Mr. Speaker. That's what the health and security levy is going to be used for. That's what it's going to be used for. It's going to be used to help in the transfer to the OKU, the Victoria Hospital, from the clinics. That's what it's going to be used for, Mr. Speaker. That's what it's going to be used for, to help in these endeavors. That's what it's going to use the health and security levy for, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, where was health on 26th of July? You pretend as if you were not there at all. Mea culpa, I wasn't there. No. I wasn't there. Where were you? Who was in government from 2016 to 2021? Who was in government? I talk about COVID, Mr. Speaker. Of course, COVID attacked the whole world. We supported you in COVID. We supported you. But when you go into government, what did we find? We find that you were arresting people for mass. You're running behind people in river, running behind them in all kind of places with masks, running behind them, cause policemen to do all kind of things, arresting people, pulling rasta locks, all kind of things for mass. You know what we did, Mr. Speaker? We said that wasn't right. So we said that when mass is mandatory, when mass, and why is they doing that? You know, he was in effect with that mass. He, not you. That's the hypocrisy. There was a party. It's a kind of history, Mr. Speaker, will show in the constituency of Ansere Canaries, when they wanted to win that seat so badly, he went in effect without mass. Forget that. You know, and that's why they are like me, you know, because they can't define my truth. So, Mr. Speaker, so we found ourselves not in that situation. And COVID, we had to deal with the Delta variant. We had to deal with that, the Delta variant, Mr. Speaker. And they were spreading all kind of rumors that they'll find people in boxes by the hospital, dead boxes, all kind of rumors. That's what they were spreading. That's what they were wishing for St. Lucia. The same way they were wishing for St. Lucia, that St. Lucia has an increase in murders every weekend. That's what they wish for St. Lucia. That's what they wish for St. Lucia. Gloom and doom because they're not in government. They're predicting all kind of falsities. They're not predicting the good things that happen in St. Lucia. They're not predicting the hotels that are being built. They're not predicting that how the strides are being made in small business. They're not predicting the growth in the youth economy that is becoming a model organization for the rest of the region. They're not predicting that. They're not predicting the achievements of Julian Alfred. They're not predicting the achievements of our sports people. You're not predicting that. You're not predicting the hard work of our nurses and our doctors and most of our teachers. You're not predicting that. All what they're predicting is doom and gloom for St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Doom and gloom, lies, propaganda, innuendo. When you speak about alternative means of people feeding themselves, because for food security, so people can feed themselves because of the problems of food security, they probably show you, cassava, bananas, banana oil. Because you speak about food security for the people of the country, they will not support. When you speak about alternative energy, which we are doing now in this bill, they will not support at all, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, That is what the health and security levy will be used for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very soon, by early next year, we are going to begin construction of the House of Justice. You know why? Because for justice, there must be a holistic approach to justice. So you can't afford to be operating from the courthouses. And Mr. Speaker, at the OECS meeting, I asked somebody you knew, why do you need courthouses now in times of Zoom and in times of trial by Zoom? And what the person said to me was significant. They said to me, in jury trials, you have to face your accuser. You have to eyeball your accuser. You have to eyeball him. And that is why courthouses are necessary. I didn't know that. Minister Girardo said he can testify to it. I didn't know that. I said, why are we building courthouses? And that's what I was told, that in jury trials must be face to face with your accuser, Mr. Speaker. So we are building the House of Justice next door. And Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that when we turn the sword for the House of Justice, St. Lucia will have its ascension and be able to sign the dotted line for us to be a member of the Caribbean Court of Justice. The CCJ, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, the bill, Mr. Speaker, the bill that we have, Mr. Speaker, it speaks about the imposition, payment, and collection of the levy in clauses 3, 4, and 5. In part 2 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, speaks about the imposition, payment, and collection of the levy on services. In part 3 of the bill, provision is made for the evasion of payment of collection of the levy under clause 14 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and the bill has 3 schedules. The schedules that I spoke to earlier on, the schedule of goods that are the schedule of goods under the following custom tariff for which no levy is charged, and goods under which the levy is on the services under which the levy is charged, Mr. Speaker. So on the first schedule, Mr. Speaker, it shows the goods on which the levies will be charged, and services, the schedule 2, the services, the goods on which the levy will be charged. That is the sum total of the bill, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we are also causing people to take some responsibility for their own action, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are increasing the sin taxes. We are increasing the sin taxes, Mr. Speaker. So we know about non-communicable diseases, Mr. Speaker, and the danger of smoking. So the sin taxes, Mr. Speaker, we are increasing the tax on tobacco, the excise tax on tobacco products. So we're encouraging people not to smoke or to smoke less, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, something that we wanted to do, but we haven't done it, and some of the health people are saying that we should increase the taxes on sugary drinks, etc., Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but we gave long and hard contemplation on that move, Mr. Speaker. But the conscience of the Labour Party came into force, the conscience, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand, Mr. Speaker, what it means to a single mother with 4 or 5 children to send to school, Mr. Speaker, and what she has to give these children to put in their lunch kit. And unless the situation, why should we improve the situation by removing VAT on sanitary, on napkins, etc., Mr. Speaker? When time comes, as we evolve, as the employment situation improves, we are going to make the move of putting taxes on sugary drinks, Mr. Speaker. But as we speak now, we are asking the public to exercise restraint to exercise a level of self-discipline, Mr. Speaker, to have your priorities right, Mr. Speaker, to exercise. You don't need to go to a gym to exercise. The exercise is your 2 feet. You can walk. Exercise, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, talking about exercise, again, the malignment of the United Workers' Party. The malignment. And the way they just, well, Mr. Speaker, well, this is a personal example, Mr. Speaker, when I decided that I would change my eating habits and I decided to look slim and trim. You know, Mr. Speaker? And my suit size went down from 44 to 40 regular. That's what I wear now, 40 regular. 40 regular, yeah? Yeah? When I started Mr. Speaker, you know what they said? Pierre sick, he's sick. On Facebook, I sick, Mr. Speaker. You know? That's what they said, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying, and I'm asking everyone to watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to cause the incidence of NCDs to fall. And that takes self-discipline, and that takes making your priorities right, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking people to do that, Mr. Speaker. Don't worry if these frustrated people tell you mustn't eat bananas, tell you mustn't eat cassava, tell you mustn't do that because you'll make Pierre look good. That's what, Mr. Speaker. Continue, Mr. Speaker. Continue. Let us ask our people to continue, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the men and women in the Labour Party, the men and women in the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, because they have withstood these attacks. Even the youngest member, the member for Grosley, Mr. Speaker, was attacked. The youngest minister, the member for Grosley, Mr. Speaker, was attacked vehemently, but he was attacked too. Remember? The member for Miku North was attacked too. When they playing that they in favor of things, he was attacked. I never forget what they wrote on Facebook when the member had his accident. You know, Mr. Speaker, these guys forget these things, you know. But these things are indelible because they put it on Facebook. That's where they put it. They write it on paper in the quest to generate hatred and envy. What they said about him. But look at him now. Look at him now. He won Miku North. A seat that the great Sir John Compton never lost. And you know, if I was him, I'd be sure of myself. You know, if I ever lose Labrie, I leave politics. If I'm leader of a party and I lose Labrie, I resign immediately. You don't tell me that you lose Miku North. You are this big political leader, this big Mahmoud, this big manager of the economy, and you lose Miku North. Never lost for institution. When Miku North was with Denry, the United Workers' Party won it. You bring shame and disgrace. I can imagine Mr. John is in his grave now. Say, look at what they did with my seats. But I'm sure Sir John is resting comfortably because the member for Miku North will continue his legacy in Miku North, Mr. Speaker. And that is what they must watch. You lose Miku North, and then you have the audacity to go on television and say, the slimmest majority, 15-2, the slimmest. 15-2, the slimmest majority. You want to believe that? You have that to play? You have that clip to play? You have it? I have it here, you know, but I don't think you have any more to pay. Same for you? I come in just now. Oh, you want to hear that? I don't even know anything. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why, Mr. Speaker, that is why the people of St. Lucia put them where they are, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he wants to know how the health and security levy is, but I think you went out So I'll say it again. I did already. It is charged at the customs. So the same way you have import duty, custom service charge, you have a health levy. That's all.
And then VAT.
And VAT comes at the end, yes.
So it's not straight on CIF.
No, it's on CIF, the VAT comes after.
It's CIF, service charge, levy, and then multiply by VAT.
Yes.
Not multiply.
Not multiply and then add, apply. Yeah, apply VAT. No, it's not. It is in a calculation. That was the way to do it, to limit the administrative burdens on it. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, that is the... But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, whilst we are doing that, Mr. Speaker, we have given all the relief that we said we would give, Mr. Speaker. And let me say, for the last time, Mr. Speaker, put it on the record, there is no health and security level on food, on medicines, on medical supplies, or medical equipment. There is no health and security level on every good and service that was zero rated before. There is no health and security level in it. And there is no health and security level on any goods that were exempted from VAT before. Further, we have added more goods to that exempt list. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, I want to thank the members, the men and women on this, in the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, for the way they have withstood the lies, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not nice when you stay at your, like, when I get up in the morning, and I get a call, I say to Monday, what did they say about me last night? That's what I say, what did they say about me? Because, I know that they're constructing something. What did they say about me? What did they say about me tonight? What did they say about Alva? What did they say about Hilaire? What did they say about Kenson? What is it today? Because I know it's a lie. I know it's a lie. You understand? So, Mr. Speaker, you mean to tell me that every day you can get up in the morning, or every day you can go and construct a lie on somebody else? That's what your job is? Every day. They promised evidence. We'll show you how Philip JP have a house in Capital State. We'll bring evidence. We'll show you this, we'll show you that. We'll bring evidence. I'll bring evidence. I'll bring the evidence. Only I'll bring evidence, Mr. Speaker. You know what the evidence is, Mr. Speaker? The removal of VAT on building materials. That's what the evidence is. That's what the evidence is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I ask honourable members to support this bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Health and Citizen Security Levy Bill be read a second time. The member for Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I did earlier, I intend to support with utmost brevity. Reason for that, Mr. Speaker, I've had a technician on standby from morning, and I believe I need to let him go. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon. You know, I have become so unaccustomed over the last 5 years. I never heard the term Deputy Speaker. It was a term foreign to this chamber, and now a lot of readjustments need to be made because the Labour Party has cured the defect that persisted for the 5 years of the United Workers' Party. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, politicians for too long, too very long, or rather some politicians believe they can fool all the people all the time. But this is not so. This is not so. I remember, Mr. Deputy, that sometime before the election of 2016, the then leader of the opposition, who yearned for occupancy of the prime ministerial chair, led a set of persons who probably did not know better and whose ability to do research did not permit them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, to research for themselves the assertion that there was a $6.50 levy on every gallon of gas that was being sold at the pumps. And so, Mr. Deputy, persons marched with the leader of the opposition in belief that there was indeed that $6.50 on every gallon of gas. That turned out to be wrong. That turned out to be an untruth, Mr. Speaker. And so, those are the kinds of politicians who believe that they can fool people and live on misinformation all the time. But, Mr. Speaker, not now. We live in an era where people seek to find out the truth. People have a greater zeal. They have a greater zeal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the accumulation of knowledge. And it really pleases me when I walk through the little alleys, in the cabarets, in the stores, in the shops, whatever you want to call them, that there are levels of discourse that emanate from persons who we believe are unintelligent and uneducated. And the level of discourse that they have, Mr. Speaker, would fall to the surprise of most of you, because they are in the know. They are politically savvy and they know everything of what is going on. Mr. Speaker, the last budget that was passed, the estimates, what the leader of the opposition did is that he extracted the 2.5% and he clamored. He made a big brouhaha, and we listened to the missive and the contents thereof articulated by the Prime Minister of loads and loads of lies, a barrage of lies, a barrage of untruths and misinformation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is what he did. He was quite selective in deciding which aspect of such a good budget can cause public rancor, can cause disturbance, and can cause political instability in the country. And so he ran with it. He chose the 2.5% levy, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country are not stupid. They looked at the budget holistically. They did not, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the opposition tactfully did, they did not extract what he considered to be disadvantageous and left those tremendous benefits behind, Mr. Speaker. What did they do? They listened. They listened. And they all felt a sense of participation. They all felt, Mr. Speaker, that the budget contained a benefit that redound either to themselves, to their friends, or to family members, Mr. Speaker. And so they can no longer be fooled, Mr. Speaker, at least not by the leader of the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I was rather surprised, I must say, when I listened to the ordinary man and woman articulate what they felt of the budget. They did not only, questions were put to them, Mr. Deputy, in relation to this very 2.5% levy that we now are debating. But they did not remember only the 2.5%, Mr. Speaker. They remembered the $600 increase to all teachers, bringing up the allowance to $1,800, $1,400, Mr. Speaker. They remembered the $2.50 rebate on gas for all fishermen, Mr. Speaker. They remembered the one-off payment of $600 to pensioners, Mr. Speaker. They remembered the removal of VAT on building materials, Mr. Speaker. So they remembered quite a few benefits, the health care, Mr. Speaker. And they said, look, gouvernement Kabanu Oshai, gouvernement Sala Kabanu Oshai, meyo still nipu kuwi gouvernement. They understood, Mr. Speaker. They understood the philosophy of running a government. You cannot run a government and discharge your social responsibilities if you don't have the revenue streams to do so. And so, Mr. Speaker, HTS took to the streets. HTS took to the streets, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? They questioned people on a haphazard basis. It was not a situation where there was a congregation of supporters of either political party where you either get yay or nay. They walked the streets. They interviewed average men and women, average citizens in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure it will not surprise you that this government, the government led by the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, got 100% endorsement, even with the 2.5% levy, because you know what? They knew what the intention of the government was, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want us, and I wonder why the world and the people in the diaspora, to listen to what our average citizen of this country had to say without any kind of invocation, without any prior knowledge that they would be asked questions on the 2.5%. And if this is not endorsement, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Let's take
Hello, I am Solange Alfred. Welcome to the HTS e-poll. It's your opportunity to weigh in on the most pressing issues of the day. St. Lucia's Parliament passed the 2023-2024 appropriation bill, providing legal authority for the measures in the budget aimed at spurring economic activity and sustaining the 18.1% growth in the provisions outlined in the 2023-2024 budget. Among the popular measures are the removal of VAT on building materials, the provision of free medication for diabetics and hypertensive patients, and the elderly, those over the age of 80, providing the medications are available at the public health care facilities. However, the imposition of the 2.5% health and security levy on yet to be disclosed goods and services, food exempted, has created some anxiety. This levy is to fund two of the priority areas for this fiscal year, health and security. So we ask, do you support the imposition of the health and security levy? We took to the streets to get your opinion, and here's what you had to say.
Why should I not support something that is good? As a matter of fact, I have been wondering, even before the budget, how Prime Minister Pierre has been able to steer the ship the way he has without borrowing, as has been the habit under the previous administration. So the 2.5% is one of the, I think, useful techniques or strategies, if you want, to raise revenue. And if that revenue being raised is going specifically towards health and to deal with security matters, I think that is a beautiful objective, and I support it 100%.
With what the present Prime Minister has done for the fishermen, etc., I think it's collaboratively a promising idea. I only support it, quite honestly, if the intended income is to the best interest of the people and it's almost corruption free, because we are pregnant with corruption.
Yes, I support anything that the government can do to respond, to take care of the country. I think I will support it. And in terms of the universal health care, I am 100% supportive of it, because too many of our older folks cannot take care of themselves when it comes to their health. Some of them are not able to, so I always wonder what happens. That is why some of them die and they cannot take care of themselves.
I am quite impressed that the 18.1% GDP that the government is looking at, this is a bold initiative for 2023 to 2024. However, the government at the end of the day has removed VAT of cement, steel, galvanized steel and building materials. And of course, yes, with the 2.5% levy that they're implementing, I think it's a bold initiative. It's wonderful. I applaud that by the government.
Toutes ces côtés, excepté cher, ça c'est un bon move. Et puis, un petit les matériaux pour galvaniser, ciment, steel, c'est bien ça. Tout ça c'est bon bagage. So ça carré de pour qu'on malheureux font qu'il plus vite. Mais l'argent de qu'il payer pour matériaux pas payer autant. So ça c'est bon move qu'on faire. Et c'est bon ça, c'est qualité move qu'on le gouvernement fait pour si pas ça il taper un problème. Parce que les Parisiens en pays. Ça c'est un plus mais le gouvernement qui jamais fait en la vie depuis longtemps. Ça moi capable supporter parce que c'est plus mais là.
Well, I do support it. I believe that it's necessary for the government to generate funds to carry out the operations going on, with the costs they're incurring from more operations from the police, and the fact that they're trying to make universal health care available to us. That's the reason for them implementing the 2.5%. So I feel like that's good. People 80 years and older won't pay for their medication, so it has its benefits to it. Sometimes you need to be a little more optimistic and try to see the bright side in things.
Yeah, man, you see, a country can't run without tax. Whenever you want your country to go forward, you have to pay tax. You see, what probably that would be disappointed is that if when the tax is collected, it's not being put in good use. But whenever it's something good, the tax is good. I support it, man. You see, what happens is that sometimes when government give with one hand, they collect with the other. Look, they already moved the tax on cement, wood, lumber, galvanized, wood, building materials. So they have to pick it up somewhere, because if nothing is being collected, government can't give anything.
Yes, I do support it. Because number one, we need the police. The kind of things that are happening nowadays, we need the police protection. Now the police have to come from overseas, even our own local police, boarding, lodging, everything. Money has to pass. I support that 100%. I support the universal health care. It is a good step in the right direction. I support it. It's a good thing. But on the other hand, St. Lucians have to watch themselves. You all St. Lucians, you'll have to pick up healthy living, healthy lifestyle.
Yes, I support it, because we need proper health care, and the police we need our crime. Everybody knows crime is a problem, right? But I hope that 2.5% they use it for the intended purpose. Because look at, for so long we've been paying a levy on fuel, and look at how bad the road is. So I hope that 2.5% they use it for the intended purpose. Thank you.
I do support it, because the government has to raise revenue somehow. Understand? But it's a good idea. It's a good initiative, because healthcare is not cheap, and we all St. Lucians know that. But we're trying to make it a political football. But I believe that the 2.5% would help the government a lot. What is really troubling the opposition is that the 12.5 that the Prime Minister removed on various construction items, and that really shook Alan Chasney. But otherwise, the 2.5%, I agree with it.
Thanks for those responses. Now to our new discussion. The leader of the opposition, Alan Chasney, has been suspended from Parliament over his refusal to apologize and withdraw allegations of corruption surrounding the sale of the Benen's land made during his contribution last Friday to the debates on the 2023 2024 Appropriation Bill. During the hearing in Parliament on Tuesday, Housing Minister Richard Frederick said the land was sold to a private interest following several attempts to get SLASPA to buy it. The opposition leader argued that the land was sold at a massive discount. The Speaker of the House, Claudius Francis, said the opposition leader had
the posture opposition of leader of the opposition. It's just an inquiry I wanted to make. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to two pieces of hypocrisy by the leader of the opposition in conclusion. The Prime Minister earlier alluded to the first health levy that would have been passed when your humble servant and the member for Castries North were part of the government. We were there, and it is because we saw it necessary then. We saw it necessary then to have had such a levy that in August or September 2011 we sat here and passed the statutory instrument. The unfortunate thing is, or the fortunate thing rather, that redound to the benefit of St. Lucians, is that the United Workers' Party was sent into political exile, albeit temporarily. Well, it's self-imposed, yes. And so it did not see the light of day. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition can shelter under the premise that he was not Prime Minister then. But I will tell you what he did, and you can juxtapose it to what we are doing now when he was Prime Minister. When the leader of the opposition was Prime Minister, on June 2nd, 2020, June 2nd, 2020, it may just have been June 3rd, because my instructions are, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, that's something I need to ask. Let us be hypothetical, Mr. Speaker, today being the 11th of July. If the sitting of this House were to proceed beyond midnight, what date would a statutory instrument have on there if it is passed after midnight? Would it be the 11th, Mr. Speaker, or the 12th? The 12th. Because, Mr. Speaker, this statutory instrument was passed at 1 o'clock in the morning. And it was passed when most persons who probably have an interest in the proceedings of this chamber would have fallen asleep. They had fallen asleep when he moved to pass the public health offensive and hazardous trade regulations, which called for licenses, Mr. Speaker, in various trades. And guess what? Even created criminal offenses within the confines of the statutory instrument. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me just read a couple sections to you very quickly. Essentially, it says you need a license for some of the following. Chicken farming. If you are farming chicken, you need a license. If you are slaughtering animals, you needed a license. If you are making black pudding, sous café boudele set lisien, ou te bouison licence. Sous café bloc, ou te bouison licence. Sous ka coupe chivé, ou te bouison licence. Sous ka process poisson, ou te bouison licence. Sous ka fait ayek fiberglass, ou te bouison licence. And Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. Foam, ou te bouison licence. Quarry, ou bouison licence. Mécanique, ubwizolisus, joinery, ubwizolisus, Tuavaizanimo, ubwizolisus, Shebo, ubwizolisus, welding, ubwizolisus. You know, Mr. Speaker, it is really, but in my view, it is egregious, Mr. Speaker, taking cognizance of the various trades that our people ply for a Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to impose those kinds of regulations on the citizens of this country, mandating them to have licenses for what we know to have been trades that were in existence from time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, well, I guess the dangers of fiberglass, there are dangers in making black pudding as well. And there are dangers in spraying a vehicle. And there are dangers in making foam. And there are dangers in charcoal. And and the list goes on and on. In animal farming, there are dangers in charcoal making, welding. You know, Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is, and guess what? We all know, Mr. Speaker, given the smallness of our country, we all know that a lot of hairdressers, barbers, mechanics, they prepare a little place within the same place they operate to sleep if needs be. Most of them, not all, but a lot of them sleep where they operate. You know what they did, Mr. Speaker? Under Section 2, let me read it to you, Mr. Speaker, and you'll understand that these guys had no conscience. They had no conscience. Section 16, use of premises for sleeping purposes. A person other than a caretaker shall not sleep in any part of the premises used in connection with his trade. Can you believe that? They made criminals out of ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe this? And guess what the penalty is? $5,000 or 6 months in jail. $5,000 or 6 months in jail if you are a mechanic and you sleep in your garage. If you are a hairdresser and you sleep in your salon. If you are a barber and you sleep in your barber shop. You know, $5,000, Mr. Speaker, or 6 months in jail, making criminals out of the ordinary citizens. And today, Mr. Speaker, you all come with such hypocrisy. You all come with that kind of thing, as the Prime Minister said, bastions of morality. You all know it all. And this is a society, Mr. Speaker, where to save rent, most people have their little salon in the front and the bedroom in the back. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that I have 2 children in the US. I have 3, but 2 of my children's mother, Luenda, was a hairdresser. We lived in the same house that she had a salon. It was one set of premises. The leader of the opposition made a criminal offense out of that. And today, you all stand here. You all stand here as though you all have people's interests at heart. Mr. Speaker, I won't say anything much because the people of this country who were interviewed haphazardly have indicated to the leader of the opposition that you can fool some people sometime, but you cannot fool the people all the time. And to make criminals out of ordinary good citizens who all they try to do is to live and earn an honest living, if not egregious, if that could only be done by someone who lacks a conscience. And when that person tells you that colonialism had a conscience, you then know who you're dealing with. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say, like all the St. Lucians who were interviewed earlier, I support wholeheartedly the imposition of the 2.5% levy to ensure that our security and our health facilities are in order. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for the bill as presented by the Prime Minister and member for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, you'd recall I stood in this House during the debate, first on the estimates, and then on the budget statement presented by the Prime Minister, where I appeal for government to give dedicated focus for the state of healthcare in St. Lucia. It was probably even before the estimates, Mr. Speaker. I had expressed my experience as a parliamentarian, where on numerous occasions I had to see persons who came to me looking for assistance. And I said to my colleagues in here that collectively we had to come together to ensure that this country develops the capability to provide a certain minimum standard of health care to our people. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his budget statement, announced that we would be implementing a health and security levy for us to be able to raise some, not all, some of the resources needed for us to be able to meet the cost of health care, and added to it security. Yes, and the member from Suzel, I must say, stood up and commended me, and even privately said to me that he thought, and he also expressed his similar sentiments, that we really need in this country to give more attention to providing health care, and in that our conversation did not extend to security, but certainly health care. And all of us in here would tell tales of constituents coming to you looking for help with their health care. And Mr. Speaker, we've always said, whereas as political parties, we may have differences in how we approach solving some of the problems, but there are some common problems. We all agree that we must find a way to solve it. You would recall, Mr. Speaker, in another life under the leadership of Dr. Kenny Anthony, he attempted to come up with a solution to the healthcare issue. And I think he had formed a committee chaired by the member from Castries North, it was, to be served on the committee to advise Parliament as to how collectively both sides, and in fact, it probably said a lot about the member from Castries North, because then he was in opposition, but he had agreed as a former Minister of Health to chair that committee to help, even though he was not in government. Even though he was not in government, of course he was not allowed to do so by his political party. But he was prepared as a member of the opposition to chair a committee for us to solve this problem that we are trying to solve now. How do we deal with healthcare? Now, this is not a problem unique to St. Lucia. You will, those of us who follow news would hear of Medicare in the UK, would hear of the NHS in the UK, Medicare in the US, NHS in the UK. That constant battle by those more developed countries trying to have the appropriate mechanism for their people to get affordable and accessible health care. So you can imagine the challenges that we face in St. Lucia to make sure we have the resources. This bill goes a long way in assisting the government in raising the resources necessary for our people to get the necessary health care that they need. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it also speaks of security. We all know the realities in this country. We all know that the police and other law enforcement agencies need more support. They cannot continue to have to wait on cash flow in the treasury, to find out on the stresses on the budget, to get some of the resources that they need. This is an attempt to provide a more dedicated mechanism for raising revenue to deal with the issue of security. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member from Castries East give a list of all the instances of support that has been given to the police. And I contrapose that with a statement made by the leader of the opposition about the state of crime in the country. In less than 2 years that this government has been in government, I wondered where was the leader of the opposition for 5 years as Prime Minister. Because in his statement, he's calling on the government to provide resources to the police. And I'm saying, and having listened to the member from Castries East, of all the support that has been given to the police in the last 2 years, and compare that with what was done for 5 years before, and I wondered, in which reality does he exist in? He speaks of the need for us to come together collectively to fight the challenges that we face in crime. And you heard, and we all agree to that in here, but you heard the member from Castries East speak of a targeted, concerted campaign in the police force, Mr. Speaker, against persons some believe, for whatever reason, are not suited to be in the leadership. Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries East, Prime Minister, has clearly indicated the principal approach of this government. If there is anyone at any level, anybody have any complaints about, put it on the table and let's investigate it. And he's made that very clear. You cannot ask me to investigate, to examine, to review, if you don't give me the details, the information. But the effect of what's been done is an undermining of the morale, undermining of the confidence of the institution, the St. Lucia Police Force. The same people that say we must work together as one, we must do so collectively to fight crime. So one thing is said on one hand, but on the other hand, you see an action that is diametrically opposite to what they're saying, Mr. Speaker. I want to come back to the issue of health, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member from Beaufort North, the Minister of Health, will speak of all the activities and actions that he has taken in his ministry, well, he has led in his ministry, to strengthen the healthcare sector. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, for 5 years, 2016 to 2021, we probably had the worst Minister of Health in St. Lucia. The worst Minister of Health. Or they probably didn't even have one, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it was a real shame what happened to our health sector, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Beaufort North has had to come in and provide the leadership necessary to get that sector going again, Mr. Speaker. And he will tell you of all what they have done. And even of late, Mr. Speaker, to make available free ultrasound and lab tests for pregnant women in St. Lucia. And we must not underestimate the importance of this. Not underestimate the importance. There are children being born in this country, and the mothers would have never done an ultrasound before birth, would not have done basic tests before birth. And how is it that we will find out whether there are pending problems, whether there be challenges? And the member will also tell you that he started the 80+ plan, and he knows I'm one of those who keep saying to him, bring down the age. Bring it down. 80 is a little too high, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, come closer to my age, Mr. Speaker. But he has said, in a sense, it's almost a pilot. They will implement it. They will learn lessons. And as they gather more resources from this levy, we can then bring down the age group, bring it down gradually. And all of these things are steps towards providing universal health care. And I didn't know that, but I learned from the member when he made the point that no country has implemented universal health care en masse. In one instance, it has been graduated, Mr. Speaker, incremental additions, Mr. Speaker, until you offer that package that's reflective of your capability, the resources you have, and of course the needs of your people. So I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, that this move by this government is designed to make sure we meet the needs of our health system. And it is based on a plan that the ministry has under the leadership of the honorable member. But Mr. Speaker, we must put this levy in a broader context. In a broader context. So much has been said about it. And that's why we're going to go into the raw politics. The raw politics, and the member from Castries East said a lot about it, so I don't want to go through everything that he said. But the people of St. Lucia have been given the impression that this is designed to impose hardship on them. Hardship on them. Now, the member from Castries East keeps saying it, and all my colleagues would agree. When you're in political battle, you try to hold the government to account. You try to, and we always say that when we were in opposition, we will ask the hard questions. We'll expose shortcomings where they have to be exposed. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the creation in this country of a kind of accentuation of misinformation, a kind of deliberate distortion of things that are happening in this country. So a letter will be written by the leader of the opposition with blatant mistruths, untruths in it, with blatant misrepresentations in it. Deliberate. I mean, when somebody can state openly that he calls on this government because we have a very slim majority in the House, a slim majority, 15-2.
The slimmest of margins.
The slimmest of margins. Think about that. I wonder how the member from Choiseul feels when he hears his leader saying those things. The slimmest of majorities, that we don't have the mandate that we think we have. And he's warning us. And you know, the member from Castries said to him, do not underestimate the capabilities of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So he's going out there spreading all kinds of misinformation and distortions, and that Renault has pulled out from the St. Jude site and work has stopped, and we sold the pots in St. Lucia, we gave it away to GPH, and just saying things. Is this really imposing hardship on the people of St. Lucia? And the member from Choiseul asked an important question when the member from Castries East was presented. He said, how is it going to be applied? Because it's an important question. It's an important question. Because you don't want to apply a levy that will create challenges in implementation and maybe cause unintended consequences in terms of rising costs beyond what you would have projected or anticipated. You must get it right. But put it in context. This government, whilst applying a 2.5 levy on selected goods and services, selected, is on a basket of goods and services, is the same government that is removing 12.5% on construction items. Same government. So you've been asked to pay 2.5% to help you get free health care. Say that I'm asking you to pay 2.5% on some goods so that you can get free health care on certain services to help the police to better the security situation in the country. And you are told don't support that because it's going to be a hardship for you. But that same government is giving you 12.5% off on construction materials. And they are condemning doing so. Now tell me, where's the soul of that opposition? Where is the soul? I mean, removing 12.5% on construction material in St. Lucia in this present time is a godsend. It's a godsend. We in the rainy season, I ask any parliamentary rep in here to deny that they are seeing constituents who come to tell them about how their roofs are leaking, that they need plywood because the plywood is rotten and they need it changed, that the flooring is sinking. Exactly. They have to put buckets at different strategic points. Right now in St. Lucia, in fact, we even had a discussion among ourselves, some of us parliamentarians, whether we should not move into cement boards as against plywood, because it might be even more durable. For poor people. That's poor people we're talking about. These are not people with houses, 5 bedrooms, 6 bedrooms, and they even have their country house down Roselle or Soufriere or wherever. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about those people. No, there are people like that, and they line by the river, they have their limes and things, Mr. Speaker. Sorry? They don't invite us. No, they don't invite us. But Mr. Speaker, although I heard the speaker goes on there every now and then. Yeah. But Mr. Speaker, poor people in Monkey Tongue, in the old cemetery, in Fua Show, Mr. Speaker, in Chinatown, people that need that assistance, giving it to them at 12.5% cheaper, cannot be something to be condemned. And then these poor people, these disadvantaged people, these vulnerable people are ridiculed. They are told they are giving you help to get cheaper materials, but is soup, what soup? Plywood soup they want you to drink with it. Think about that. Think about the state of mind that goes about spreading that political propaganda. They're not going to ask difficult questions by what the member from Sozel asked, which is how are you going to apply it? That we support it because we believe people will benefit from it, but tell us how you're going to apply it. Make sure you do it right. Make sure you collect it right. Even say, have a lockbox, whatever you want, but a constructive engagement on it. Instead, it will be said to poor people, that is for rich people they're doing it. Imagine, plywood. It's for rich people they're doing it. Think about that. So poor people will better be able to change their flooring, change their plywood on the side of the house, change the galvanized, but it's for rich people they're doing it. But if you should get, it's go and make plywood soup with it. What kind of derogatory, exchange and engagement is that? But that's what they are trying to tell the poor people. Don't accept the benefit. Don't accept it. Condemn it. That can never be a party with a soul, a party with an appreciation for the plight of struggling people. So I am happy it is getting done, because when I get my allocation for housing repair, I want to know I can stretch it, because it will be a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper. And I hope the member from Roselle, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, but the head is, again, let's keep it in context. Let's keep it in context. So whilst you're going to have the 2.5% levy, you're getting the benefits with the removal of VAT on construction material. But there are businesses and middle class that are also benefiting. The Prime Minister announced for the outstanding tax liabilities that are owed, that all the penalties and the interest will be removed. Just pay what you owe in the first place. Do not underestimate the value of that to businesses and to middle class individuals. So you've been asked to pay the 2.5% levy, but just like the poor people are getting something, the rich people are getting something too. This is not a government that doesn't take care of the sectors, all sectors of this country. All sectors are benefiting. All sectors are benefiting. Because we believe fundamentally that we need to create economic activity in this country. We need to generate more activity. We need to earn more so we can develop this country further. No country can develop if you do not earn. You cannot. You must earn. You cannot spend on the social programs if you do not earn it somewhere, because nobody is giving out grants and handouts anymore. You must earn it. And we're going to earn it. And which is why we take care of all the sectors. Because all those outstanding taxes are not poor people that owe it, you know. Think about it. Not poor people that owe it. Not poor people that owe those taxes. So when they want to criticize what poor people get, watch what the better off are getting. Watch what they're getting. But the Prime Minister explained earlier this morning, removing those tax liabilities on your books is important for those businesses and their viability and their balance sheet. Removing those, because some of them have those as liabilities, and that's better for them. So it's not just poor people that's benefiting. The businesses are benefiting. Middle class are benefiting. Everybody is enjoying the benefit, Mr. Speaker, of the economic policies of this country. So when we say to contribute 2.5% on selected goods and services, we're saying there's going to be a universal benefit. Better healthcare in this country. Better security services in this country. But all of us must contribute to it. And even in doing so, government is giving you relief in other areas. And some still want to portray this as a policy that is designed to hurt people. And I will not go into some of the other benefits that this government has given, from the SMME, from the youth economy, from this community tourism project, from the laptop program, from payment of the facilities fees. There's so many instances I can give you where this government has reached out and supported the poor working people in this country over and over. And it will not stop. At every instance there is fiscal space, this government will support the poor people in this country. And similarly, this government will always make the incentives, the concessions, and the support to the productive sectors to ensure that they can thrive. That is it. That is it. Again, we start off with a very clear understanding. This is not a negative sum game. That if one set get, the others must suffer. It's a positive sum. If we make the pie bigger, there'll be more to share. This is not keeping the pie the same size and fighting for the same shares. Let's make the pie bigger. And these policies, of which this one is part, is making the pie bigger. So everybody can benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in standing and expressing my support for the bill. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to the Ministry of Health getting the resources that they need so they can fix up the Cicero Health Center, they can fix up the Lacroix Health Center, Mr. Speaker. The old people in the constituency, I don't want to call some names and don't call other names, Mr. Speaker, but they can get their free medication. In fact, a man came to see me last week, Wednesday, for his usual support. I told him, look, it's free now, you know. You don't have to come every Wednesday anymore. It's free now. Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to this, and I support this bill. Thank you very much.
The member for Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the bill on the Health and Citizen Security Levy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, and Minister for Justice and National Security delivered his budget policy statement on April 25th, 2023. The theme for this budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker, was health and security, pillars for sustainability. This budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker, reflects the importance that our government places on health and national security as important pillars to improve the lives of the working people, in particular, the poor, vulnerable, and elderly, who do not have health insurance and are also likely to be the victims of crime and criminal activity. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, everything our government does is enshrined in the fundamental philosophy of putting people first, the theme of our manifesto. In our manifesto, Mr. Speaker, health and citizen security are areas we identified and must be given high priority in achieving our objective of putting people first. In our manifesto, Mr. Speaker, we stated clearly our fundamental objectives as it relates to health and citizen security. In the case of health, Mr. Speaker, we indicated that the St. Lucia Labour Party will pursue a health policy that is patient-centered, evidence-based, equitable, accessible, and affordable. These are the things we said, Mr. Speaker. In the manifesto, Mr. Speaker, we identified 11 strategic priorities for the health sector, which we intend to deliver over our first term in office. I wish to mention 3 of these critical strategic priorities which will radically transform the health sector and which will advance our progress towards achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 3, namely good health and well-being. These 3 strategic priorities are as follows, Mr. Speaker. 1, universal health care will be implemented within the first term of the Labour Party government. Mr. Speaker, we have already implemented the first phase of UHC. Mr. Speaker, our government has launched the maternal and child health services on the phase 1 of UHC. I am proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that every pregnant woman will be able to access services of ultrasound and laboratory services at no cost through primary health facilities on the island. This became effective on June 1st this year, Mr. Speaker. Our government is a caring government, Mr. Speaker. You may be aware, Mr. Speaker, that our government launched from July 1st this year the Golden 80+ Health Package. This benefit package for elderly citizens of age 80 and over includes the following, Mr. Speaker. 1, the provision of prescription drugs at community wellness centers at no cost. 2, access to 1 annual hearing test at the community wellness centers offering the services. 3, eye care services at our community wellness centers. 4, access to eye screening and surgery at the Cuban Eye Clinic. Our government will continue to roll out universal health care as we believe, Mr. Speaker, that health is a fundamental right and must be made available to all. We recognize, however, Mr. Speaker, that the provision of healthcare services to all cannot happen overnight, as we need to identify the additional health resources to finance the cost of health services. Healthcare is expensive, Mr. Speaker, and our government intends to make the tough but necessary choices to implement UHC. We will not do like the previous government, Mr. Speaker, in which healthcare regressed under the term in office. They spoke about national health insurance for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, and that is all they did. Talk, words with no action. after they failed 5 to stay alive promise made in their manifesto of 2016. They again tried to fool the St. Lucia public with the same trickery by promising 5 for 5, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucian public saw 5 for 5 as a 6 for a 9. This so-called promise, Mr. Speaker, included medical care for all, Mr. Speaker, through some national health insurance scheme. This fluff and bluff former government, Mr. Speaker, attempted to again fool the people of St. Lucia by stating that they would introduce national health insurance with up to $75,000 in benefits per person per year. They stated further, Mr. Speaker, that health care will be free for the elderly, unemployed, and single mothers. Mr. Speaker, this strategy did not work this time around, as the people of St. Lucia told the former Prime Minister, "Fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." And indeed, the people of St. Lucia spoke loud and clear on the 26th of July, 2021. It appears that the leader of the opposition did not hear them, Mr. Speaker, as he is still up to his same old tricks, telling St. Lucians that by now he would have implemented his national health insurance scheme. This indeed was a scheme, Mr. Speaker, as the honorable member for Beaufort South has stated in very clear and unambiguous terms that there were no documents in the Ministry of Health that showed the plans for national health insurance. We can recall, Mr. Speaker, that the former Prime Minister had indicated early during his term in office that a white paper would be presented on the health sector. When he was questioned by a journalist at the time about the update on the white paper, he ignored her, Mr. Speaker. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the opposition left with his paper on national health insurance, as none of the technocrats in the ministry have those documents. However, Mr. Speaker, he has not stated how he planned to finance national health insurance, apart from stating that the working public will have to contribute to the health insurance. But he did not state how government would finance its contribution and how it intended to meet the additional cost of its so-called scheme. In St. Lucia, the word scheme has a particular meaning, and that meaning is appropriate for what was being contrived by the former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our second strategic priority is to reopen the St. Jude's Hospital within the shortest period of time. We have completed phase 1, Mr. Speaker, of sanitizing the buildings, and we will be moving to start phase 2 of completing the buildings. And I have made it clear in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, that the only way St. Jude's shall not be completed is if the world comes to an end prior to the term of this SLP administration. That's right. And you can take that to the bank, Mr. Speaker. That's right. Mr. Speaker, the plans are advanced. The leader of the opposition, aided and abetted by his apostles, continue to embark on a smear campaign using propaganda, lies, and deceit, designed to discredit the work of our government and to attempt to cover up the mess they created at St. Jude's by spending over $100 million on an unnecessary, incomplete building. Our third strategic priority, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the OKEU will be adequately resourced with proper emergency services. We have, Mr. Speaker, taken control of the OKEU hospital after it was handed over to Health Cayman, Mr. Speaker, another failed experiment of the former government. We now have to ensure that we allocate resources to ensure that OKEU can provide health services to effectively implement universal health care. On the issue of crime, Mr. Speaker, our government understood clearly that there are no quick fix solutions to crime, that addressing crime requires root and branch reform that involves addressing the social structures giving rise to crime. Crime should not be politicized, Mr. Speaker. And we would have thought that the former Prime Minister would have learned his lesson when he uttered the words, Kenny could not, but I will. You would have thought that those words would have haunted the leader of the opposition. But no, Mr. Speaker, he has absolutely no shame in again pretending that he somehow again has the solution to address crime. Mr. Speaker, our government is under no illusion about the systemic problems and challenges that crime presents. And as a result, is taking an approach that will provide for a long-term solution. The issue of crime has to be addressed at many levels, Mr. Speaker, and our government is determined to implement a comprehensive approach to crime. We have, Mr. Speaker, underinvested in citizen security, and we need to provide additional resources to ensure that we can improve the security of our people. Our government has already increased the allocations for our crime fighting strategy through the purchase of vehicles, providing resources for training, and we commenced the renovation of the Viewfort Police Station and the construction of the new Grosile Northern Headquarters. Mr. Speaker, our government is under no illusion that the issue of crime is one which requires sustained effort and can only be effectively addressed over the long term. We are, however, committed, Mr. Speaker, to effectively confront the crime problem head-on and to commit to provide the additional resources required to fight crime. The issue of crime is such a vexing issue that the heads of government in CARICOM held a two-day regional symposium on the 7th and 18th of April this year. The declaration following the symposium rightly recognized violent crime as, and I quote, multifaceted in nature and its pervasive effects requiring a robust regional response that includes a public health response and a societal response including family, church, academia, cultural and sporting personalities, minority political parties, and the wider civil society. Unquote. Crime is a global issue, and to effectively tackle it, we must also address the issue of the illegal importation of guns from the United States to the Caribbean region. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister highlighted the strategic approach as follows, and I quote, "Our strategic approach to reversing the rise and any normalization of violent crime will be focused on strengthening law enforcement and making social interventions." Unquote. The reference for this quote, Mr. Speaker, is on page 29 of the 2023-2024 budget speech. The areas of focus includes strengthening the legislation, improving and upgrading our human resources through training, and engaging the regional security system to assist our local police, hiring new police officers, and improvement of physical facilities and working conditions. Mr. Speaker, our government has recognized that we have traditionally underinvested in both health and citizen security over the years, and there is need to provide additional resources. We also recognize that in so doing, we must ensure that this does not compromise our economic sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that the economy has recovered at a record pace from the contraction caused by the global pandemic and the mismanagement of the economy by the former administration, and it is now clear that we were already in a recession before COVID, Mr. Speaker, as the economy contracted by 0.3% in 2019. While it is recognized that the continued growth of the economy will provide additional resources for all sectors of the economy, including health and citizen security, the magnitude of the challenges facing these sectors requires additional resources, Mr. Speaker. In the case of health, Mr. Speaker, expenditure has averaged around 5% of GDP, and the source of this data, I can provide it, give you the website, to get it at any time you would so desire, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, health expenditure as a percentage of GDP was 6.7%, but this was due to the substantial contraction in GDP. Typically, the median health expenditure as a percentage of GDP is over 9% of GDP. Given our population demographics, Mr. Speaker, in which the elderly will form a larger percentage of the population, given the declining birth rate and increasing life expectancy, there will be a greater demand for health services, as older people tend to demand more health services than younger people. It is clear, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that we need to increase our expenditure on health services to eventually reach at least 8% of GDP over the medium to long term. Mr. Speaker, ever since the Prime Minister announced the Health and Security Levy in his budget statement, the apostles of the United Workers' Party and the leader of the opposition have engaged in a vicious, deceitful, dishonest propaganda crusade in the attempt to vilify the government. Mr. Speaker, the mischief of the UWP, led by the leader of the opposition, knows no bounds. Distorting the truth with impunity, they have indicated that the tax would be inflationary. They also indicated that it would be compounded, as the base of the tax would be on the final price, inclusive of VAT. The leader of the opposition then stated that he did not see the increase in additional resources in the budget for health and security, as the allocations actually fell. The final lie I will debunk, Mr. Speaker, is that the levy is a replacement for the 2.5% reduction in VAT that the former administration implemented. Mr. Speaker, I will debunk all of these specious red herring statements made by the leader of the opposition, who we know is a stranger to the truth. First, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister clearly stated that the health and security levy of 2.5% will be on goods and services except on food items, medicines, selected building materials, medical equipment, and security equipment. This levy will therefore, contrary to the leader of the opposition's propaganda, have minimal inflationary impact and is designed to avoid any additional administrative burden and cost to businesses. True to his word, Mr. Speaker, the Health and Citizen Security Bill provides exemptions from the items identified above. The second lie that has been actually widely circulated by the UWP, the leader of the opposition and his apostles, is that the levy will be compounded as it would apply on the final price. Effectively, the propagandists were saying that the 2.5% would be greater than 2.5% as it would apply on the final price inclusive of VAT. This is again another lie, now debunked by the bill we have before us. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 states clearly that the levy is to be applied at the rate of 2.5% on the cost, insurance, and freight, or CIF value of the goods. It's very clear. There is no ambiguity. This means that it will not be compounded by applying it on the landed cost, which includes all other taxes and charges, including customs service charge, import duties, and VAT, Mr. Speaker. In the case of services, Mr. Speaker, the levy is to be applied on the following. 1, services provided by a resident to a resident in St. Lucia. 2, services provided by a non-resident to a resident in St. Lucia. And 3, services provided by a business established and carrying on business from outside of St. Lucia to the local branch of the business in St. Lucia. The rate of the levy on services is 2.5%, Mr. Speaker. Clause 10 of the bill further states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Subject to subsection 2, a registered person shall pay the levy to the controller of inland revenue on 1, services provided by a resident to a resident in St. Lucia, 2, services provided by a non-resident to a resident in St. Lucia, and 3, services provided by a business established and carrying on business from outside of St. Lucia to the local branch of the business in St. Lucia. Unquote. The third lie is that we have not increased the quantum of resources, as according to the leader of the opposition, he did not see it reflected in the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, this statement is coming from the leader of the opposition, who used to be the Minister for Finance and should know better, Mr. Speaker. It is abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that the government is embarking on UHC and will require additional resources to implement this bold, ambitious, and revolutionary initiative. We are also investing significant resources in St. Jude's, Mr. Speaker. So in the case of St. Jude's, the project will be implemented via the design, finance, construct method, and therefore the expenditure will not as yet be reflected in the budget, Mr. Speaker. But we must have the resources available to meet this cost, Mr. Speaker. So even though it's not reflected there, that does not mean provisions have not been made to deal with it, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the government has entered into bold agreements for the View Fort and Grosile police stations. These amounts will not as yet be reflected in the budget estimates, but we must prepare for the payment of such in the future. Mr. Speaker, a budget is an annual financial estimate which must be seen within a wider context of the medium-term and prudent fiscal policy. Notice I said prudent and not imprudent fiscal policy dictates that we make arrangements to finance the additional cost of health and security. The final lie, Mr. Speaker, and to put things in proper perspective, is that the levy is a replacement tax for the reduction in VAT. Now, Mr. Speaker, first I would like to state categorically that the former administration engaged in what can only be described as fiscal folly in reducing the VAT by 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, all of our multilateral institutions were dumbfounded by this policy move by the former administration. These institutions included the IMF, World Bank, and the ECCB. Mr. Speaker, these institutions cannot in any way be described as political and will assess the policy purely on the basis of its technical merit. This is also the view of our government, as the country lost over $200 million for a policy that was implemented purely for political gimmick. Mr. Speaker, our government has moved on, and we were looking at policy options to finance the increased cost of health and citizen security, as these are areas of very high priority for our government. The Minister for Finance must be commended, Mr. Speaker, for coming up with a bold, ingenious, and innovative solution for funding the increased cost of health and citizen security. Mr. Speaker, budgets are all about making policy choices and trade-offs. We believe that the 2.5% levy is necessary, and just as the benefits far outweigh the cost, and if we do not provide the additional resources for health and citizen security, it will endanger the sustainability of the economy and our development. The people of St. Lucia want and deserve better health care, Mr. Speaker, and many of the unemployed, poor, and elderly need UHC as they cannot afford health care. Similarly, all of our citizens need security, as crime is now a national challenge. To address these issues, we need the additional resources. And this is why I am giving my wholehearted support to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I end by saying, may God continue to bless the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, continue to guide his hand, and continue giving him the wisdom for him to get our country on a more solid platform. Sir, I yield the floor. Thank you very much.
The member for Castries North.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to give proud support of the presentation of this bill, Health and Citizen Security Levy. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister introduced the bill earlier on, he stated that history has a way of repeating itself, and went on to explain what he meant by that statement, and referred to the piece of legislation which was passed in 2011, a bill entitled Security Tax, which was debated in the Parliament on September 22, 2011, in which at the time, it was actually September 13, 2011, which at the time was presented by the then Prime Minister, who happened to be me, at a time when the government felt that there was need to raise resources in the fight against crime. At that time, Mr. Speaker, when I made my presentation to Parliament, I said this: Madam Speaker, you would recall that in the budget presentation, the statement made by the Honorable Prime Minister for the financial year 2011-2012. A proposal was made to address the issue of crime and security in St. Lucia by adopting a strategic approach. Today, we are not here to deal with the strategic approach and the successes of the approach, but we are here to deal with the initiative that was announced in the budget to raise the necessary financial resources for the implementation of the strategic plan. That was on the 13th of September, 2011. Today, Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of July, 2023, 12 years later, we're here to undertake a similar initiative, but this time with a broader perspective. And so, Mr. Speaker, we ask ourselves, how has history really repeated itself? And why the need and the utility for a health and citizens security levy? The Prime Minister went into tremendous detail, great detail, in explaining why it is that at this time we are proceeding with this levy. A colleague member presented a clip which more or less demonstrated that the people of the country are saying yes to the health and citizen security levy. At the time, Mr. Speaker, 13 September 2011, I said that the bill provided that the security tax be levied on all goods imported under customs laws at a rate of 1% of customs value of goods imported under any customs law. So whereas we are proposing the particular security charge, there are certain goods that will not be taxed. Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, this almost mirrors what we are doing today. And it means, Mr. Speaker, that there is some commonality in the thinking of those, of the man who presented it then and the man who is presenting it today. And my position, Mr. Speaker, has not wavered, has not changed. I stand strongly in support of this piece of legislation, the Health and Citizens Security Levy. But, Mr. Speaker, I will not waste time on some of what has been expressed by the opposition. I will not waste time on these individuals who seem to have selective amnesia, those who believe that everything now is wrong and that we must follow the failed agenda of the 5 years previously when nothing happened except cheap talk and fancy chalk. But, Mr. Speaker, history is repeating itself. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has demonstrated is that he's highlighting two major sectors which require attention: health and national security. Two sectors that we have over the years been persevering, two sectors we have been attempting to make attempting to bring some level of resolution in the area of health and security. And so, Mr. Speaker, at this time, security and health are two of the major areas that this government has committed itself to, dealing with the problem of security and health. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the presentation of the Prime Minister and you go through the bill and what it attempts to do, it simply attempts to address those two areas. What are we experiencing presently? We have seen a country, Mr. Speaker, where, notwithstanding all that has been done by this administration, and the Prime Minister articulated the many areas of equipment, new vehicles, etc., building police stations in the north and repairing those in the south, and still looking to establishing halls of justice, etc., we are saying we cannot sit idly by while our resources are diminishing, but we must make a concerted effort to invest in the security of the country. And that decision is a bold one, in which we are saying to the people, now is the time as a people to take a stand up and make that contribution. And the people said it on the video. They said it. Each one of them said, I support it. I believe we need it. We need to bring some level of stability and confidence in the security of this country and its people. We need to show that we can take care of ourselves. Whereas in the past we can look to other countries, we can look to the RSS to come in, but we can never always have the RSS at our hands. At the time when I brought in the security level, we spoke of introducing cameras. I spoke of buying vehicles, of fighting crime, using strategies and suppressing crime. All of those measures. I spoke also about the building of the manpower within the police force. And today the situation has exacerbated. So whereas in the last 2 years, we have seen the Prime Minister going all out and increasing the mobility of the police force by buying more vehicles, we have seen him go all out and get equipment and get the necessary protective gear, etc., the training and the build-up of the police force in recruiting more men. More and more, there is a need for greater security in our country. We are now speaking, Mr. Speaker, about the need to intensify cameras in the country. Now, this is not the first time. It was done in 2011 during the security levy debate. We installed cameras. The Labour government came in 2011 to 2016 and installed cameras. And on this occasion, there is still a need to install more cameras and more sophistication in the camera equipment to be able to monitor and to reprimand and to use the cameras as a means of dealing with the crime situation. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are to make any dent in the state of crime and security in the country, if we are to underpin the performance of the country, whether it's in tourism, in agriculture or manufacturing, we need to ensure that we stabilize the situation of crime in our land. And one fine example of demonstrating that we are serious is by saying to each and every citizen of this country, you need to make a small contribution towards putting the necessary infrastructure for crime and security in this land. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary. It is necessary to do it. And we as a government must not be ashamed to say to the people, you have to put your money where your mouth is. You have to demonstrate your commitment. It is your responsibility. But what this government, Mr. Speaker, will ensure happens is that when we indicate that there is a 2.5% levy or tax, security levy, that it will go towards improving the quality of security, the quality of policing in the country so that our people will feel safer. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the time has come where we should see on our streets patrols throughout the day and throughout the night, where people can feel comfortable at home, that in their community, that the police is coming around, that their beacons are flashing 24 hours a day. It is only when people feel safe in their society, Mr. Speaker, there'll be greater economic activity. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, there are certain parts of this country, come 4 o'clock, it's dead. It's dead. You see no police officers on the streets. The country is left at nights to watchmen to a certain extent. And if there is something, you call out the police and they would come out. But what I would love to see, Mr. Speaker, in this country is that not it's a police state, but it's a country where we can feel the presence of the police, and the police are well equipped, that they can respond within quick time, they can defend themselves, and they can bring about a level of suppression of crime in this country. But the only way we can have that sophistication, the sophistication of equipment and material, the intelligence, the ability to investigate using intelligence, using the technologies that are available now in fighting crime, is only if we as a country invest in the security systems in our country here. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this bill. But also, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with the matter pertaining to health, because this legislation deals with both health and security. In health, Mr. Speaker, our people have complained and complained about the quality of health care in this country. Successive governments have done things, successive governments. In the time of Sir John Compton, he spoke about a health center within a radius of a mile in every community. So in the country, you had health centers all over the place, and it was said you can get to a health center within the radius of a mile. By 1992, thereabout, when I became Minister for Health, we spoke about national health insurance. We were able to get the Commonwealth Secretariat to provide us consultant to look at national health insurance, to develop a basket of health services that the people can access, and to get them to make a contribution towards national health insurance. It didn't happen. By 1997, when the then Labour administration came in, they adopted national health insurance and came up with universal health care. And the intention was a more dynamic health insurance or assurance program that will provide health care to all of the country, every citizen, creating that basket of services, and started off with diabetes and hypertension and some of those areas where we were able to determine, based on research, science and research, to determine some of the non-communicable diseases that seem to be most affecting our people. Again, 2006, it went on to the shelf, and now we are back after a hiatus of 5 years under the last administration. 5 years of nothing. Just a figurehead in health, talk of national health insurance, and nothing happened, and I think somebody said it, not even the necessary documentation can be found, because the intention wasn't for the government to initiate a national health insurance, but to find some private sector entity and hand it over to them and tell them, do what you want. But today, Mr. Speaker, as we speak here, you can feel that at the top, at the leadership of the health sector, in the Ministry of Health, is a devoted, committed, dedicated, and passionate Minister of Health who has taken the mantle and is blazing the trail for healthcare in this country. And we have heard of the many programs which have been launched so far, demonstrating that while there may be a bigger picture, which is what every St. Lucian needs, the minister is saying, let us take it one day at a time, one step at a time, and introduce it incrementally until we can get that universal health coverage introduced to St. Lucia, where every St. Lucian can benefit. Today, you heard of the many programs, and I'm sure when he speaks, if he does, he will again articulate the various programs, the maternal and child health care programs, the 80+ program, and all the other programs that are being introduced as part of a pilot to introduce universal health care in this country. But universal health care, Mr. Speaker, costs money. It costs money first to have a very strengthened, and if I should say, a foundation at the community level, your primary health care services. It costs money, because the minister will tell you they've got to put in the various facilities, make sure they have all of the diagnostic and also the programming to be able to control good health at the community level. And then at the primary level, secondary level, to put in the facilities that will assist to be able to diagnose and to be able to administer the health that is corrective health that is required, and probably tertiary health within the tertiary level. But Mr. Speaker, this again is an indication that we as a people must put our money where our mouth is and invest in it. Because we speak of our country as being independent, we speak of ourselves as being independent, but we cannot continue to believe that the responsibility for healthcare belongs to that of another sovereign nation. So we must sit back, relax, have a good time as a people, and Taiwan must do it for us, or the United Kingdom must do it for us, or France must do it for us. They have been assisting us. The European Union came forward and built the OKEU hospital for us, a modern institution. But where is our contribution to it? We have sent thousands of St. Lucians to Martinique for health care. Where is our contribution, our individual contribution? What are we doing about it? You know, the Taiwanese have helped us. They've trained numerous young people in health. The Cubans have made a tremendous investment in health. They have trained our nurses, our doctors, and they've established here in St. Lucia an institution in health to take care of eye care, ophthalmology, etc., etc. So we as a people, Mr. Speaker, must commit ourselves to now saying, let us contribute to the resources for the investment in health, the operational of health, and the advancement of our health program. And that is why it is so important and it is so encouraging that those who spoke on the streets when that interview was done, whether targeted or done at random, they all spoke intelligently and understood exactly what the government of this country is doing. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that this Prime Minister, when he gives his word, he means it. When he gives his word, he means it. And I think when this levy is passed, the people of this country will be proud of what this government will be doing. They'll be proud of a return of confidence to them in this country, confidence in the security of the country. Because let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. When people know that they can leave their home, or when people know that the country is safe, that they have nothing to worry about to navigate the country, they can leave their home at any time and get transport and go to the city center or go to Grosley or to go to Viewfort, no matter what time they'll get transport back, it means the economy begins to roll. The wheels of the economy begins to roll because people will be able to move across the country because they know they are safe. And that is the environment, Mr. Speaker, that this is likely to create. The fact that we'll be able to invest in the resources that are required for security. In health, Mr. Speaker, to be able to also give and instill and infuse that confidence in a sector, a health sector, that will not only be there to respond, but also to prepare our people to maintain good health by, of course, participating in the programs of the Ministry of Health as they are presented to them so that they can maintain good health and participate in the economy. This is the kind of thing, Mr. Speaker, that this government is doing. And I must admit, Mr. Speaker, that what we have seen in the last 2 years by this government is the fact that the Prime Minister would make his policy statements during the budget presentation, and immediately upon making it, he's quick to action to make things happen. Those statements were made, Mr. Speaker, on the 25th of April, thereabout of this year. 25th of April. We're in July, beginning of July, and we are in action dealing with all of those initiatives which are geared towards the people. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I once made a statement here saying that I've got a panoramic view of the operations of the government of St. Lucia ever since 1987. And the reason I say this, Mr. Speaker, is because I've seen one known, admired Prime Minister who I admired while he was at the helm. I joined him, I admired him, did great for this country. I've worked with other Prime Minister, another Prime Minister, another one. I've seen other Prime Ministers perform. But Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing I can say, that the word of this Prime Minister, the word of this Prime Minister is his bond. So when people are critical, when it is said that you must protect the victory or preserve the victory, Mr. Speaker, when people give you their vote, Mr. Speaker, they have invested the only power that they have, that finger, They have invested it in you. They have trusted you with the power to manage their affairs. We cannot take it and squander it. We must preserve it. We must protect it. We must deliver to them what we promised to deliver to them. And that is what it means, the protection of the victory. It is the protection of what the people have entrusted us in, so that when they look back, they can say, this government means well, this government is doing what it says. And what this government said, it said, putting people first. What I said, for people and for country. And in every case, we have seen the approach of this administration, led by the Honorable Philip J. Pierre. I believe it's a member on the other side, a member earlier on who said, in all of the policy decisions of this administration, Mr. Speaker, it is not one-sided. It is not about giving some who have nothing to offer thousands of acres of land and they do nothing, while the poor sit by and just languish without any attention. It is not about giving concessions to those who have access and who have connection to the government. It's about taking care of everybody, taking care of everybody with a measure of commitment, a measure of consciousness, a measure of passion. So what have we seen? We have seen all of the initiatives taken to help students, whether it's laptops, scholarships, bursaries, giving school books and school supplies. We have seen all of the initiatives taken, whether it's in housing, repair, etc., etc. We are doing the one now, we have done the one for the reduction or the removal of the VAT on building materials. And then you can hear the spin that is being placed on it, as if it's not intended for you, the poor people. It's intended for the rich. It is intended, Mr. Speaker, to take care of those who are reaching out, who are seeking, who are extending a hand for help, to help them to continue to live and to contribute and participate in the economy of this country. That is what it is about. It is across the board. It is about giving opportunity. It's about creating an environment. It's about saying to those who should have known better to pay the taxes on time, pay the VAT on time when you have collected it, to be honest and to pay, to say, we forgive you. We forgive you the penalty, but please give it to us back. Let us have it to manage the affairs of the country. Do not take it, it's not yours, and then to get away with everything. So this is the nature of this government, and I must admit, I am quite satisfied in the manner in which we have handled the affairs of this country. The social programs, all of those initiatives, all intended to begin to transform a people who can believe in themselves, who can have confidence in themselves, and who can continue to trust those of us who they have entrusted to manage the affairs of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand proud. I stand proud because I believe that this legislation will satisfy the needs of the people of this country. This legislation will bring about changes, life changes, that people will be happy about. And I do hope that at the end of the day, when we reflect on it, when we reflect where we came from and where we are today, when we get to where we want to go, that the people of this country will say to us that you have done a fantastic job, and we would like you to continue to make this contribution to the country. Mr. Speaker, in the body of the legislation, again, there's a demonstration of consciousness. There's a demonstration of passion. There's a demonstration of understanding that people will care about the people. Likewise, in the legislation of 2011, there were exempted goods. And the Prime Minister took his time to go and to articulate in detail, clinically, to explain the various goods that will be exempted and those that will be taxed. And I believe the Prime Minister did this deliberately so as to get people to understand. Because you come to this parliament, a statement will be made, like he said the last time when he made his statement, yet still, the opposition went out and said something else. Gave the people the wrong impression. So in there you have a list of items, health and other items, essential goods, etc., which certainly the Prime Minister has indicated the levy won't be imposed so that it doesn't unduly affect the livelihoods of the people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill is one that is commendable. It is one that I believe, when it is introduced, we will see some improvements in our security, and that I'm hoping we'll be able to find a way of recording, tabulating, and building the data. We will see an improvement in the health sector, further improvement in the health sector, and our people will be quite happy. I support this bill.
Member for Castries North, can you turn off your microphone? Member for Vieux-Fort North. It seems it's going to be a very fiery speech if you're sweating in this cold.
No, I'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say good evening to colleagues, and let me say good evening to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill which has been presented by the Minister for Finance and the Prime Minister on the health and security the 2.5% health and security levy, which will seek to ask the people of St. Lucia, all of us, to contribute to the health reforms which are taking place, and also to contribute to the very urgent and necessary security imperatives in the country. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I wish to ask you for a few seconds of leave to say congratulations to all the students of Vieux-Fort North who sat their CPEA exams, and to specifically congratulate Nicola Nelson from the Peru Combined School, Shem Samuel from the Bellevue Combined School, from the Vigier Primary School, Sir Jude Sabri, Grace Combined School, Jahidi Shalri. All of these children were top students in the school, Mr. Speaker, and they gained some very high marks. I wish to congratulate also, although we have not received results, all the students from Vieux-Fort North who sat exams at the secondary schools and also in other institutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just today, a family in our constituency buried a very young man who lost his life in very tragic circumstances when he drowned a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, and I extend my sympathies to the family. I'm sorry I was unable to make the funeral today. And also, Mr. Speaker, I wish to send sympathies to all the families in Vieux-Fort North. In the last few weeks, we've had several individuals from my constituency who have passed away, Mr. Speaker, and I know the families are suffering. Mr. Speaker, this 2.5% contribution, which the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has asked the people of St. Lucia, all of us in fact, to contribute to strengthen our security, indeed is happening at a time when we have no doubt, we cannot argue that we need to strategically place the security of the country, citizen security, at the top of the heap of priorities that this government has to deal with. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has indicated and other colleagues have explained to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the House, have explained the various initiatives which this government has taken in relation to citizen security. These initiatives, Mr. Speaker, are expected to assist the police and other law enforcement agencies. We see, Mr. Speaker, the brazen actions of those who want to settle scores among themselves, and also innocent individuals, innocent St. Lucians, paying for some of this with their lives. Mr. Speaker, we see the brazen attempts by other individuals to enter the homes of St. Lucians and to commit other acts of violence on the people of St. Lucia. The Prime Minister and this government have placed citizen security as one of the important planks, one of the important focal points during the last budget debate, Mr. Speaker, and in the presentation of the Prime Minister. Health and security, as you know, were the two sub-themes of the budget, and this debate today gives life to the intentions of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government, through the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, is asking the people of St. Lucia to contribute a little to health and security. We have heard from the opposition, Mr. Speaker, although not in this House today, but we have heard, Mr. Speaker, in other quarters, the opposition criticizing this attempt by the government to ask the people of St. Lucia, to ask all of us to contribute to health reform, to contribute to the projects and the improvements in healthcare in this country, and to also contribute to citizen security. All kinds of accusations have been leveled at this government. But the question is, Mr. Speaker, whether the people of St. Lucia truly believe that they must make a contribution to health and to security. And we see it all the time. We see it, Mr. Speaker. We hear the people of St. Lucia, and we know the people of St. Lucia believe that this government is on the right track. The member for Castries Central demonstrated this a little while ago, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Castries North and others have spoken about it. The people of St. Lucia understand that we too must make a contribution to our own healthcare reform and our own security situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, 3 months after the elections of July 26, 2021, a team from the World Bank visited St. Lucia, and in discussions they identified a few areas that the government should look into, or a few areas based on their discussions with the government that they felt the government had some kind of focus, that the government felt that they should focus their attention or our attention on some key areas. In the discussions, Mr. Speaker, it was felt that to modernize and reform the health sector in St. Lucia is central, not only to boost St. Lucia's capital and economic development, but also to improve our population health outcomes. It was important, the World Bank said, Mr. Speaker, that we accelerate progress towards universal health coverage. We know over the years, and some of my colleagues have said it, that we have faced difficulties for decades and decades due to inadequate financing and also suboptimal management of non-communicable diseases. We know that non-communicable diseases are the major causes of sickness and death in this country. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that the COVID-19 pandemic caused the situation to worsen. We saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, and now after the COVID-19 pandemic, many individuals who did not have certain conditions or who did not present certain conditions are now presenting, Mr. Speaker. And we are seeing many challenges in the health sector, especially among the older segment of our population, the older people in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we know, the member for Labrie indicated that over the decades, public spending in health has been low traditionally. The World Bank and the World Health Organization and others suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we should be spending about 6% of our GDP on health. In St. Lucia, we sometimes over the years spend 3.something%, 3.4%, sometimes it goes up to 4% of our GDP on health. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, over the years, the call has been for governments to pay more attention to healthcare financing, but not just putting more money in healthcare, but also causing there to be efficiencies. That is why, Mr. Speaker, commitments to universal health coverage can only be attained if we increase budgetary allocations to healthcare reform and to ensure that we strengthen the linkage between healthcare outputs, quality, and efficiency. So, Mr. Speaker, this 2.5% levy will assist this government, and it will assist the Ministry of Health and all of its partners to cause there to be the strengthening of linkages between health outputs and also to improve the quality and efficiency of healthcare delivery. Let me just remind you quickly, Mr. Speaker, that our NCDs is a big problem, non-communicable diseases. We say so all the time, but it's not too much, it's not too burdensome to repeat it. We know the leading cause of death in St. Lucia, and we know that non-communicable diseases between the years of 30 and 69, between 30 and 69 years old, that is the age group where we have the non-communicable diseases really impacting sickness and death in St. Lucia. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that we have an aging population. Our population is aging, and therefore the burden of disease can really be found in our older people. And as the years go by, with an aging population, we need to prepare for the challenges ahead. What I'm going to do, very briefly, Mr. Speaker, is again to give you an idea of the plan of this government. Are we working with a plan? Yes, we are working with a plan. Why are we asking St. Lucians to contribute 2.5%, a 2.5% levy? What is the basis of this request by the Minister for Finance? And have we demonstrated over the last 2 years that we are serious about healthcare reform? Has this government demonstrated that it's putting its money where its mouth is? And has the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs demonstrated that some of the initiatives that are in the manifesto of the St. Lucia Labour Party coming into government, and clearly the pronouncements in the manifesto after you win an election become government policy? And how are these policies, how can we see, is there evidence that these policies are in action? So, Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? The plan is to cause us to be on a solid and purposeful path towards universal health coverage. We want to ensure that we can clearly state to the people of St. Lucia what the healthcare financing options are. We have said before that this has been the problem. The major problem has been, how do we finance universal health coverage? And what are we doing about this? We continue consultations, we continue the development of a white paper, we continue working with the World Bank, local consultants and other partners to ensure that very soon we can present to the Cabinet of Ministers and to the people of St. Lucia the various financing options for the long-term sustainability of universal health care. But while we are doing this, Mr. Speaker, I've said over and over again, and it is the wish of the Prime Minister and our Cabinet, that we do not sit down and simply wait for an answer for the financing of universal health care in the long run. that we need to present to the people of St. Lucia some opportunities which will march us towards universal health coverage. The member for Castries South and Deputy Prime Minister said it well, that the research has shown that countries like South Korea, they introduced universal health care over 30 years ago, up to now, are still refining, are still changing processes to ensure that everything is the way they want it. So we will not achieve universal health coverage within 1 year or 2 years. However, we cannot have our people just waiting for services without improving what we have now and doing what we can now to march towards the attainment of universal health coverage. So what are we doing? We introduced maternal and child care services. We are working on services for kidney care. We are working on services for cancer diagnosis and early treatment. What else is in the plan? So, number one, universal health coverage. That's what we are marching towards. What else is in the plan for health reform? We are looking at our human resources, our nurses, our medical professionals. We know the challenges. Many of them are living to other pastures. And what plans do we have to ensure that we sustain the level of human resource that we need? So that we are working on. What about infrastructure in health? And I will not go in detail through this, but Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has explained that the St. Jude Hospital Rehabilitation Project is on stream. The St. Jude Hospital Rehabilitation Project is happening. And we do not have the time to spend on rumor. We do not have the time to spend to debunk every minute that a contractor has removed his tractors and his backhoes as if... This is not one of the lazy contractors, you know. This contractor is in demand and he can move his equipment from here to a next project anytime he chooses. The one thing we can say to you is that this government is focused on delivering the St. Jude Hospital for the people of St. Lucia. We have said in public, and I will say again, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister has said it, and I've said it many times, that we are not hiding anything from the people of St. Lucia. There are some of the buildings with DCA approval, we are moving ahead with those buildings. There are a couple buildings that we are working with the professionals, the architects and so on, to address some of the issues, some changes, and some of these changes are not because a minister believes that he's an architect and he's a builder. Some of these changes are because the doctors and nurses at the St. Jude Hospital walked the facility with professionals and suggested that I think this can change or that can change. That is what's happening. And I can tell you, last week Friday, we had a professional from the Pan American Health Organization at the St. Jude Hospital meeting with the staff of the St. Jude Hospital to do a transition plan to move the patients and the staff from the stadium to the St. Jude Hospital. I can also tell you that we are in discussions with the supplier of equipment. The Prime Minister met them, I met them, the staff of the St. Jude Hospital met them, and we are now working out which piece of equipment, which type of equipment we are going to change because of certain rooms that are going to come, the quality of equipment, the latest equipment that will change because we want the latest high-tech equipment. So we are not sitting on our laurels debating about who will get this and who will get that from the project. We are working on the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project. And I'm proud to say that I will follow what the Prime Minister has said and to say that I feel better today about the St. Jude Hospital project than I've felt throughout the period that we're talking about this. Because we know what is happening, Mr. Speaker. The 2.5% levy is very important. The other part of the plan is to continue to strengthen our hospitals, both in terms of management, facilities and supplies. And very soon I will tell you how this 2.5% will assist with that. Quality improvement is also very important. And about two or 3 weeks ago, we employed a quality manager a quality manager at the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. What is the role of this quality manager? This quality manager will work with a team, and this quality manager's job will be to go around the health institutions, the hospitals, the health centers, to ensure that the service which is being provided to the people of St. Lucia is of the highest quality. Highest quality. And very soon we are going to make this public, introduce the quality manager to the people of St. Lucia. But now I'm proud to say that this is another part of the plan which has been implemented. Another part of the plan is to see how we can engage professionals to use digital health, to use digital platforms. I'm very proud of the St. Jude Hospital and the other hospitals, and in some way, some form, they are already using certain aspects of digital health. Some of the hospitals, some of our professionals are connecting with professionals from overseas using information communication technology to serve their patients, whether it be at Tapion Hospital, at the OKEU Hospital, at St. Jude Hospital. You'd be surprised to know that you can go to the St. Jude Hospital and use the digital health platform, and they will actually produce for you, based on the digital health platform, your dentures and so on, if you have issues with your dentals and so on. Some of the consultants who came from overseas were shocked to see that. So our professionals are moving them. We want to give them every support to move in the direction of digital health. So we know what we are doing in this government. We know exactly what we are doing. I will not tell you tonight that we are reinventing the wheel. Of course there were processes that we found. Of course, decades ago, there was research on universal health care and so on. But what I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has a clear plan for healthcare reform in this country. And we can identify every step of the way, what we are doing, why we are doing it, and we can show you the results of it. That is the difference. I am not in the business of arm and buts, and when Prime Minister asks me a question, or when the Parliament asks me something, I'm not sure, I don't know, but this and that. If I don't know at this moment, I'll get you the answer. But I know that there's a clear plan, a clear policy. Universal health coverage, we have a clear plan and a clear policy, we have the steps, and we are moving forward. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the 2.5% levy, just in this year's budget, what it's going to do. In addition to what the Prime Minister said, we are going to spend $4.5 million for the employment of Cuban nationals to augment the nation's pool of medical professionals. $4.5 million. Mr. Speaker, we are going to spend $1.835 million under the new project, which is the Universal Healthcare Project for Maternal and Child Care Services. That's the levy. We are going to use money for that. We are going to need $247,400 to spend as part of the St. Jude Reconstruction Project in terms of consultancy services for certain services which we have spoken about, whether it be architectural services and others. We are going to spend $75,255 to assist in the development of our policy and program for older persons in St. Lucia. We are going to spend $150,000 for the transitioning program for the St. Jude Hospital. So you see, we know exactly what we're doing. So when people tell you somebody take out a tractor from a site, we are spending money for the transition. We are already planning to get, not 11 million, we are already planning with the professionals at the St. Jude Hospital, and they have promised me that they are going to reach out to the doctors and the nurses and all the professionals who moved Victoria Hospital to the OKEU Hospital during COVID, because we have the experience here in St. Lucia, and we will not pay $11 million for it. Mr. Speaker, the 2.5% levy will assist us because the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has increased grants by 10%. by 10%, Mr. Speaker. $3 million in addition to what we are giving to St. Jude. $3 million in addition for the St. Jude Hospital in subvention. To the Millennium Heights Complex, an additional $3.662 million to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. $360,000 for various associations, an increase in the subvention. Mr. Speaker, in the capital project, $1 million for the urban polyclinic. And the Prime Minister explained to you that we must move the services from the Castries Health Center to the Castries Urban Polyclinic, where Victoria Hospital was, and we are going to have several facilities there. The Millennium Heights Medical Complex, OKEU Hospital will operate a secondary care wing. We are going to have urgent care up there. We are also going to have $1.3 million to assist at the stadium currently, because there are several issues. Although we are moving to the Auger site, there are several issues that are currently problematic for the hospital, and we are going to spend $1.3 million to do that. We are going to spend $1.82 million in addition to what I just said at the Mental Wellness Center to fix the hot water system, Mr. Speaker. We are going to spend $500,000 for the reconstruction of the Larishus Wellness Center in Dennery North. The 4.5%, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, the 2.5%, 2.5. So, Mr. Speaker, during the next few years, under our universal health coverage, we want to also focus, I said before, on kidney care, preventative care. We have a big problem with dialysis. A very conservative estimate puts the numbers, when you look at those who are under observation or those who are being treated at St. Jude, OKEU, and the private sector, we have over 179 people, and that's very conservative, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at sessions at $150 per session, at the OKEU alone, individuals would have to be paying approximately $2,246,000 for treatment, for kidney treatment. If you look at the St. Jude Hospital, at a cost of $150 per session, St. Lucians who are under treatment for kidney problems would have to be paying over $1.1 million. And we are not talking, this is just very conservative, Mr. Speaker. And these are just two of the public facilities. We are not talking about the private facilities. And in the private sector, you pay $500 per session for your kidney treatment, for dialysis. So as part of our universal health coverage, the 2.5% levy will assist us with that. I've said about cancer screening, and very importantly, Mr. Speaker, again I want to thank the World Bank for the performance-based financing pilot program. We launched it a couple weeks ago, and hypertensive and diabetic patients will be getting assistance, but we will need to use some of our the proceeds of the 2.5% to help us to sustain the performance-based financing program. We want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that our maintenance budget is up to par. So out of the 2.5% levy, we are going to purchase equipment at the various wellness centers, Mr. Speaker. And it's very, very important to know that we will spend at least $1.5 million to purchase equipment for the various wellness centers this year. So, Mr. Speaker, the proceeds of the 2.5% levy for health and security will assist us greatly. Let me just tell you very quickly before I go, Mr. Speaker, some of the other activities which will be funded by the proceeds of the 2.5%. We want to strengthen our primary health care. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, anybody who has worked in healthcare will tell you that that is the basis upon which you reform your healthcare system, strengthening primary healthcare. We are going to prioritize preventative and community-based care. The implementation of health promotion, and the Prime Minister is a prime example of health promotion when he told you how he changed his diet and his shirt, the way it's fitting him and all that kind of thing. He's now competing with the younger men in the cabinet in terms of, but you know, we're coming for him. We are changing our diet and exercising also. So we coming. We're taking his example. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, yeah, he has already started. But again, Mr. Speaker, the future entails some other very exciting things. In the manifesto, we spoke about a school health desk program, and we are already working on the school health desk program. And I know there is a doctor in the private sector, Dr. Stanley Jean, who is very passionate about this school health desk program. Every time she met me, she would ask me about that school health desk program. She's very passionate about it, and I know that we are formulating the modality. The general aim is to ensure that the schools, the children in the schools, get access to medical care and medical examinations in a form that will cause them to get regular access to health care. Regular access to health care. And we are going to implement this in this financial year, Mr. Speaker. So the proceeds of the 2.5 levy for health and security will help us in that regard. So this is another new initiative which I'm just mentioning now. It's in the manifesto, but our professionals at the ministry are already working on it, and we are going to launch it soon. We have launched a program for dental care for all kindergarten and grade 1 students throughout St. Lucia. And Dr. Ephraim and her team are going around all of the schools in St. Lucia. Another new initiative. And we are going to need financing because Dr. Ephraim and her team are already telling me some of the exciting things they'll need for dental care at all of our schools. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a lot, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud of the team and proud of my cabinet colleagues for supporting. The establishment of a cancer registry, very important, Mr. Speaker. And for this one, I can say Dr. Remy is always at me for this one. Dr. Tamara Remy, the cancer registry, the cancer registry, the cancer registry. And this year we are hoping to advance in terms of our work on it. We have spoken about the Castries Polyclinic, and the member for Labrie spoke about the golden 80-plus medical package. The member for Castries South wants the age to go down, and many people want the age to go down, and we will look at that. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say to you that we will be working at the Soufrière District Hospital, the refurbishment of the Soufrière District Hospital, and I want to thank the private sector for coming to the aid of the Soufrière District Hospital. At another opportunity, Mr. Speaker, I will explain that a little more. Expansion of clinical services to ensure that we have internist care for child and adolescent health programs, and also consultations on a number of pieces of legislation in healthcare. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are some other things that are coming. I know the member for Grosile is very passionate about the ambulance for the Grosile Polyclinic. And I don't want to make a definite announcement here, but I am very confident that the ambulance for the Grosile Polyclinic will be delivered very soon. Very soon. I've learned from my Prime Minister that unless I see it, but I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, very confident that the ambulance for the Grosile Polyclinic is on its way, or it has arrived. There are some adjustments to be made to the vehicle, and so as soon as it's done, we will get to you. But just before I sit, Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the team at the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, and especially the team being led by Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, who leads the Universal Health Coverage Program, together with all of the doctors and nurses and everybody else who are championing the universal health coverage. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are very proud of the program so far. We know there are 17 sites where lab services are available, and they are spread throughout St. Lucia. We know that ultrasound services are being offered at the private sector agencies. The Rodney Bay Medical Facility at Grosili. These are private sector. The Helen Diagnostic Center in Castries. Medical Imaging in Castries. Getwell Clinic in Castries. Gablewood Clinic, Tapio Hospital, Castries. Dr. C. Philogene Clinic, Denry Village. St. Anthony's Medical Center, Viewfort. X-ray and ultrasound center, Viewfort. So the policy of this government, Mr. Speaker, is to involve the private sector, because without the private sector, in terms of medical care in St. Lucia, it will be difficult to implement and achieve universal health coverage. But as we roll out the various stages and phases of universal health coverage, other privates, other labs, and other private doctors who provide specialist services will come on board. So we are not going to leave any organization out or anybody out. We are doing it as we go along, and we seek the counsel and guidance of all those who have had the experience. And I want to thank all the nurses and doctors and the health aides and all those who are assisting us in this regard. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that as the Prime Minister said, and the member for Castries North and other colleagues, I thank them for their support. But we can show you results, Mr. Speaker. When we introduced the child and maternal care services for universal health coverage, they said all kinds of things. We want to send people and make children, all kinds of things, simply to dismiss the effort. The results show, Mr. Speaker, that just between, we launched on the 1st of June, and when you compare the number of expectant mothers who visited clinics in our facilities between May and the end of June, Mr. Speaker, or this period now, not end of June, but between May and this period now, conservatively, because we don't have all the figures yet, 186 more expectant mothers are attending the clinics because they are getting this benefit, Mr. Speaker. And the stories will come. Some of the stories are already on Facebook. The team is already, some mothers are willing to tell their story. The stories are heartbreaking and comforting at the same time, Mr. Speaker. There are so many expectant mothers who say to you that they never saw a doctor. They are in their 3rd trimester, Mr. Speaker. In their 3rd trimester, and they never went to a doctor, Mr. Speaker, because many of them tell you they did not have the money to pay for the ultrasound, and they did not have the money to pay for the blood test. And this government has come to assist these mothers. And for some people to say that it is papi show, that's nothing. Oh, they're just giving these people things. That ain't nothing. For the people to go and make children and that kind of thing. If you do not want the service and you want to go to the private sector, that's fine. But we are saying to you that we are offering this service, and the parents, the expectant mothers, are using the service, and in some cases the doctors and the nurses are telling me that the number of expectant mothers have doubled since we introduced this program. Have doubled, Mr. Speaker. So I wish to thank the Prime Minister for his foresight, and I wish to thank all my colleagues for the support. I wish to thank all the staff of the ministry for their support. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. Sometimes they say Mr. Speaker, this minister wants us to do this and that, and they want us to run and push it, but they don't know I have a prime minister behind me, tell me, go, giving me, and the colleagues in cabinet. So I wish to thank everybody, but we are going to get this job done. I say it over and over again. It's difficult, but we are going to get it done. We have a plan, and we are going to get it done, Mr. Speaker. So I thank you. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and the 2.5% levy will assist the health sector. It will assist the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs to roll out these programs. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we will present to the Parliament the results. We'll come to you and tell you this is what we did with the money and here are the results. And that's how this government rules. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Swaziland Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although I am faced with a significant majority, 13-1, I will still make a contribution that I have to make, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make my contribution on the 2.5% health and security tax that we're debating here today. In the Prime Minister's budget earlier this year, he spoke to two critical pillars, health and security. And it is a fact that we are living in an environment right now where these two sectors require significant attention, Mr. Speaker, as they are definitely sectors that seem to be gathering the most attention, where a lot of people require the services from this sector, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I understand that in our environment, we need to gather other ways to create revenue to service some of these sectors, Mr. Speaker. But my question and concern at this juncture is whether the timing is right. Whether the timing at this time is right for the 2.5% tax that we are being asked to support. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because none of us can deny that cost of living is high. None of us can deny that the government in their last budget address boasted a surplus. None of us can deny that the government has also confessed of doing very well. And so the question is, with all of that, whether, at this point in time, we should be faced with such a tax, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is a really easy way to collect revenue, Mr. Speaker. And I say that because I believe the government should explore other ways in terms of attracting revenue. And one of them that strikes me every day is the number of what we term small infractions, minor infractions, particularly when it comes to traffic infractions, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very significant, the number of lawbreakers who do what they do with impunity and who feel they can just get away with what they do, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the time has come for various legislative changes to empower, particularly now the police are a lot more mobile, to empower the police with the immediate ability to charge when some of these infractions are committed on our road. Because, Mr. Speaker, I asked somebody recently whether I'm getting old, because I am, yes, I know I am. But driving, Mr. Speaker, and I know I am dead level, Mr. Speaker, but everybody coming around a bend to be on my side. And if you try to, what's going on, you get people cursing you out. You get people overtaking you on the left side, Mr. Speaker. You get this adjusted headlight. There's so many infractions on the road, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can make significant revenue if the police are given the powers to address some of these. I've always said, Mr. Speaker, particularly now, again, with the additional motorbikes that are on the road, that there should, I'm not sure how the police service is run, but I believe particularly on our Grosley Catherine Highway, we need to have every hour a bike leaving Grosley and a bike leaving Catherine. So there's continuous police presence and they have the power. I recognize and I must commend the Prime Minister through the government of Taiwan with the latest equipment that we have received, and I'm hoping the police will get a lot more of that to enable them to do the work. Another area, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we are not very forceful and active is the whole area of littering. And both of you, I've spoken on the security side and now speaking on the health side. The area of littering, Mr. Speaker, our people litter with impunity. We see the pictures. I think it's time that tough penalties begin to be imposed on some of these people who feel they can just, because, Mr. Speaker, these small infractions are what empower a lot of the people who now committing bigger crimes, Mr. Speaker, because they got away with a small one and they believe they can get away with a bigger one, Mr. Speaker. But the problem, I believe, and I say we because I believe it has spanned various governments, is that we are afraid that if we do some of these things, we'll be stepping on the toes of people who supported us, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that mentality has to change, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to speak on the issue of the universal health care. I am hoping that a portion of what will be collected will be going to further assist many people coming to the hospitals in the first place. Because, Mr. Speaker, I am facing it every day, and the member for Catherine South spoke about it. The people who come to him seeking medical attention, Mr. Speaker, cancer is a big thing these days, Mr. Speaker. I have people who have to, undergo chemotherapy, and they can't even pay for it, Mr. Speaker, and they come to me for assistance, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, I applaud the government with regards to the maternal and child care that has been put in place, but I believe, we need to fast track some of the additional services that are given to our people, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Health spoke about the whole issue of St. Jude's, and I get the impression that there's some construction happening at St. Jude's, but I cannot remember, Mr. Speaker, any public announcement with regards to a contract being given. So I'm hoping that some enlightenment could be given with regards to that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, while I understand, but at this point in time, I cannot support the tax subsidy because I believe, it will bring additional burden to the people, regardless of the fact that a number of areas were excluded. But when you look at the dynamics of how things work, some of the areas that the tax are being imposed on will indirectly affect some of the areas where the tax is not being put on, and definitely increase the rates of some of these things. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I rest my contribution. Thank you.
Member for Babino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in lending my support to the bill where we will collect 2.5% levy for health and security. And that is in keeping with the theme of the Prime Minister's budget for 2023-2024. And as I articulated earlier, promises made and promises kept. Mr. Speaker, I lend support to the bill and to add to the contributions made by my colleagues, and specifically to the contributions made by the Honorable Prime Minister, member for Castries East, on the area of security. And when we speak of security, Mr. Speaker, many times we only speak of the police and we do not broaden it to include the protective services. All these areas contribute to security of the country. And when we speak of security of the country, Mr. Speaker, I speak to the role of the police, the fire service, borderline correctional facility, probation and parole, and we are in the process of establishing the youth justice unit. Mr. Speaker, the police, they have agreed to look at rebranding the police. They are developing their strategic plan and setting their agenda on how they will operate and deal with the issue of security. This is the best time, Mr. Speaker, to give the support that is needed to improve health and security in the country. And when we look at, for example, the operations of the police, there are quite a bit of support that are out there to give support to the police. But many agencies are willing to give you support if you are making a contribution. And if St. Lucia will say, well, we have nothing and we are expecting other agencies to assist us, they may not be forthcoming. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I see this levy as an effort by the government of St. Lucia to match and support any support that we are likely to get from outside. Because before people offer you support, they want to know what are you doing on your own to support yourself. And you cannot just wait for support outside and expect things to happen. And with that, Mr. Speaker, the law enforcement officers will get opportunities for exposure and training at the regional and international level so that they can improve on their skills and abilities. Mr. Speaker, I can share with my cabinet colleagues, as I have always said, that many times we speak of people, we speak about people, but we must learn to speak with them. And it's when you visit the site where these persons operate, you get a better understanding of the issues that affect them. And I have reported in this house that I have visited mostly all the police stations, all the fire stations, borderly, probation and parole. And when you see the condition, you see the need to invest a lot heavier in these departments. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has invested heavily and is planning to invest a lot more in equipment and infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, the records are clear that between the St. Lucia Labour Party and the United Workers' Party, just check the records as you travel throughout the country. And you will see which government has built most of the police stations, fire stations in this country. And it is all, well, Babulo started and we finish it, that's the police station. But mostly all the police stations and all the fire stations, including Bonale Correctional Facility, all these were built by the Labour Party government. And that is heavy investment, Mr. Speaker. Then this government came in and there was no custody suite, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker. And government now is planning to build a custody suite. It's building it. So all the heavy weight is left for this government to do. The heavy investment is left for this government to do. And then we are hearing the member on the other side is saying it is not the right time. He should have told us which time is the right time. Monies do not fall from the sky. And you heard what the people in St. Lucia said. They are willing to contribute for health and national security. They want to ensure that the funds go for the purpose. And this government, without a levy, has invested so much in health and national security. The hospital, OKEU, was built by the St. Lucia Labour Party. The records are there, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the situation with immigration, Mr. Speaker, they are complaining about the environment in which they work. And that has created a big scandal in the whole country. Now, this government has to find a new location. We have to invest money in that new location to ensure that the workers get a decent place for them to work, Deputy Speaker. The passport issue, Mr. Speaker, a lot of talk. But when the matter is addressed, you hear nothing on the other side. Everything is about scandal, scandal, scandal. Yes. And the pipe that was choked, it took about 2 weeks to unchoke it, where over thousands of passports that were clogged in the pipeline was cleared within a week, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this government is going to invest heavily in Bordelais. And the Prime Minister spoke about it earlier. The Bordelais Correctional Facility, Deputy Speaker, has been in existence for almost 20 years. Exposed to the sea blast from the Atlantic Ocean. And all the metal is rusty. The condition is like a forgotten institution. And this government, in this budget, has allocated approximately $7 million to fence Bordelais. Without a levy, how will government raise all that money to improve the situation for security, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Technology is the way to go. We are talking about crime and indiscipline and everything. We cannot deal with the situation in the old-fashioned way, Deputy Speaker. We have to use technology to address a lot of the challenges we have. And technology comes with a cost. Deputy Speaker, we have a situation at Bordelais where we have mentally ill inmates. And the present institution did not cater for that category of inmates. Bordelais is for persons who are on remand or convicted. But the mental state of the individual is not factored in. And they cannot go to the wellness center because the wellness center was not designed as a correctional facility. So now we have to look for that midway facility that will cater for mentally ill inmates. And Deputy Speaker, that comes with a cost. And that is where the levy will assist government in creating that environment so that government does not get sued for not giving the adequate care and treatment to inmates. Deputy Speaker, we also speak of persons who have served their time at Bordelais and they are released. Some of these persons, Deputy Speaker, they cannot fit into the society. They have been out for too long. And that is why we have a high percentage of recidivism. Persons who have been to Bordelais and they commit a crime and they go back. About 43% of these persons go back. What is missing is what we call the halfway house. We need an environment where the people transit make a transition from Borderley into the society. And we are in discussion now with the visiting justice to see whether we can get that facility. They have already started identifying a place where we can do some retrofitting, refurbishment. So these people spend about 3 to 6 months in that area where they begin to reintegrate into the society and find work for them. And sometimes when they stay at Borderley, when they go back, most of their families and friends have disappeared. They feel lost. So they feel more comforted if they go back into the prison. So we have to create that transition for the inmates. And as has been indicated, Deputy Speaker, we are trying to convert or ensure that the Borderley Correctional Facility is a correctional facility, it's not a prison. We have to do rehabilitation so that when these people live there, they are better citizens. They will conduct themselves better and they will not engage in activities that are contrary to the law. Deputy Speaker, we are looking at the fire service. The fire service played a critical role during Borderley, during COVID, in carrying people up and down. The ambulances were busy every day and every night. And this department saved many lives for us. And now they are asking for the headquarters. The Prime Minister has allocated some money to start the feasibility study to get a new headquarters for the fire service. All these are areas where we need money to provide the services that are needed. The police is asking for the new police headquarters. This comes with a price. Everything that the government has to do, we have to get the money. And we have a responsibility to convince the people out there that they need quality care, health care, and they need maximum security for them to live in a safe and conducive environment, for them to become productive citizens. I know many people, well, the opposition has completely disappeared now, but 50% wasn't there, the other 50% just left. But we have a responsibility, Deputy Speaker, to educate the people in St. Lucia and to let them know that this government is committed to their safety, to their security, so that they can continue to be productive citizens in this country. Deputy Speaker, what is of greatest importance at this point is to build a network among the protective services so that they can provide maximum safety, protection, and security for the St. Lucian citizen. Our visitors, everybody must feel safe in our environment. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we see the collaboration among all the protective services working together, developing a plan so that together we can move forward. Upon assumption of the position for Home Affairs, when I met the organizations representing the different protective services as Minister with responsibility for labor, the report that came to me was that they felt ranked among the protective services. They said the police are ranked number 1, fire ranked number 2, and Borderley ranked number 3. And therefore there was always this tension among them as to who is more important, what category of officers are more important than others. But over time, having worked together, Deputy Speaker, we have noticed the collaboration among them and seeing all of them as of equal importance, playing different roles in national security protection for the people. And For this reason, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister commissioned a report to prepare benchmark qualification for persons in the protective services. And the reason for this is because they were treating the protective services like ordinary public servants. And because of the nature of their work, you cannot equate them with regular public servants. Because a lot of them were promoted based on certification and not so much on skills, knowledge, and abilities. And if you have to engage in protective services, in security, skills, knowledge, and ability is critical in carrying out your duties. Not whether you have a master's, yes, that is important, but the emphasis has to be on how well you can carry out your duties. And Deputy Speaker, I want to report, and I have mentioned it to the Prime Minister and Cabinet of Ministers, that the report is in for the protective services. It captured police, fire, and bodily in terms of the benchmark qualification for these officers and what would be necessary to determine where they fall within the ranks. And when you have to do promotion, what is it you have to look for in an officer, and not so much competing with public servants that say they have a master's in this, that, and the other, so they move from this grade to. But for these officers, you have to look at it differently, based on the nature of the work. Deputy Speaker, we need to strengthen the leadership in these organizations. And these leadership in these organizations end up being bottleneck. Bottleneck in the sense that you find only one or two persons at the top. You need a broader group for strengthening leadership. We need to build secondary leadership. It's like when the top leader is there, you don't know where are the others. How many, you should have a pool of persons who can do the job almost of equal level, Deputy Speaker. So these are the areas we are looking at, building the capacity of the protective services and changing the whole landscape. And Deputy Speaker, we are also comparing what we do in St. Lucia and what's happening in other countries, in the Caribbean, in the UK, in the US, in France. We have to compare and raise the bar for our protective services and law enforcement. And for this reason, Deputy Speaker, that levy will play a critical role in ensuring that the government can meet the expectation of the officers. Deputy Speaker, some of les dire c'est si c'est pour nous ni bonne santé en cette lycée, si c'est pour nous pour protéger et ni bonne sécurité en cette lycée, gouvernement ni pour toi payer l'argent pour faire ça. Ou pas aller puis un petit parti là pour ça mettre loi pour mettre bonne santé. Santé c'est un bagage qui a coûté un cher l'argent. And Deputy Speaker, when you sit in the cabinet and you see the report of persons seeking medical assistance, it will cost this country an arm and a leg. It will cost a fortune. And therefore government has to find creative ways to protect the people, to ensure that they have good health conditions. And I applaud the Minister of Health, Wellness and the Elderly Affairs for his energy and his drive. And I know, Deputy Speaker, we will achieve. I'm very confident that we are going to get health and security under control. And that is why the Prime Minister is investing heavily in this area for this financial year. One of the critical areas, Deputy Speaker, in looking at health and security for this year, which the Prime Minister has put as the main area of focus, is for us, Deputy Speaker, to look at mainstreaming health and security across all government's programs. every department must factor in areas of health and security in all the plans. And when they get support, they must secure support for both health and security in the funding. And that will help boost the contribution that goes directly to health. We cannot say that's Ministry of Health, that's not my business, I don't have anything to do with that. No. Health and security is the business for every department of government, every agency, every NGO, everybody in the society must focus on health and security, at least give it priority for this year. And that is how we are going to raise the revenue we need, not just the levy, but other areas to give it the support that it needs. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that during the financial year 23 to 24, we are going to see a significant dent made in that area, a significant push. And one of the things I'm very pleased about, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the fact that St. Jude, the St. Lucian population is waiting with bated breath on what will happen with St. Jude. And those on the other side that have reduced their attendance to 0 are hoping that nothing happens. Nothing happens. That is where they want to give us a pass or a fail grade. And strategically, the Prime Minister and his team is on course. The sail is up in the air, and there is no turning back. There is no turning back, and this is why the levy will come to give us the additional revenue and support to achieve that objective. And I'm very confident with the drive from the Minister of Health, the support from the Prime Minister, and the broader support from the Cabinet of Ministers, we are not going to focus on the detractors. They are trying to find all kinds of stories. They have tried to drag me in so many things, but I'm so focused, I don't see them on either side, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I keep going back to the budget. I go back to the manifesto and I say this is what we promised the people, and let us remain focused on that. And that is what the people will use to judge us by, what we promise and what we deliver. And I'm telling you, when I heard the Minister of Health talk about taking care, maternal care, and I always remember, and I feel comforted that I am part of a government called the Labour government. Because before you can deliver the baby, Deputy Speaker, you must first go in labor. You have to go in labor. You cannot deliver unless you go in labor. So now we are in labor. We are getting ready. We are pushing. We are pushing. And that baby will be born. And when that baby is born, that baby will be healthy, strong, good, and ready to go. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Prime Minister for his vision, for his stewardship. He is very firm. And at this hour of the night, we are still discussing health and security for the people of St. Lucia. It tells us that we are serious about the work that we have to do, Mr. Speaker. And with this, I give my 110% to this bill, and let us go ahead and serve the people and deliver what we promised them. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I hope he won't be long. I hope he won't be long.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's 9:10. We've had a long night, a long day, and members have ventilated the issue.
Nakite Prime Minister like Makali. Nakite Prime Minister like Makali.
For the support and the members of the public for the support, Mr. Speaker. And that support comes in spite of the negativity and the lies. The people are supporting Mr. Speaker. The people are supporting. And that's what's important. That is what they can't understand. Mr. Speaker, just a bit of sad news. A customs officer, I'm told, was a bullet, well, it was shot on the Monjuro Road or in that area today, a while ago, Mr. Speaker. And that's very sad. It's very sad. And Mr. Speaker, that shows the seriousness of the situation, Mr. Speaker. And that is why that situation calls for all hands being on deck. Not the name calling, Mr. Speaker, and the blaming of people and the calling. Mr. Speaker, which national security minister could have can stop somebody from behaving in that manner of shooting?
No, I don't have. That's dead. That's dead. I see.
That kind of situation, Mr. Speaker. What you can do is you can improve the crime fighting techniques. You can improve patrols, Mr. Speaker, but there is nothing you can do to stop the action, Mr. Speaker, when somebody wants to commit it. Mr. Speaker, and it's very sad and concerning. And that is why when we play politics in this crime situation, when instead of condemning criminals and the gangs, you try to shift it on politicians because you have a vested interest. Because you believe that crime will cause you to get votes, Mr. Speaker. That is not right. Because what will happen is if you get into power, the same thing will happen, Mr. Speaker. And that is why in opposition, we always took the position, Mr. Speaker, of not to politicize crime. But Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate, and I wish the customs officer well, and I hope he will get better soon. And I ask God to help his family, to give them strength as to endure that calamity, that event, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to pay tribute to the late Dr. Henry Charles. We forgot that, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Henry Charles was the guest speaker at our May Day rally in May, 1st of May this year. He was 1st of May, Labor Day, 1st of May this year. This year. Yes. He was our guest speaker, Mr. Speaker. And Henry Charles, Dr. Charles, had just got his PhD, Mr. Speaker. He was a committed fighter, and he believed, Mr. Speaker, in the cause that he fought for. Dr. Charles was passionate about the youth. Many of my discussions on the youth economy were held with him, Mr. Speaker. And when he died, he was on his way to England, where he had to lecture at a youth symposium for Reading University, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, on the behalf of the government, the cabinet, my family, and myself, Mr. Speaker, and the residents of Wallworks Road. That is where we were born. We lived and played our cricket in Wallworks Road, Mr. Speaker. And Henry Charles was the organizer of a team called the Enchipo Sports Club. Member for our fiscal Shinabala because we normally beat them. So, Mr. Speaker, and Henry Charles' dream was to return and revive the Enchipo football team in the form of a youth club, Mr. Speaker. And Henry Charles, and I see the member for Beaufort, for Castries North, nodding. Because, Mr. Speaker, even though Henry Charles was an ardent supporter of the Labour Party, he was firm, he was committed, Mr. Speaker. He never made enemies, Mr. Speaker, never.
Henry Charles spoke to everybody. He exchanged ideas, but he had his side and you had your side. That's an excellent leadership, and not like what passes for politics now, Mr. Speaker. Not where it's a scorched earth policy. You just say what you have to say. You just attack people's children, attack their wives, attack everybody, Mr. Speaker, just because you believe it'll gain you power. So, Mr. Charles, may the soul of Henry Charles, Dr. Charles, rest in peace, and to his wife Marjorie and his children, I offer them condolences and strength. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a few things for Lucia declare. Because in spite of all that's been said here this afternoon, you will still hear misinformation. In spite of what all was said, all the explanations that were given here, you will still get, So I want to say a few things, because just to put it on the record, Mr. Speaker, and end it, put it on the record. It will not end, Mr. Speaker. Just put it on the record. 1. The health and security levy will be charged at customs on imported goods. The calculation will be as follows: cost, customs duty, service charge where applicable. And I just want to tell Mr. Speaker that on all essential goods in the basket, there is no service charge. So for these goods, there will be no service charge, there is no service charge, there is no levy, and there is no VAT on all essential goods in the bread baskets. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is the health and security levy, and then there is the VAT. So that's the calculation. It is not charged after the VAT. It's not. It is charged before the VAT. It's not charged after the VAT. It is charged before the VAT. That's where it's charged. On services, Mr. Speaker, it is charged like the VAT, 2.5%. 1. Number 2, there will be no health and security levy on foodstuffs, medicines, medical supplies, pharmaceuticals. There will be no health and security levy on these items. There will be no VAT on these items either, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, there will be no health and security levy on any items that were VAT exempt or that were zero rated for VAT purposes. There will be no health and security levy on these goods. Number 4, there will be no health and security levy on tourism, on manufacturing. There will be no health and security levy on tourism and manufacturing. Number 5, there will be no health and security levy on gasoline and gasoline products, on gas. There will be no health and security levy on gas. Number 6, there will be no health and security levy on the building materials for which we have just removed VAT. There will be no health and security levy on these items: galvanized, lumber, plywood, and steel. There will be no health and security levy on these items, Mr. Speaker. Number 6, there will be no health and security levy on medical supplies. No, that's Mr. Number 6, there will be no health and security levy on the women products that we spoke of, non-pampers or diapers or things of that nature. There will be no health and security levy on things like bed liners and these kind of things used for medical supplies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts as far as health and security levy is concerned. There will be, the health and security levy will not be placed in any lockbox. There is no lockbox. the health and security levy will be placed in a consolidated fund, and we will account for it, Mr. Speaker, in the usual process. In the usual process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I want to briefly talk about the use of the word surplus, as if surplus is a bad word. Mr. Speaker, it is fascinating how people who know better can say to you, oh, you have a surplus, so spend money. Mr. Speaker, I mean, when I heard the leader of the opposition make the point that, oh, you have a surplus, so spend money. Mr. Speaker, the surplus he's talking about is the current surplus, you know.
You say people who know better.
Huh? What?
You say people who know better.
Mr. Speaker, that surplus is, Mr. Speaker, he is not talking about the deficit that is accumulated, you know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the country has an overall deficit. I'm not talking about it. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. Do you know, in times past, when the economy used to have surpluses, and these surpluses used to be used for reinvestment in capital expenditure? That is how, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the borrowing was so low. Because there were surpluses to be used in capital expenditure for schools, for hospitals, for roads, etc. So you had to borrow so much. That's what was, Mr. Speaker. Those were the good old days. But Mr. Speaker, when you speak about, oh, you have surplus, Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that people repeat that. Oh, they say you're doing good, you have surpluses, so reduce gas. You're doing surpluses, so give people money. You do. Mr. Speaker, this is so ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. But that's what we're trying to do. But you know, in giving that knowledge, Mr. Speaker, the propaganda keeps on coming. Mr. Speaker. You have surplus, so give money. You have surplus, throw money in the road. Mr. Speaker, $29 million surplus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is good. But we must do much better than that. We must do much better than that, Mr. Speaker. And to do better than that, you have two options. One, you can reduce expenditure, and two, you can increase revenue. If you look at the estimates, Mr. Speaker, what are the greatest levels of expenditure in this country? Salaries and wages. Salaries and wages and loan repayments. So what do you want me to do? Send civil servants home? That's what you want me to do? No. What we did is we pay them their back pay. That's what we did. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker. And negotiations are starting. And I can tell you, in these negotiations, we're going to look for fairness, for equality, because we are a government of the people, Mr. Speaker. But we've gone further. And I expect to get a report from the minister on the livable minimum wage. Because this is the core of the government, Mr. Speaker. That's the core of what we stand for. That's what George Charles stood for, Mr. Speaker. That's what he stood for. He stood for promotion of the workers of this country. And when you say workers, they want to tell you, oh, you're only saying about one set of people. That's not true. Workers are workers. Doctors are workers. Nurses are workers. The same way the people who work in the construction are workers. And we are workers, although we have no union representing us. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what it's all about. So what do you want me to do? You have a budget, revenue and expenditure. So you want to have only expenditure, no revenue, and all the time you're spending more than you're making. That's the government he wants me to run. But right now, we have just a slight surplus that doesn't even give us enough to reinvest. We still have to borrow 147 million for reinvestment in capital expenditure. By right, a normal surplus, what the international financial institutions tell you is you should have a surplus of at least 3 to 4% on your current accounts. So you can have something to work with, Mr. Speaker. But no, surplus, you have surplus. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that people repeat that, Mr. Speaker. But our goal this time is we are hoping that we can get the budget in a situation where we can improve on the surplus, but at the same time create a level of services, create a level of infrastructure development so the country can promote and can advance, Mr. Speaker. That is our objective. That's what we're aiming for, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what we are aiming for. So, the health and security level, Mr. Speaker, will have to be used to pay back the Cayman City loan. And do you know that we thought that the Cayman City loan, the Cayman City expense was only $11 million? It was not, Member for Dennery. It was $4.6 million US per year, multiplied by 2 years. So Cayman City was $24 million. That's what you paid. That's what you, the listener, that's what the members of parliament, that's what we paid. That's what the taxpayer paid. $24 million, Mr. Speaker. And locals are the ones who made the transition from Victoria Hospital to OKU. The same way, locals are going to be the ones who will make the transition from the stadium to St. Jude Hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this package of incentives that we've passed in the budget and which we confirmed in the House today, Mr. Speaker, does not include the amnesty, the tax amnesty. The tax amnesty continues until 2024 May. It does not include the Mr. Speaker, the tax amnesty on all forms of taxation. In the last budget, it was only on income tax. This year, it's on hotel occupancy tax, it's on PAYE, Mr. Speaker, and it's also on withholding tax, and it's on VAT. So all the gambit of taxes, we have created an amnesty on all these taxes, Mr. Speaker. We are going to, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the total figure of support that we are going to give the private sector because of that amnesty, Mr. Speaker. In terms of forgetting, Mr. Speaker, the taxes that are due, 3,169 taxpayers will get an amnesty. The total tax that should be paid, Mr. Speaker, if all things were equal, would be $255 million if the taxes are paid. Penalties, because of non-payment of these taxes, is $53,795,000. The interest that we are waiving is $289,926 for all these taxes, Mr. Speaker. So if these taxes were paid as should have been, we would have collected $255 million without penalties and interest. And with penalties and interest, we'd have collected $599 million. So what we've saved or what we've removed for the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker, is 289 million plus 53 million. 289 million in penalties and 289 million in interest and 53 million in penalties, Mr. Speaker. And that does not include a raise on income tax that individual taxpayers owe. And you say that this government is not helping the private sector? You say this government is not trying to stimulate economic growth? You say this government is not helping the balance sheet of the private sector, Mr. Speaker? Are you serious? Are you really serious when you say, Mr. Speaker? Which government that has ever given such a broad degree of tax breaks to the population, to all sectors of the population, including individuals? So, but we still believe that that is going to generate a level of activity in the economy. And from the evidence that we've got, Mr. Speaker, that activity is being generated, Mr. Speaker. When they give you the impression that things are bad and gloomy, Mr. Speaker, of course, there are some people facing hardship. Of course, there are some people that the inflation has beat them badly, Mr. Speaker. Cost of goods are going up. We know that. We know that, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're increasing our social interventions. That's why we are giving people more help with school books. We are getting more help with educational support. We are getting more people help in food vouchers. That's why we're doing that. We understand it, Mr. Speaker. We understand that. And I empathize with them, Mr. Speaker. And this school program, we're going to see how we can help. That's why we have the housing program that Minister of Health is overseeing, Mr. Speaker. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I was told that there is an organization in St. Lucia, a regional organization, and the performance in St. Lucia was the best in the Caribbean and South America. And Mr. Speaker, and it was said by the businessmen in their survey. So, Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic activity, the signs of the re-engineering of the economy, Mr. Speaker, are there. But, Mr. Speaker, there are two things that we must worry about. Two things. Three things, Mr. Speaker. One of them is climate change. And the Minister of Infrastructure and myself had a discussion. I said to him, we have to find the resources for mitigation, for climate mitigation, to avoid the flooding that will take place, because rain is going to fall. Whether we like it or not, it's sad. Rain is going to fall. Mr. Speaker, so I said to him, and he had agreed, that we have to have mitigation. We have to ensure that we keep the drains clean. And I'm appealing to the people of St. Lucia, do not throw garbage in the water courses. That is the simple thing you can do. Don't throw it to get a contract. Yes. Do not throw it to get a contract to go and clean it. Please, I'm begging you, don't do it. Do not dump mattresses and air-conditioned units and old fridges do not do it. Will not affect me. It does not affect the government. It does not affect the government. It affects you. When the rain falls, it does fall on one man's house. That's please have a little bit of discipline. Have a discipline, Mr. Speaker, please. Climate change. That is why we are giving people incentives for converting from fossil fuels to solar heating, to solar power, to help our national statistics as it regards to carbon footprint, etc. That's why we're doing that. And that's how the government policy is holistic, Mr. Speaker. That's a government that thinks. So we're doing that. We're reducing VAT, and we're removing VAT on these things to encourage people to go into solar energy, Mr. Speaker. So climate change is the problem. The second problem we have to watch, Mr. Speaker, is inflation and supply chain problems. And that inflation, Mr. Speaker, is something that is beyond our control in the region, beyond our control. I was reading somewhere where it said that the cost of poultry feed is going to increase, which may lead to a shortage of poultry in the world. How can we deal with that? That's not our fault. So that's the second point, inflation, Mr. Speaker. And that inflation may cause the price of fuel to go up. No control of us, no control of Mr. Speaker. But whilst we do that, we are still subsidizing cooking gas up to today. So we have to look at inflation and supply chain issues. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is productivity. We have to increase our productivity. We have to sharpen our skills, Mr. Speaker. We have to increase our productivity. We have to understand that a fair day's work and for a fair day's pay. So our productivity have to increase, have to improve, Mr. Speaker. And having said about productivity, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the people at the young people of St. Lucia for embracing Mr. Speaker, the youth economy concept. How they've embraced it. I want to tell them, Mr. Speaker, how they've embraced the youth economy concept, Mr. Speaker. The fifth thing you have to watch, Mr. Speaker, is citizen security and crime. We have to be very, very weary, Mr. Speaker, of the crime situation in the country. And that is why part of the levy is going to be used for that, Mr. Speaker. So when people applaud just to get at me, just to get at the members of the parliament, and try to draw correlation between crime and us, crime and the government, Mr. Speaker, just for cheap, what you're doing is you're creating an environment where you are helping people who have bad intentions to do it. Because you're feeding it, you're making excuses for them. All kinds of excuses. But on the one hand, you attack the social projects, the social programs, you say you're wasting money, you say it's jobs for the boys, you say all kinds of things, and on the other hand, you are creating an environment where you're even saying to people that that crime situation, instead of helping the government, instead of working with the government, Mr. Speaker, you are creating the environment by your words to encourage that kind of behavior. So I'm saying to the people of St. Lucia, be vigilant, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying to the members of the police force, be focused. Because the crime situation, we have to get it under control. All the gains that we are making can be eroded in a split second. One, by a hurricane, or two, by an upsurge of crime, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by thanking you and thanking Mr. Speaker, and I want to tell the fishermen of the country, the same way I made a point, there is no VAT, there is no health and security levy on fertilizer. There is no health and security levy on fertilizer. None. And we are increasing the rebate for fishermen from $1.50 to $1. From $1.50 to $2.50. And we also are increasing the allowance for the teachers to $1,400. And we're increasing the allowance, the one-time allowance to the pensioners in November by $600, and we have promised them that there's going to be a cost of living adjustment for the pensions, Mr. Speaker, the pensioners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the country for accepting the fact that they must make a small contribution to the health and security. I want to also thank the Minister of Health and the staff in the Ministry of Health, the members of the St. Lucia Police Force, the members of the Protective Services for the work they do in trying conditions, in very trying conditions. Very trying. There are police stations that need repairs. There are fire stations that need repairs, Mr. Speaker. Very trying conditions. Look at the people, how they work at St. Jude. Very trying. Very trying. But they continue to work for the country. They continue to work in their professions, and they continue to make us proud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Health and Citizen Security Levy bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the imposition, payment, and collection of a health and citizen security levy and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1, clauses 3 to 7.
Imposition, payment, and collection of levy on goods.
Part 1, clauses 3 to 7 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 8 to 12.
Imposition, payment, and collection of levy on services.
Part 2, clauses 8 to 12 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 13 to 18.
Miscellaneous.
Part 3, clauses 13 to 18 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 1.
Goods.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 2.
Services.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 3.
Exempted goods and services.
Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Yes.
Speaker, to add short title after short title and commencement.
So you want to add
short title
that's
at the heading, short title and commencement.
That's section 1.
Short title and commencement.
To the heading.
To the heading.
Okay. Short title and commencement. That's the only amendment.
And I want to add a number 2, Mr. Speaker. Number 2 should read, this act shall come into force. This act shall come into force on the 2nd day of August 2023.
Where do you want to add?
The after short title. Number 2, this act shall come into force on the 2nd day of August 2023.
That would mean every other section, the numbers change accordingly.
No, you not have to. You can put it. You can add.
Well, then you have to make 1A.
Because you have 2-1, and you have.
No, but if you have made it 2,
yes.
What you need to do is to make it 1A.
1A, okay. Or the
if
other
you
one,
make it 2, every.
No, but the other one is 2-1.
2-1.
No, but that's 2, and there would be 1. Subsection 2, etc.
No matter.
So the easier way is to make it 1A.
Okay.
So it's 1.2. I understand that, but the reality is if you simply put it as 2, it will affect every number thereafter. But that's what I'm saying. So you have to put it right.
Subclause 2. Within 1.
Right.
Within 1.
So how do you word it?
How do you word it? This act shall come into effect.
No. How do you give the number to it?
1 and in between 1, what do you put? 1, 2, 1.
So is is...
Oh, 1 and 1, 1, and then...
Okay, that's okay. So,
okay, thanks.
short title, then it should be 1.1, this act may be cited as the health and security levy.
Right.
Then 1.2, but that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
But that's not what was told to us.
Yes.
Okay. That's the only amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Clause 1, well, first of all, I have to put the amendments. That the first amendment is that it shall read short title and commencement.
Yes.
As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. Then the addition, so this is 1.1. So the addition of 1.2 is this act shall come into force on the 2nd day of August 2023. As many as in favor of that amendment say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Health and Citizen Security Levy Bill went through committee stage with amendments to Clause 1. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Health and Citizen Security Levy Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just a minute, Prime Minister.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Health and Citizen Security Levy Act 2023.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until July 19th, 2023.
Do you have a time, Prime Minister?
At 10 a.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, July 19th, 2023. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right.
Eh bien, nous venons au bout de session qui est constituée aujourd'hui. C'était une session qui était très intéressante puisque discuter un chai loi qui a apporté un chai bénéfice par Jean Saint-Lucie. Premièrement, on a tenu en motion, des motions en cas de pour situation VAT, tout tirer VAT à ce marchandises et services par Jean Saint-Lucie. Et aussi, on a tenu notre motion pour aider les gens pays à acheter. Ça y est on fait un bénéfice généralement par les gens Saint-Lucie. Aussi, nous tenions ça qui portait une discussion, c'était ça qui a créé Health and Security. C'était en créole, ça nous a dit c'est en loi qui gouvernement passé. Côté, il y a tiré, avec nous qui a payé un certain 2% et demi à sous marchandises pour aider sécurité sécurité avec santé pays. Situation criminelle bien sérieuse avec situation santé. Quand il te dit en discussion de ce secteur, ça m'a été en chai attention. Ce gouvernement qui est passé, et moi je dis ça, c'est commencé dès à août. En commencement, plus bonheur, en session bon matin, on te dit c'est septembre. Mais il a commencé le deuxième jour en mois à août, et bien il a fini le premier jour, il a bout premier jour en mois à août dernier 2025. Avec c'est ça qui était important chez la discussion. Mais en tout ça, nous avons dit Virgile, qui le Premier ministre a fait Jean Pays à connaître qui en loi ça là qui est passé là, qui malgré il a prend l'argent et bien on petit taxe pour aider situation ça, mais il a gagné un chai différents marchandises qui peut payer paiement pour remède manger avec plusieurs autres bagages. C'est ça, généralement c'est ça qui était discuté.
Yes, that's correct. And just to add on some of the items that you said, one got a lot of discussion too was zero VAT on the removal, if you will, of VAT on sanitary napkins. That had a lot of, brought forth a lot of animated discussion. But as you said, it was the passage of those two bills, the Value Added Tax Amendment Act of 2023, where we saw the erasure, if you will, of value added tax on most of value added tax on select construction items like galvanized lumber, etc. And there was heated discussion or animated discussion on the health and citizen security levy, where the government is imposing a 2.5% on select items, and that charge will happen at the docks. The Prime Minister in his closing said there will be a number of benefits coming from a number of benefits coming from a number of benefits coming from this 2.5% levy, where it deals with the safety of the citizenry as well as the improvements in healthcare provision in the country. And all of this, he said, was leading to the incremental move towards universal health care. And the Minister of Health also gave a lot of details on the incremental move towards universal health care in St. Lucia.
Ok, et puis ça, la nuit, il y a plusieurs autres bagages qui discutent, mais nous pas ça, malheureusement, nous pas ça, tout ça, nous avons essayé en nouvelle qui a sorti Hod MTN, nous avons ces différents morceaux là, nous avons présenté, puisqu'il y a chaque bénéfice qui, comme le ministre a discuté, je dis, si peut-être si tout le monde a disparu, c'est nous qui l'avons présenté, nous avons essayé de regarder, enfin, nous avons mené une session au bout, nous avons dit merci un peu pour essayer. Puis nous, en nom de Gilles, Léonti qui fait la première fois tout fouette. Mais nous avons dit merci un peu avec nous avons mené un dévié pour studio nous NTN. Merci encore.
Thank you.